From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Cameron Byerly reading Book 2 of the Malloreon, King of the Murgos, by David Eddings. We begin with the prologue, being an account of how Belgerion's son was stolen, and how he learned the abductor was that Xandramas, against whom the orb of Aldur had warned. From the Lives of Belgerion the Great, Introduction, Volume 4. Now, as has been told, in the earliest of days the gods created the world and filled it with all manner of beasts and fowls and plants. Men also they created, and each god chose from among the races of men those whom they would guide, and over whom they would rule. The god Aldur, however, took none, choosing to live apart in his tower and study the creation which they had made. But a time came when a hungry child arrived at Aldur's tower, and Aldur took the child in and taught him the will and the word, by which all power may be used in the manner that men call sorcery. And when the boy showed promise, Aldur named him Belgarath, and made him a disciple. Then in time others came, and Aldur taught them and made them also his disciples. Among these was a malformed child whom Aldur named Belden. There came a day when Aldur took up a stone and shaped it, and he called it his orb, for the stone had fallen from beyond the stars, and was a seat of great power, a center for one of the two destinies, which had been in conflict for control of all creation since the beginning of days. But the god Torak coveted the stone, and he stole it, for the dark destiny had claimed his soul for its agent. Then the men of Aloria, known as Alorns, met with Belgarath, who led Kerek Bareshoulders and his 3 sons into the far east, where Torak had built Kutal Mishrak, the city of eternal night. By stealth, they stole back the orb and returned with it. With the council of the gods, Belgarath divided Aloria into the kingdoms of Kerek, Drasnia, Algeria, and Riva, naming each for one who had accompanied him. And to Riva Irongrip, who was to rule over the Isle of the Winds, he gave the keeping of the orb, which Riva placed on the pommel of the great sword that he hung upon the wall of the hall of the Riven King, behind his throne. When Belgarath sought his home, but found tragedy awaiting him, his beloved wife Poledra had passed from the world of the living in giving birth to twin girls. In time he sent Beldaran, the fairer of these, to be a wife to Riva Irongrip, to found the line of the Riven Kings. His other daughter, Polgara, he kept with him, since her dark hair bore a single lock of white, the mark of the sorceress. Guarded by the power of the orb, all went well with the West for thousands of years. Then, on an evil day, King Gorek of Riva and his sons and sons' sons were slain by foul treachery. One child escaped, however, to be henceforth guarded in secret by Belgarath and Polgara. On the isle, the Riven warder, Brand, sorrowfully took over the authority of his slain lord, and his sons continued to guard Aldur's orb, and all were known as Brand. But there came a time when Zadar the apostate found a child of such innocence that he could touch the orb without being destroyed by its fire. And thus Zadar stole the orb, and fled with it toward the place where his dread master, Torak, lay hidden. When Belgarath learned of this, he went up to the quiet farm in Sendaria, where Polgara was rearing a boy named Gerion, who was the last descendant of the Riven line. Taking the boy with them, they set out after the orb. After many perilous adventures, they found the child whom they named Erund, and with Erund bearing the orb, they returned to set the orb back upon the sword. Then Gerion, now named Belgerion for the powers of sorcery he had shown, learned of the prophecy, which revealed that the time was at hand when he, as the child of light, must confront the evil god Torak, to kill or to be killed. Fearfully he departed eastward for the city of endless night, to meet his fate. But with the aid of the great sword that bore the orb of Aldur, he prevailed, and slew the evil god Torak. And thus Belgerion, descendant of Riva Irongrip, was crowned king of Riva and overlord of the west. He took to wife the Tolnedran princess Tsenedra, while Polgara took the faithful smith Dernek as her husband. Since the gods had raised him from the dead and had given him the power of sorcery, to be her equal. With Belgarath, she and Dernek left for the Vale of Aldur in Algeria, where they planned to rear the strange, gentle child, Erend. The years passed as Belgerion learned to be a husband to his young bride, and began mastering his powers of sorcery and the power of his throne. There was peace in the west, but trouble stirred in the south, where Calzakath, emperor of Malloreon, waged war upon the king of the Murgos, and Belgarath, returning from a trip to Malloreon, reported dark rumors of a stone known as the Sardian. But what it might be, other than an object of fear, he could not say. Then, on a night when young Erend was visiting in the citadel of Riva, he and Belgerion were awakened by the voice of the prophecy within their minds, and directed to the throne room. And there the blue orb on the pommel of the sword turned angry red of a sudden, and it spoke, saying, "Beware, Zandramas." But none could learn who or what Zandramas was. Now, after years of waiting, Tsenedra found herself with child. But the fanatic followers of the bear cult were active again, crying that no Tolnedran should be queen and that she must be set aside for one of the true blood of the Elorns. When the queen was great with child, she was set upon by an assassin in her bath, and almost drowned. The assassin fled to the tower of the citadel, and from there threw herself to her death. But Prince Keldar, the Drasnian adventurer, who was also known as Silk, saw from her garments that she might be a follower of the cult. Belgerion was wroth, but he did not yet move to war. Time passed, and Queen Tsenedra was delivered of a healthy male heir to the throne of Riva, and great was the rejoicing from all of the lands of the Elorns and beyond, and notables assembled at Riva to rejoice and celebrate this happy birth. When all had departed and peace again descended upon the citadel, Belgerion resumed his studies of the ancient prophecy, which men called the Mrin Codex. A strange blot had long troubled him, but now he found that he could read it in the light cast by the orb. Thus he learned that the dark prophecy and his obligations as the child of light had not ended with the slaying of Torak. The child of dark was now Zandramas, whom he must meet in time to come, in the place which is no more. His soul was heavy within him as he journeyed hastily to confer with his grandfather Belgarath in the Vale of Aldur. But even as he was speaking with the old man, new words of ill were brought him by messengers. Assassins had penetrated the citadel at night, and the faithful Raven warder Brand had been killed. With Belgarath and his aunt Polgara, Belgerion sped to Riva, where one assassin weakly clung to life. Prince Keldar arrived, and was able to identify the comatose assassin as a member of the bear cult. New evidence revealed that the cult was massing an army at Rehon and Drasnia, and was building a fleet at Jarviksholm, on the coast of Kerek. Now King Belgerion declared war upon the bear cult. Upon the advice of the other Elorn monarchs, he moved first against the shipyards at Jarviksholm to prevent the threat of a hostile fleet in the Sea of the Winds. His attack was quick and savage. Jarviksholm was razed to the ground, and the half-built fleet was burned before a single keel touched water. But victory turned to ashes when a message from Riva reached him. His infant son had been abducted. Belgerion, Belgarath and Polgara turned themselves birds by sorcery, and flew back to Riva in a single day. The city of Riva had already been searched house by house, but with the aid of the orb, Belgarion was able to follow the trail of the abductors to the west coast of the isle. There they came upon a band of Keric cultists and fell upon them. One survived, and Polgara forced him to speak. He declared that the child had been stolen on the orders of Ulfgar, leader of the bear cult, whose headquarters were at Rehon in eastern Drasnia. Before Polgara could wrest further information from him, however, the cultist leaped from the top of the cliff upon which they stood and dashed himself to death on the rocks below. Now the war turned to Rehon. Belgarion found his troops badly outnumbered and an ambush waiting for his advance toward the city. He was facing defeat when Prince Keldar arrived with a force of Nadrak mercenaries to turn the tide of the battle. Reinforced by the Nadraks, the Ravens besieged the city of Rehon. Belgarion and Dernik combined their wills to weaken the walls of the city until the siege engines of Baron Mandorallan could bring them down. The Ravens and Nadraks poured into the city, led by Belgarion. The battle inside was savage, but the cultists were driven back and most of them were slaughtered. Then Belgarion and Dernik captured the cult leader, Ulfgar. Though Belgarion had already learned that his son was not within the city, he hoped that close questioning might drag the child's whereabouts from Ulfgar. The cult leader stubbornly refused to answer. Then, surprisingly, Erend drew the information directly from Ulfgar's mind. While it became clear that Ulfgar had been responsible for the attempt on Tenedra's life, he had played no part in the theft of the child. Indeed, his chief goal had been the death of Belgarion's son, preferably before its birth. He obviously knew nothing of the abduction, which did not at all suit his purpose. Then the sorcerer Belden joined them. He quickly recognized Ulfgar as Herakan, an underling of Turak's last living disciple Urvan. Herakan suddenly vanished, and Belden sped in pursuit. Messengers now arrived from Riva. Investigations following Belgarion's departure had discovered a shepherd in the hills who had seen a figure carrying what might have been a baby, embarking upon a ship of Naesan design and sailing southward. Then Taradas, a seeress of Kel, sent a projection of herself to tell them more. The child, she claimed, had been taken by Xandromos, who had spun such a web of deceit to throw the blame upon Herakan that even the cult members who had been left behind to be discovered had believed what Polgara had extracted from the captive on the cliff on the Isle of the Winds. Clearly, she said, the child of Dark had stolen the baby for a purpose. That purpose was connected with the Sardian. Now they must pursue Xandromos. Beyond that she would not speak, except to identify those who must go with Belgarion. Then, leaving her huge mute guide Toth behind to accompany them, she vanished. Belgarion's heart sank within him as he realized that his son's abductor was now months ahead, and that the trail had grown extremely dim. But he grimly gathered his companions to pursue Xandromos, even to the edge of the world, or beyond, if need be. Part 1. The Serpent Queen. Chapter 1. Somewhere in the darkness, Geryon could hear the crystalline tap of water dripping with a slow, monotonous regularity. The air around him was cool, smelling of rock and dampness, overlaid with the musty odor of pallid white things that grew in the dark and flinched from the light. He found himself straining to catch all of the myriad sounds that whispered through the dark caves of Ulgo. The moist trickle of the water, the dusty slither of dislodged pebbles slowly running down a shallow incline, and the mournful sighing of air coming down from the surface through the minute fissures in the rock. Belgarath stopped and lifted the smoky torch that filled the passageway with flickering orange light and leaping shadows. "Wait here a moment." He moved off down the murky gallery with his scuffed, mismatched boots shuffling along the uneven floor. The rest of them waited with the darkness pressing in all around them. "I hate this," Silk muttered half to himself. "I absolutely hate it." They waited. The ruddy flicker of Belgarath's torch reappeared at the far end of the gallery. "All right," he called. "It is this way." Geryon put his arms around Tsenedra's slender shoulders. A kind of deep silence had fallen over her during their ride south from Rehon, as it had grown increasingly evident that their entire campaign against the bear cult in eastern Drasnia had done little more than give Xandromos a nearly insurmountable lead with the abducted Garen. The frustration that made Geryon want to beat his fists against the rocks around him and howl in impotent fury had plunged Tsenedra into a profound depression, and now she stumbled through the dark caves of Ulgo, sunk in a kind of numb misery, neither knowing nor caring where the others led her. He turned his head to look back at Polgara, his face mirroring his deep concern. The look she returned to him was grave, but seemingly unperturbed. She parted the front of her blue cloak and moved her hands in the minute gestures of the Drasnian secret language. "Be sure she stays warm. She is very susceptible to chills just now." A half-dozen desperate questions sprang into Geryon's mind, but with Tsenedra at his side, with his arm about her shoulders, there was no way that he could voice them. "It is important for you to stay calm, Geryon," Polgara's fingers told him. "Don't let her know how concerned you are. I am watching her, and I'll know what to do when the time comes." Belgarath stopped again and stood tugging at one earlobe, looking dubiously down a dark passageway and then down another which branched off to the left. "You're lost again, aren't you?" Silk accused him. The rat-faced little Drasnian had put aside his pearl-gray doublet and jewels and gold chains, and now wore an old brown tunic, shiny with age, a moth-eaten fur cloak, and a shapeless, battered hat, once again submerging himself in one of his innumerable disguises. "Of course I'm not lost. I just haven't pinpointed exactly where we are at the moment." "Belgarath, that is what the word lost means." "Nonsense. I think we go this way." He pointed down the left-handed passageway. "You think?" Silk," Dernick the smith cautioned quietly. "You really ought to keep your voice down. That ceiling up there doesn't look all that stable to me. Sometimes a loud noise is all that it takes to bring one of them down." Silk froze, his eyes rolling apprehensively upward, sweat visibly standing out on his forehead. "Polgara," he whispered in a strangled tone, "make him stop that." "Leave him alone, Dernick," she said calmly. "You know how he feels about caves." "Oh, I just thought he ought to know, Paul," the smith explained. "Things do happen in caves." "Polgara," Silk's voice was agonized. "Please." "I'll go back and see how Erend and Toth are doing with the horses," Dernick said. He looked at the sweating little Drasnian. "Just try not to shout," he advised. As they rounded a corner in the twisting gallery, the passageway opened out into a large cavern with a broad vein of quartz running across its ceiling. At some point, perhaps even miles away, the vein reached the surface and refracted sunlight, shattering it into component elements by the facets of the quartz, spilling it down into the cavern in dancing rainbows that flared and faded as they shifted across the sparkling surface of the small, shallow lake in the center of the cave. At the far end of the lake, a tiny waterfall tinkled endlessly from rock to rock, filling the cavern with music. "Tsenedra, look," Geryon urged.
"What?"
She raised her head.
"Oh, yes,"
she said indifferently.
"Very pretty."
And she went back to her abstracted silence. Geryon gave Aunt Paul a helpless look.
Father,
Polgara said.
I think it is just about lunchtime. This seems like a good place to rest a bit and have a bite to eat.
Paul, we're never going to get there if we stop every mile or two.
Why do you always argue with me, Father? Is it out of some obscure principle?
He glowered at her for a moment, then turned away, muttering to himself. Arand and Toth led the horses down to the shore of the shallow crystal lake to water them. They were a strangely mismatched pair. Arand was a slight young man with blonde, curly hair, wearing a simple brown peasant smock. Toth towered above him like a giant tree, looming over a sapling. Although winter was coming on the kingdoms of the west, the huge mute still wore only sandals, a short kirtle, and a belt at the waist, an unbleached wool blanket drawn over one shoulder. His bare arms and legs were like tree trunks, and his muscles knotted and rippled whenever he moved. His nondescript brown hair was drawn straight back and tied at the nape of his neck with a short length of leather thong. Blind Taradas had told them that this silent giant was to aid them in the search for Zanduramos and Gerion's stolen son. But so far Toth seemed content merely to follow them impassively, giving no hint that he even cared where they were going.
"Would you like to help me, Senedra?"
Polgara asked pleasantly, unbuckling the straps on one of the packs. Senedra, numb-faced and inattentive, walked slowly across the smooth stone floor of the cavern to stand mutely beside the pack-horses.
"We will need bread,"
Polgara said, rummaging through the pack as if unaware of the young woman's obvious abstraction. She took out several long dark brown loaves of peasant bread and piled them like sticks of firewood in the little queen's arms.
"And cheese, of course."
She lifted out a wax-covered ball of Sundarian cheddar. She pursed her lips.
Perhaps a bit of the ham as well, wouldn't you say?" "I suppose so,"
Senedra replied in an expressionless tone.
"Gerion,"
Polgara went on,
"would you lay this cloth on that flat rock over there?" She looked back at Senedra. "I hate to eat off an uncovered table, don't you?"
Senedra replied. The two of them carried the loaves of bread, the wax-coated cheese, and the ham to the improvised table. Polgara snapped her fingers and shook her head.
"I forgot that knife. Would you get it for me?"
Senedra nodded and started back toward the pack-horses.
"What's wrong with her, Aunt Paul?" "It is a form of melancholia, dear." "Is it dangerous to her?" "It is, if it goes on for too long." "Well, can you do anything? I mean, could you give her some kind of medicine or something?" "I would rather not do that unless I have to, Gerion. Sometimes the medicines just mask the symptoms and other problems start to crop up. Most of the time it is best to let these things run their natural course." "Aunt Paul, I can't stand to see her like this." "You are going to have to endure it for a while, Gerion. Just behave as if you were not aware of the way she is acting. She's not quite ready to come out of it yet." She turned with a warm smile. "Ah, there it is," she said, taking the knife from Senedra. "Thank you, dear." They all gathered around Polgara's makeshift table for their simple lunch. As he ate, Dernick, the smith, gazed thoughtfully at the small crystal lake.
"I wonder if there could be any fish in there."
"No, dear."
"Well, it is possible, Paul. If the lake is fed by streams from the surface, the fish could have been washed down here when they were minnows and—"
"No, Dernick."
He sighed. After lunch, they re-entered the endless, twisting galleries, once again following Belgarath's flickering torch. The hours limped by as they trudged mile after mile with the darkness pressing palpably in around them.
"How much farther do we have to go, Grandfather?"
Gerion asked, falling in beside the old man.
It's hard to say exactly. Distances can be deceptive here in these caves."
"Have you got any idea at all about why we had to come here? I mean, is there anything in the Marin Codex, or maybe the Doreen, that talks about something that's supposed to happen here in Ulgo?"
"Not that I remember, no."
"You don't suppose we might have misunderstood, do you?"
"Our friend was pretty specific, Gerion. He said that we have to stop at Prolgu on our way south, because something has to happen, and is going to happen, here.
But can't it happen without us?
Geryon demanded.
We're just floundering around here in these caves, and all the while Xandramas is getting farther and farther ahead of us with my son. What's that? Erend asked suddenly, from somewhere behind them. I thought I heard something. They stopped to listen. The guttering sound of Belgoroth's torch suddenly sounded very loud, as Geryon strained his ears, trying to reach out into the darkness to capture any wayward sound. The slow drip of water echoed its soft tapping from somewhere in the dark, and the faint sigh of air coming down through the cracks and crevices in the rock provided a mournful accompaniment. Then, very faintly, Geryon heard the sound of singing, of choral voices raised in the peculiarly discordant but deeply reverent hymn to Ul that had echoed and re-echoed through these dim caverns for over 5 millennia.
Ah, the Ulgos, Belgoroth said with satisfaction. We are almost to Prolgu. Now maybe we will find out what it is that's supposed to happen here.
They went perhaps another mile along the passageway, which rather suddenly became steeper, taking them deeper and deeper into the earth.
Yak,
a voice from somewhere ahead barked sharply.
Tacharek. Belgoroth, Eonhach,
the old sorcerer replied calmly in response to the challenge.
Belgoroth?
The voice sounded startled.
Zazek Kalek Belgoroth? Markeg Gorim, Leun Zazek. Vedmo, Marishum Ulko.
Belgoroth extinguished his torch as the Ulgo sentry approached with a phosphorescently glowing wooden bowl held aloft.
Yodhol, Belgoroth, Grosha Ul.
Yodho, the old man answered the ritual greeting.
Groja Ul.
The short, broad-shouldered Ulgo bowed briefly, then turned and led them on down the gloomy passageway. The greenish, unwavering glow from the wooden bowl he carried spread its eerie light in the dim gallery, painting all of their faces a ghostly pallor. After another mile or so, the gallery opened out into one of those vast caverns where the pale glow of that strange, cold light the Ulgos contrived winked at them from 100 openings, high up in the stone wall. They carefully moved along a narrow ledge to the foot of a stone stairway that had been chipped from the rock. Their guide spoke briefly to Belgoroth.
We will have to leave the horses here, the old man said. Well, I can stay with them, Dernick offered. No, the Ulgos will tend to them. Let's go up.
He started up the steep flight of stairs. They climbed in silence, the sound of their footsteps echoing back hollowly from the far side of the cavern. Please don't lean out over the edge like that, Erend, Polgra said when they were about halfway up. I just wanted to see how far down it goes. Did you know that there's water down there? That is one of the reasons I would rather you stayed away from the edge. He flashed her a sudden smile, and went on up. At the top of the stairs they skirted the edge of the dim subterranean abyss for several 100 yards, then entered one of the galleries where the Ulgos lived and worked in small cubicles carved from the rock. Beyond that gallery lay the Gorum's half-lit cavern, with its lake and its island and the peculiarly pyramid-shaped house surrounded by solemn white pillars. At the far end of the marble causeway which crossed the lake, the Gorim of Ulgo, dressed as always in his white robe, stood peering across the water.
Belgoroth,
he called in a quavering voice.
Is that you?
Yes, it is me, Holy One, the old man replied.
You might have guessed that I'd turn up again.
Welcome, old friend. Belgoroth started toward the causeway, but Sinedra darted past him with her coppery curls flying and ran toward the Gorum with her arms outstretched.
Sinedra,
he said, blinking as she threw her arms about his neck.
Oh, Holy Gorum,
she sobbed, burying her face in his shoulder.
"Someone has taken my baby."
"They have done what?" Geryon had started almost involuntarily to cross the causeway to Zenedra's side, but Polgra put her hand on his arm to stop him.
"Not just yet, dear," she murmured. "But this may be what she needs, Geryon." "But Aunt Paul, she's crying." "Yes, dear. That's what I've been waiting for. We have to let her grief run its course before she can begin to come out of it." The Gorum held the sobbing little queen in his arms, murmuring to her in a soft, comforting tone. After the first storm of her weeping had subsided, he raised his lined old face. "When did all of this happen?" "Last summer," Belgarath told him. "It is a fairly involved story." "Come inside, then, all of you. My servants will prepare food and drink for you, and we can talk while you eat." They filed into the pyramid-shaped house standing on the Gorum's island, and entered the large central room with its stone benches and table, its glowing crystal lamps hanging on chains from the ceiling, and its peculiar inward-sloping walls. The Gorum spoke briefly with one of his silent servants, then turned with his arm still about Zenedra's shoulders. "Sit, my friends," he said to them. As they sat at the stone table, one of the Gorum's servants entered, carrying a tray of polished crystal goblets and a couple of flagons of the fiery Ulgo drink. "Now," the saintly old man said, "what has happened?" Belgarath filled himself one of the goblets and then quickly sketched in the events of the past several months, telling the Gorum of the murder of Brand, of the attempt to sow dissension in the Elorn ranks, and of the campaign against the cult stronghold at Jarviksholm. "And then," he went on as the Gorum's servants brought in trays of raw fruit and vegetables and a smoking roast hot from the spit. "Right about at the same time we captured Jarviksholm, someone crept into the nursery in the citadel of Riva, and took Prince Garin out of his cradle. When we got back to the isle, we discovered that the orb will follow the baby's trail, as long as it stays on dry land, anyway. It led us to the west side of the island, and we encountered some Kerik Bear cultists the abductor had left behind. When we questioned them, they told us that the new cult leader, Ulfgar, had ordered the abduction." "But what they told you was not true?" the Gorum asked shrewdly. "Not by half," Sulk replied. "Of course, the problem there was that they did not know they were lying," Belgarath continued. "They had been very carefully prepared, and the story we got from them sounded quite plausible, particularly in view of the fact that we were already at war with the cult. Anyway, we mounted a campaign against the last cult stronghold at Rayhun in northeastern Drasnia. After we took the town and captured Ulfgar, the truth started to come out. Ulfgar turned out to be a Malloreon Grolem named Harakan, and he had absolutely nothing to do with the abduction. The real culprit was this mysterious Zandramas I told you about several years ago. I am not yet sure what part the Sardian plays in all of this, but for some reason, Zandramas wants to take the baby to the place mentioned in the Miren Codex, the place which is no more. Irvan desperately wants to prevent that, so he sent his henchmen here to the west to kill the baby, to keep that from happening." "Have you any idea at all about where to begin your search?" Belgarath shrugged. "A couple of clues, that's all. We were fairly sure that Zandramas left the Isle of the Winds aboard an Isen ship, so that is where we are going to start. The Codex says that I am supposed to find the path to the Sardian in the Mysteries. I am fairly certain that when we find the Sardian, Zandramas and the baby will not be far away. Maybe I can get some hints in those prophecies, if I can ever find any uncorrupted copies." "It also appears that the seers of Kel are directly involving themselves," Polgara added. "The seers?"
The Gorham's voice was startled. "They've never done that before."
"I know," she replied. "One of them, a girl named Saradis, appeared at Rehon, and gave us some additional information and certain instructions."
"Oh, that is very unlike them." "I think that things are moving toward the ultimate climax, Holy One. We were all concentrating so much on the meeting between Geryon and Torak that we lost sight of the fact that the real meetings are the ones between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark. Zaratus told us that this is going to be the last meeting, and that this time everything is going to be decided once and for all. I rather suspect that the reason that the seers are finally coming out into the open is the finality of this." The Gorham frowned. "I would not have ever thought to see them concern themselves with the affairs of other men."
"Just who are these seers, Holy Gorham?"
Sinedra asked in a subdued voice. "They are our cousins, child." Her look betrayed her bafflement. "After the gods made the races of man, there came the time of the choosing. There were 7 races of man, even as there are 7 gods. Aldur chose to go his way alone, however, and that meant that one of the races of man remained unchosen and godless."
"Yes, I have heard that part of the story."
"We were all of the same people," the Gorham continued. "Us, the Morindum, the Korans in the north of Malloreon, the Melseens far to the east, and the Dals. We were closest to the Dals. But when we went forth in search of the god Ul, they had already turned their eyes to the skies in their attempt to read the stars. We urged them to come with us, but they would not."
"And you have lost all contact with them?"
"On occasion, some few of their seers have come to us, usually on some quest of which they would not speak. The seers are very wise, for the vision which comes to them gives them knowledge of the past, the present, and the future, and more importantly, the meaning of it."
"Are they all women, then?"
"No, there are men as well. When the sight comes to them, they always bind their eyes to exclude all common light, so that this other light can be seen more clearly. Inevitably, when a seer appears, there also appears a mute to guide and protect them. They are always paired forever."
"Why are the Grolams so afraid of them?" Silk asked suddenly. "I have been in Malloreon a few times, and I have seen Malloreon Grolams go all to pieces at just the mention of Kel."
"I suspect that the Dals have taken steps to keep the Grolams away from Kel. It is the very center of their learning, and the Grolams are intolerant of non-Engarak things."
"What is the purpose of these seers, Holy One?"
Geryon asked. "It's not only the seers, Belgarian," the Gorham replied. "The Dals are involved in all branches of arcane knowledge. Necromancy, wizardry, magic, witchcraft, all of these and more. No one, except the Dals themselves, seems to know exactly what their purpose might be. Whatever it is, though, they are entirely committed to it, both the ones in Malloreon and those here in the West."
"In the West?" Silk blinked. "I didn't know that there were any Dals here."
The Gorham nodded. "They were divided by the Sea of the East when Torak used the orb to crack the world. The Western Dals were enslaved by the Murgos during the 3rd millennium. But wherever they live, east or west, they have labored for aeons at some task. Whatever that task may be, they are convinced that the fate of all creation depends upon it."
"And does it?" Geryon wanted to know.
"We don't know, Belgarian. We don't know what the task is, so we can't even guess at its significance. We do know that they follow neither of the prophecies which dominate the universe. They believe that their task was laid upon them by some higher destiny. And that's the thing that concerns me, Belgarath said. Tarathis is manipulating us with these cryptic little announcement of hers, and for all I know, she is manipulating Xandramos as well. I don't like being led around by the nose, particularly by someone whose motives I do not understand. She complicates this whole business, and I do not like complications. I like nice, simple situations, and nice, easy solutions. Good and evil, Dernek suggested. That is a difficult one, Dernek. I prefer them and us. It clears away all of the excess baggage and allows you to get right down to cases. Geryon slept restlessly that night, and he rose early with his head feeling as if it were stuffed with sand. He sat for a time on one of the stone benches in the central room of the Gorham's house. Then, caught in a kind of moody restlessness, he went outside to look across the quiet lake surrounding the island. The faint light from the globes hanging on their chains from the ceiling of the cavern cast a dim glow on the surface of the lake, and the glow filled the cave with a pale luminosity that seemed more like a light seen in a dream than in any kind of illumination to be found in the real world. As he stood lost in thought at the water's edge, a movement on the far shore caught his eye. They came singly and in groups of 2 or 3, pale young women with the large dark eyes and colorless hair of the Ulgos. They all wore modest white gowns, and they gathered shyly on the shore on the far side of the marble causeway, waiting in the dim light. Geryon looked across the lake at them, then raised his voice to call, "Was there something you wanted?" They whispered together for a moment, then pushed one of their number forward to speak for them.
We wanted to see the Princess Tenedra,"
she blurted bashfully. Her face dyed with a rosy blush.
"If she's not too busy, that is."
Her speech seemed halting, as if she were talking in a language not wholly familiar to her.
"I'll go see if she's awake,"
Geryon offered.
"Thank you, sir,"
she replied, shrinking back into the protection of her group of friends. Geryon went back inside and found Tenedra sitting up in bed. Her face had none of that numb indifference that had marked it for the past several weeks, and her eyes seemed alert.
"Well, you're up early."
"I had a little trouble sleeping. Are you all right?"
"I was just—" he broke off with a shrug.
"There are some young Ulgo women outside. They want to see you." She frowned.
"Who could they possibly be?"
"They seem to know you. They said that they wanted to see the Princess Tenedra."
"Of course,"
she exclaimed, springing from the bed.
"I had almost forgotten them."
She quickly pulled on a teal-green dressing gown and dashed from the room. Curiously, Geryon started to follow her, but stopped in the central hall of the house when he saw Polgara, Dernek, and the Gorham sitting quietly at the stone table. "What was that all about?" Polgara asked, looking after the scurrying little queen. "There are some Ulgo women outside," Geryon replied. "They seem to be friends of hers."
"She was very popular during her visit here," the Gorham said. "Ulgo girls are very shy, but Tenedra befriended them all. They adored her." "Excuse me, your worship," Dernek said, "but is Relg anywhere about? I thought I might look in on him, as long as we're here." "Relg and Taiba have taken their children and moved to Maragor," the Gorham replied.
"Maragor?"
Geryon blinked.
"What about the ghosts there?"
"They are under the protection of the god Mara," the Gorham told him. There seems to be some kind of understanding between Mara and Ul. I'm not sure I entirely understand it, but Mara insists that Taiba's children are Marags, and he has vowed to watch over them in Meragor.
Geryon frowned.
But isn't their firstborn son going to be Gorm someday?
The old man nodded. Yes, his eyes are still as blue as sapphires. I was concerned myself at first, Belgarian, but I am certain that Ul will return Relg's son to the caves of Ulko at the proper time.
How is Senedra this morning, Geryon? She seems to be almost back to normal, Aunt Paul. Does that mean she's all right? It is a good sign, dear. But it might be a little early, to be sure. Why don't you keep an eye on her? All right. Just try not to be obvious. This is a rather critical time, and we don't want her getting the idea that we are spying on her. I'll be careful, Aunt Paul. He went outside and began walking around the small island as if he were only stretching his legs. He cast frequent glances at the group on the far shore. The pale, white-gowned Ulgo women were clustered around Senedra. Her green robe and her flaming red hair stood out in sharp contrast in the midst of the group. A sudden image came into Geryon's mind. With her vibrant coloring, Senedra looked very much like a single crimson rose growing in the midst of a bed of white lilies. After about a half an hour, Polgara came out of the house. Geryon, have you seen Errand this morning? No, Aunt Paul. He's not in his room. She frowned slightly. What is that boy thinking of? Go see if you can find him. Yes, ma'am, he replied automatically. As he started across the causeway, he smiled to himself. In spite of all that had happened, he and Aunt Paul always returned to the same relationship they had shared when he was a boy. He was fairly certain that most of the time she did not even remember that he was a king, and so she often sent him on menial errands with no real awareness that they might be beneath his dignity. Moreover, he found that he did not really mind. To fall back into the pattern of immediately obeying her peremptory commands relieved him of the necessity of making difficult decisions, and it took him back to those days when he was just a simple farm boy with none of the cares and responsibilities that had come to him with the crown of Riva. Senedra and her friends were seated on rocks not far from the dim lake shore. Their conversation was subdued, and Senedra's face was somber again. "Are you all right?" he asked, as he approached them.
Yes,
she replied.
we were just talking, that's all.
He looked at her, but decided not to say anything more. "Have you seen Errand?"
No. Is he not in the house?
He shook his head. "I think he's gone exploring. Aunt Paul asked me to find him." One of the young Ulgo women whispered something to Senedra.
Taba says that she saw him in the main gallery when she was coming here. It was about an hour ago.
"And which way is that?"
Over there.
She pointed toward an opening leading back into the rock. He nodded. "Are you warm enough?"
I am fine, Geryon.
"I'll be back in a bit, then," he said, and walked toward the gallery she had pointed out. It made him feel uncomfortable to be forced to step around her this way, but the possibility that a chance remark might push her back into that bleak depression made him wary and half afraid to speak at all. A purely physical ailment was one thing, but an illness of the mind was something horrifying. The gallery he entered, like all of the caves and passageways in which the Ulgos lived out their lives, was faintly illuminated by the dim glow of phosphorescent rock. The cubicles on either side of the gallery were scrupulously neat, and he saw entire families gathered about stone tables for their morning meal, apparently oblivious to the fact that the fronts of their quarters were open to scrutiny by anyone who chanced to pass their way. Since few of the Ulgos could speak his language, it was impossible for Geryon to ask anyone if Errand had passed, and he soon found that he was wandering more or less aimlessly hoping that he might chance across his friend. At the far end of the gallery, he emerged into the vast cavern where that flight of chiseled stairs led downward toward the dim reaches below. He considered the possibility that Errand might have gone down to visit his horse, but something seemed to tell him that he should turn instead to follow the broad ledge circling the edge of the chasm. He had gone no more than a few hundred yards, when he heard the sound of voices issuing from the mouth of a dark passageway, angling back into the rock face. The shifting echoes made it impossible to distinguish individual words, but it seemed to Geryon that one of the voices was Errand's. He entered the passageway, following the sound alone. At first, there was no light in this unusual gallery, and he put his hand to the rough rock wall to grope his way along. But as he rounded a corner, he saw a light coming from somewhere ahead, a peculiar kind of steady white radiance, quite unlike the faint greenish glow of phosphorescence that normally illuminated this dark world of the caves. And then the corridor he was following bent sharply to the left, and he rounded that corner to see Errand talking with a tall, white-robed figure. Geryon's eyes widened. The light he had seen was emanating from the figure, and he felt the awesome presence of a transcendent being. The glowing figure did not turn, but spoke in a calm, quiet voice.
"Join us, Belgerion,
and welcome." Geryon found that he was actually trembling as he wordlessly obeyed. Then the figure in white turned, and he found himself looking directly into the timeless face of Ul himself.
"I have been instructing young Eriond here, in the task which lies before him,"
the father of the gods said. "Eriond?"
"It is his true name, Belgerion. It is time for him to put aside the childish name of his boyhood, and to assume his true one, even as thou wert concealed beneath thy simple Geryon. So hath he lain hidden under that Errand. There is wisdom in this, for the true name of a man, with a great task lying before him, can oft times bring danger, when its owner hath not yet come into his inheritance."
"It's a good name, don't you think, Belgerion?"
Eriond said proudly. "It's an excellent name, Eriond." The orb standing on the pommel of the great sword sheathed across Geryon's back glowed its blue response to the incandescently white radiance of Ul, and the god nodded his acknowledgment of the stone.
"Tasks have been set for each of you,"
Ul continued,
"and for the companions who accompany you. All these tasks must be completed ere the meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark may come again."
"Please, Holy Ul, can you tell me, is my son all right?" asked Geryon.
"He is well, Belgerion. The one who holds him will see to his needs. For the moment, he is in no danger."
"Thank you," Geryon said gratefully. Then he squared his shoulders. "And what is my task?"
"Thy task hath already been revealed to thee by the seeress of Kel, Belgerion. Thou must bar the path of Xandromos to the Sardian, for should the Child of Dark reach that dread stone with thy son, the dark shall prevail in this final meeting." Geryon steeled himself and then blurted his next question, afraid of what the answer might be. "In the oracles of Ashaba, it says that the dark god will come again. Does that mean that Torak will be reborn, and that I am going to have to fight him again?" "Nay, Belgerion. My son himself will not return. Thy flaming sword reft him of his life, and he is no more. The enemy in this meeting will be more perilous, the spirit which infused Torak, hath found another vessel. Torek was maimed, and imperfect by reason of his pride. The one who shall rise in his stead, shouldst thou fail in thy task, will be invincible, and not thy sword nor all the swords in all this world will be enough to withstand him.
Then it is Xandromos that I have to fight? I've got reason enough, that's certain.
The meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark shall not be a meeting between thee and Xandromos.
But the Codex says that Xandromos is the Child of Dark.
At this present time, yes. Even as at this present time thou art the Child of Light. That burden, however, shall pass from each of you, ere the final meeting can take place. Know this, moreover. The event which began with the birth of thy son must be completed in a certain time. The tasks which lie before thee and thy companions are many, and all must be completed ere the time appointed for this meeting. Shouldst thou or any of thy companions fail in the completion of any task, then shall all our striving for uncounted ages come to naught. The final meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark must be complete, and all of the necessary conditions must be met, for it is in this meeting that all that was divided shall be made one again. The fate of this world, and of all other worlds, lies in thy hands, Belgarian, and the outcome will not depend upon thy sword, but upon a choice which thou must make.
The Father of the Gods looked at the two of them fondly.
Be not afraid, my sons, for though you are different in many ways, you share the same spirit. Aid and sustain each other, and be comforted in the knowledge that I am with you.
Then the glowing figure shimmered and was gone. The caves of Ulgo resounded with an echo like the aftersound of some unimaginably huge bell. Chapter 2. A kind of unthinking serenity had come over Gerion, a calm resolve much akin to that which he had felt when he had faced Torak in the decaying ruins of the City of Endless Night half a world away. As he thought back on that dreadful night, he began to grope his way toward a startling truth. The maimed god had not been striving for a purely physical victory. He had been trying, with all of the dreadful force of his will, to force them to submit to him, and it had been their steadfast refusal to yield, more than Gerion's flaming sword, which had defeated him in the end. Slowly, almost like the onset of dawn, the truth came to Gerion. Although evil might seem invincible, as it stalked the world in darkness, it nonetheless yearned toward the light, and only in the surrender of the light could the darkness prevail. So long as the Child of Light remained firm and unyielding, he was still invincible. As he stood in the dark cave listening to the shimmering aftersound of Ul's departure, Gerion seemed to see directly into the mind of his enemy. Beneath it all, Torak had been afraid, and even now that same fear gnawed at the heart of Xandromos. And then Gerion perceived yet another truth, a truth at once enormously simple, and at the same time so profound that the scope of it shook every fiber of his being. There was no such thing as darkness. What seemed so vast and overwhelming was nothing more than the absence of light. So long as the Child of Light kept that firmly in mind, the Child of Dark could never win. Torak had known this. Xandromos knew it.
And now, at last, Geryon himself understood it, and the knowledge brought with it a surging exultation.
It gets easier once you understand, doesn't it?
The young man they had always called Errand asked quietly.
You knew what I was thinking, didn't you? Yes? Does that bother you? No, I suppose not.
Geryon looked around. The gallery in which they stood suddenly seemed very dark now that Ol was gone. Geryon knew the way back, but the idea, which he had just grasped, seemed to require some kind of affirmation. He turned his head and spoke directly to the orb riding on the pommel of his great sword.
Could you give us a bit of light?
The orb responded by igniting into blue fire, and at the same time filling Geryon's mind with its crystal song. Geryon looked at Eriond.
Shall we go back now? Aunt Paul was sort of worried when she couldn't find you.
As they turned and followed the deserted gallery back along the way they had come, Geryon laid his arm affectionately across his young friend's shoulders. For some reason they seemed very close just now. They emerged from the gallery at the brink of the dim abyss where pale lights dotted the sheer walls, and the murmur of a waterfall far below came whispering up to them. Geryon suddenly remembered something that had happened the day before.
What is it about you and water that concerns Aunt Paul so much?
Eriond laughed.
Oh, when I was little, just after we moved into Paletra's cottage in the Vale, I used to fall into the river fairly often.
Geryon grinned.
Seems like a perfectly natural thing to me. It hasn't happened for a long time now, but I think that Polgara feels that maybe I'm saving it up for a special occasion of some sort.
Geryon laughed, and they entered the cubicle-lined corridor that led toward the Gorham's cavern. The Olgos who lived and worked there threw startled glances in their direction as they passed.
Belgarian?
Eriond said.
The orb is still glowing.
Oh, Geryon replied.
I'd forgotten about that.
He looked back over his shoulder at the cheerfully burning stone.
It's all right now. You can stop.
The orb's final flicker seemed faintly disappointed. The others were gathered at breakfast in the central room of the Gorham's house. Polgara looked up as the two of them entered.
Where have you...
she began, then stopped as she looked into Eriond's eyes more closely.
Something has happened, hasn't it?
She asked instead. Eriond nodded.
Yes. Ol wanted to talk with us. There were some things we needed to know.
Belgarath pushed aside his plate, his face becoming intent. I think you had better tell us about this. Take your time. Don't skip over anything.
Geryon crossed to the table and sat down beside Tinedra.
He described the meeting with the Father of the Gods carefully, trying as best he could to repeat Ol's exact words.
And then he said that Eriond and I shared the same spirit, and that we were supposed to aid and sustain each other.
Was that all that he said?
Pretty much, yes. Except that he told us he was with us.
He didn't say anything more specific about this certain time when everything has to be completed? The old man demanded with a slightly worried expression. Geryon shook his head.
No. I'm sorry, grandfather. I'm afraid not.
Belgarath's expression suddenly became exasperated. I hate working to a schedule that I haven't seen, he muttered. Can't tell if I'm ahead or behind. Tinedra had been clinging to Geryon, her face filled with both concern and relief.
Are you really sure he said that the baby is all right?
He said that he is well, Eriond assured her. He told us that the one who holds him will see to his needs, and that for the moment he's in no danger.
For the moment?
Tinedra exclaimed.
What is that supposed to mean?
He didn't get any more specific, Tinedra,
Geryon said.
Why didn't you ask Ol where he is?
Because I am sure he would not have told me. Finding Garin and Xandramas is my job, and I don't think they're going to let me evade it by getting somebody else to do it for me.
They? Who are they?
The prophecies. Both of them. They're playing a game, and we all have to follow the rules, even if we don't know what they are.
That is nonsense.
Go tell them. It wasn't my idea. Aunt Paul was looking oddly at Eriond. "Have you known?" she asked him.
About your name, I mean.
I knew I had another name. When you called me Erend, it didn't seem quite right for some reason. Do you mind very much, Bulgara?" She rose with a smile, came around the table and embraced him warmly. "No, Eriond, I don't mind at all."
"Just what exactly is the task that Ull has set for you?"
"He said that I'd recognize it when I came to it."
"Is that all he said about it?"
"He said that it was very important, and that it was going to change me." Belgarath shook his head.
"Why does everything always have to be in riddles?"
"It's another one of those rules Geryon mentioned," Silk added, refilling his goblet from one of the flagons.
"Well, what next, old man?"
Belgarath thought about it, tugging at an earlobe and looking up at one of the faintly glowing lamps.
"I think it is fairly safe to say that this meeting was the thing that was supposed to happen here at Prolgo. So I expect it is time for us to move along. It might not hurt for us to get where we are going a little early. I am positive that it's going to be a disaster if we get there late."
He rose from his seat and put his hand on the Gorham's frail shoulder.
"I will try to get word to you from time to time. Could you ask some of your people to lead us through the caves to Arindia? I want to get out into the open as soon as possible."
"Of course, my old friend," the Gorham replied. "And may Ull guide your steps."
"Oh, I hope somebody does," Silk murmured.
Belgarath gave him a hard look.
"Oh, it's all right, Belgarath,"
Silk said expansively. "The fact that you get lost all the time does not diminish our respect for you in the slightest. I am sure it is just a bad habit that you have picked up somewhere, probably because your mind was on weightier matters."
Belgarath looked at Geryon. "Did we really have to bring him along?"
"Yes, grandfather, we really did." It was shortly after sunrise, 2 days later, when they reached the irregularly shaped cave mouth that opened out into the birch forest. The white trees lifted their bare limbs toward an intensely blue sky, and fallen leaves covered the ground with a carpet of gold. The Ulgos who had guided them through the caves winced visibly and drew back from the sunlight. They murmured a few words to Belgarath. He thanked them, and they retreated back into the protective darkness. "You have absolutely no idea how much better I feel now," Silk said with relief, as he emerged from the cave and looked around at the frosty morning sunlight. Here and there, back among the trees, were patches of frozen snow, crusty and sparkling in the slanting rays of the morning sun. Somewhere, off to the left, they could hear the rush and babble of a mountain brook tumbling over stones.
"Have you any notion of exactly where we are?"
Dernick asked Belgarath as they rode out into the birch trees. The old man squinted back over his shoulder, gauging the angle of the new risen sun.
"My guess is that we are in the foothills above central Arindia."
"South of the lower end of the Arendish forest?" Silk asked.
It's hard to say for sure."
The little Drasnian looked around. "I had better take a look," he said. He pointed at a hill rising out of the forest. "I might be able to see something from up there." "And I think some breakfast might be in order," Bulgara said. "Let's find a clear spot and build a fire." "Oh, I won't be too long," Silk said, turning his horse and riding off through the white trunks of the birches. The rest of them rode on down the slope,
the hooves of their horses rustling the deep-piled carpet of golden leaves. Several 100 yards into the forest, they reached a clearing on the banks of the brook that they had heard when they had emerged from the cave. Polgara drew in her horse. This should do, she decided. Geryon, why don't you and Ariond gather some firewood? I think some bacon and toasted bread might be nice. Yes, Aunt Paul, he said automatically, swinging down from his saddle. Ariond joined them, and the two of them went back in among the white trees in search of fallen limbs. It's pleasant being back out in the sunlight again, Ariond said, as he pulled a large branch out from under a fallen tree. The caves are nice enough, I suppose, but I like to be able to look at the sky. Geryon felt very close to this open-faced young man. The experience they had shared in the cave had brought them even closer together, and had focused an idea that had hovered on the edge of Geryon's awareness for several years now. The fact that both he and Ariond had been raised by Aunt Paul and Dernick had made them in many respects very much like brothers. He considered that as he bundled several large limbs together with a length of rope. He realized at the same time that he knew very little about Ariond, and what might have happened to him before they had found him at Rachthal. Ariond, he said curiously, can you remember anything at all about where you lived before Zadar found you? The young man looked up toward the sky, his eyes lost in thought. It was in a city of some kind, I think. I seem to remember streets and shops. Do you remember your mother at all? I don't think so. I don't remember living in any place for very long, or staying with the same people. It seems I just used to go to a door, and people would take me inside and give me something to eat and a place to sleep. Geryon felt a sudden sharp pang of sympathy. Ariond was as much, or even more, an orphan as he was himself. Do you remember the day when Zadar found you? Ariond nodded. Yes, quite clearly. It was cloudy, and there weren't any shadows, so I couldn't tell exactly what time of day it was. I met him in a very narrow street, an alley of some kind. I think, anyway. I remember that his eyes had a sort of injured look in them, as if something terrible had happened to him. Poor Zadar. Did he ever talk to you? Not very often. About all he ever said was that he had an errand for me. He used to talk in his sleep once in a while, though. I remember that he used to say, Master. Sometimes when he said it, his voice would be full of love. Other times it was full of fear. It was almost as if he had two entirely different masters. He did. At first he was one of the disciples of Aldur. Then, later, his master was Torak. Why do you suppose he did that, Belgarian? Changed masters, I mean. I don't know, Ariond. I really don't know. Dernick had built a small fire in the center of the clearing, and Polgara, humming softly to herself, was setting out her pots and pans beside it. As Geryon and Ariond began breaking the branches they had gathered into manageable lengths, Silk rode back down the hill to rejoin them. You can see quite a way from up there, he reported, as he swung down from the saddle. We're about 10 leagues above the high road from Murgos. Could you see the river Malloreon? Belgarath asked him. Silk shook his head. Not the river itself, but there's a fairly good-sized valley off to the south. I'd imagine that it runs through there. It was fairly close, then. How's the terrain look between here and the high road? We have got some rough going ahead of us, Silk told him. It is steep, and the woods look pretty dense. We'll have to make the best time that we can. Once we get to the high road, I think we'll be all right. Silk made a sour face. There's another problem, though. There's a storm coming in from the west. Dernick lifted his face to sniff at the frosty air and nodded. Snow, he confirmed.
Eddings smell it coming."
Silk gave him a disgusted look. "You had to say it, didn't you, Dernick?" he said almost accusingly. Dernick's look was slightly puzzled. "Didn't you know that talking about unpleasant things makes them happen?"
"Oh, Silk, that's pure nonsense,"
the little man sniffed. "I know, but it is true all the same." The breakfast of bread, dried fruit, and bacon Aunt Paul prepared for them was simple, but there was more than enough to satisfy them all. When they had finished, they repacked, quenched their fire with water from the icy brook, and rode on down the steep slope following the course of the tumbling stream through the white-trunked birch forest. Dernick fell in beside the mute Toth as they rode.
"Tell me, Toth,"
he said tentatively, eyeing the frothy white water pitching down over the mossy green boulders.
"Have you ever done any fishing?"
The huge man smiled shyly.
"Well, then, I've got lines and hooks in one of my packs. Maybe if we get the chance—"
Dernick left it hanging. Toth's smile broadened into a grin. Silk stood up in his stirrups and peered on ahead. "That storm isn't much more than a half-hour away," he told them.
Belgarath grunted. "I doubt that we'll make very good time once it hits."
"I hate snow," Silk shivered glumly.
"It's a peculiar trait in a Drasnian."
"Why do you think I left Drasnia in the first place?" The heavy bank of cloud loomed in front of them as they continued on down the hill. The morning sunlight paled and then disappeared as the leading edge of the storm raced high overhead to blot out the crisp blue of the autumn sky. "Here it comes," Arion said cheerfully, as the first few flakes began to dance and swirl in the stiff breeze moving up the ridge toward them. Silk gave the young man a sour look, crammed his battered hat down lower over his ears, and pulled his shabby cloak tighter about him. He looked at Belgarath. "I don't suppose that you would consider doing something about this?" he asked pointedly.
"It wouldn't be a good idea."
"Sometimes you're a terrible disappointment to me, Belgarath," Silk said, drawing himself even more deeply into his cloak. It began to snow harder, and the trees about them became hazy and indistinct in the shifting curtain of white that came seething up through the forest. A mile or so farther down the hill, they left the birch trees and entered a dark green forest of towering firs. The thick evergreens broke the force of the wind, and the snow sifted lazily down through the boughs, lightly dusting the needle-strewn floor of the forest. Belgarath shook the snow out of the folds of his cloak and looked around, choosing another route. "Lost again?"
"Not really, no."
The old man looked at Dernick.
"How far down this hill do you think we are going to have to go to get below this?"
Dernick scratched at his chin.
"Well, it's sort of hard to say,"
he replied. He turned to the mute at his side.
"What do you think, Toth?"
The giant lifted his head and sniffed at the air, then made a series of obscure gestures with one hand.
You're probably right,"
Dernick agreed. He turned back to Belgarath.
"If the slope stays this steep, we ought to be able to get below the snow line sometime this afternoon, if we keep moving." "Well, I guess we had better move along, then,"
Belgarath said, and led the way on down the hill at a jolting trot. It continued to snow. The light dusting on the ground beneath the firs became a covering, and the dimness that had hovered among the dark tree trunks faded as the white snow brought its peculiar sourceless light. They stopped about noon and took a quick lunch of bread and cheese, then continued to descend through the forest toward Orindia. By mid-afternoon, as Dernick and Toth had predicted, the snow was mixed with a chill rain. Soon, the few large wet flakes were gone, and they rode through a steady drizzle that wreathed down among the trees. Late in the afternoon, the wind picked up, and the rain driven before it was cold and unpleasant. Dernick looked around.
"I think it's about time for us to find a place to stop for the night," he said. "We'll need shelter from this wind, and Finding dry firewood might be a bit of a problem. The huge toff, whose feet were very nearly dragging on the ground on either side of his horse, looked around and then pointed toward a dense thicket of sapling evergreens standing at the far edge of the broad clearing they had just entered. Once again he began to move his hands in those peculiar gestures. Dernick watched him intently for a few moments, then nodded, and the two of them rode on across to the thicket, dismounted, and then went to work. The campsite they constructed was well back among the slender tree trunks of the thicket, where the force of the wind was broken, and the dense branches shed the rain like a thatched roof. The two of them bent a half-circle of the tall saplings over and tied their tips to the trunks of other trees to form a dome-like framework of considerable size. Then they covered the frame with tent canvas and tied it in place securely. The resulting structure was a round-topped, open-fronted pavilion, perhaps as big as a fair-sized room. At the front, they dug in a fire pit and lined it with rocks. The rain had soaked down through the forest, and collecting dry firewood was difficult, but Geryon drew upon the experience he had gained during the quest for the orb to seek out those sheltered hollows under fallen trees, the spots on the leeward sides of large tree trunks, and the brush-choked areas under overhanging rocks where dry twigs and branches could be found. By evening, he and Arion had piled up a considerable supply of wood not far from the fire pit where Polgara and Tenedra were preparing supper. There was a small spring several hundred yards on down the slope, and Geryon slipped and slid downhill with 2 leather water bags slung over his shoulders. The light was fading rapidly under the dark, wind-swept evergreens, and the ruddy glow of their campfire beckoned cheerfully as he started back up through the trees, with the full water bags hanging pendulously down against his thighs. Polgara had hung her damp cloak on a tree limb and was humming softly to herself as she and Tenedra worked over the fire.
"Why, thank you, Your Majesty,"
Tenedra said as Geryon handed her the water bags. Her little smile was somehow wistful, as if she were making a conscious effort to be light-hearted.
"It's my pleasure, Your Majesty,"
he replied with a florid bow.
"A good scullion can always find water when the cook's helper needs it."
She smiled briefly, kissed his cheek, and then sighed, and went back to dicing vegetables for the stew that Polgara was stirring. After they had eaten, they all sat drowsily before the fire, listening to the sound of the wind in the tree-tops and the seething hiss of the rain in the forest about them.
"How far did we come today?"
Tenedra asked in a voice near sleep, as she leaned wearily against Geryon's shoulder. 7 or 8 leagues, I'd guess," Dernick replied. "It's slow going, when you don't have a road to follow."
"We will make better time once we hit a high road from Murgos to the Great Fair," Silk added. His eyes brightened at that thought, and his long pointed nose started to twitch.
"Never mind," Belgarath told him.
"Well, we will need supplies, Belgarath," Silk said, his eyes still bright.
"I think we will let Dernick take care of that. People who do business with you always seem to develop their sense of outrage once they have had time to think things through."
"Oh, but Belgarath, I thought you said that you were in a hurry."
"I don't quite get the connection."
"Oh, people always travel faster when somebody's chasing them. Or hadn't you noticed that?"
Belgarath gave him a long, hard look. "Just let it drop, Silk. Why don't we all get some sleep?" he suggested to the rest of them. "We have got a long day tomorrow." It was well after midnight when Geryon suddenly started into wakefulness. He lay rolled up in his blankets beside Tenedra, listening to her regular breathing and the soft patter of the rain on the tree limbs. The wind had died, and the fire at the front of their snug shelter had burned down to a few ruddy coals. He shook the last remnants of sleep from his mind, trying to remember what it was that had awakened him. "Don't make any noise," Belgarath said softly from the far side of the shelter.
"Did something wake you too, Grandfather?"
"I want you to get out of your blankets very slowly," the old man said in a voice so quiet that it scarcely reached Geryon's ears. "And get your hands on your sword."
"What is it, Grandfather?"
"Listen," Belgarath said.
From high overhead in the rainy darkness, there came the ponderous flap of vast wings, and a sudden flare of sooty red light. The wings flapped again, and then the sound was gone.
"Move, Geryon," Belgarath said urgently. "Get your sword. Put something over the orb so that she can't see the glow from it."
Geryon untangled his legs from his blankets and groped in the darkness for Iron Grip's sword. Again there was the vast flapping sound overhead, and then a strange hissing cry, accompanied by another flare of that sooty red light.
"What's that?"
Tinedra cried out.
"Be still, girl,"
Belgarath snapped. They lay tensely in the darkness as the flapping sound faded off into the rain-swept night.
"What is out there, Belgarath?"
Silk asked tensely.
"She is a very large beast,"
the old man replied quietly.
"Her eyes aren't very good, and she is as stupid as a stump. But she's very dangerous. She is hunting. Possibly she smells the horses. Or us." "How do you know it's she?" Dernick asked. "Because there is only one of them left in the world. She does not come out of her cave very often, but over the centuries enough people have caught glimpses of her to give rise to all of those legends."
"I'm starting to get a very uneasy feeling about this," Silk murmured.
"She doesn't really look that much like the dragons in all of those drawings," Belgarath continued. "But she is big, and she does fly." "Oh, come now, Belgarath," Dernick scoffed. "There's no such thing as a dragon." "I'm glad to hear it. Now, why don't you go out and explain that to her?"
"Is she the same creature we heard that night in the mountains above Meragor?"
"Yes. Have you got your sword?"
"Right here, grandfather."
"Good. Now, very slowly, creep out and smother the last embers of the fire. Cover it with dirt. Fire attracts her, so let's not take any chances on a sudden flare-up."
Geryon inched his way out through the open front of the shelter and hurriedly scooped dirt over the fire pit with his hands.
"Is it really a flying lizard?" Silk whispered hoarsely. "No," Belgarath replied. "Actually, she is a species of bird. She has a long snake-like tail, and what she is covered with looks more like scales than feathers. She also has teeth, lots of very long, sharp teeth." "Just exactly how big is she?" Dernick asked. "You remember Faldor's barn?" "Yes, about that big." From quite some distance off there came another screeching bellow, and the murky red glare. "Her fire isn't really all that serious," Belgarath continued in the same low voice, "particularly since these woods are so wet. It's when she catches you in a dry grass that it starts to be a problem. She's big, but she's not very brave. And on the ground she is as clumsy as a pig on a frozen pond. If it gets down to a fight, we probably won't be able to hurt her very much. About the best we can hope for is to frighten her off." "Fight?" Silk choked. "You're not serious." "We may not have any choice. If she is hungry and picks up our scent or the scent of the horses, she will tear these woods apart looking for us. She has a few sensitive spots. Her tail is probably the best. Her wings get in the way, so she can't see behind her too well, and when she is on the ground she cannot turn very fast." "Let's see if I have got this straight," Silk said. "You want us to sneak up behind this dragon and hit her on the tail? Is that it?" "Approximately, yes." "Belgarath, have you lost your mind? Why not just use sorcery to drive her away?" "Because she is immune to sorcery," Polgarai explained calmly. "It was one of those little refinements Torak added when he and the other gods created her species. He was so impressed with the concept of a dragon that he chose it as his totem creature. He tried in every way he could to make it invincible." "It was one of his character defects," Belgarath added sourly. "All right. The dragon is clumsy and stupid, and she is not used to pain. If we are very careful, we can probably frighten her away without anyone getting hurt."
"She's coming back,"
Arion said. They listened to the flapping of those huge wings sounding through the sodden forest. "Let's get out into the open," Belgarath said tensely.
"Oh, that's a good idea," Sulk agreed. "If I have to do this, I want lots of level running room around me."
"Sinedra," Belgarath said, "I want you to get back as far as you can into the thicket and find a place to hide."
"Yes, Lady Polgara,"
Sinedra replied in a frightened little voice. They crept out of the shelter into the darkness. The rain had slackened to a kind of misty drizzle wreathing down among the trees. Their horses, picketed not far away, snorted nervously, and Geryon could smell the sharp odor of their fear over the resinous scent of wet evergreens.
"All right," Belgarath whispered. "Spread out. Be careful. Do not try to attack her unless you are sure that her attention is someplace else."
They crept out of the thicket into the broad clearing and started across. Geryon, sword in hand, moved carefully, feeling for obstructions with his feet. When he reached the far side, he located a large tree trunk and went around behind it. They waited tensely, straining their eyes toward the rain-swept night sky. The heavy flapping of great wings sounded again down among the trees, and once again they heard that vast bellowing. Even as the sound crashed down onto them, Geryon saw the huge billow of smoky flame in the sky overhead, and, outlined by that flame, the shape of the dragon herself. She was even bigger than he had imagined. Her wings might easily have shaded an acre. Her cruel beak was agape, and he could clearly see her pointed teeth with the flames writhing about them. She had a very long snake-like neck, huge talons, and a long reptilian tail that lashed at the air behind her as she plunged down toward the clearing. Then Arion stepped out from behind a tree trunk and walked out into the center of the clearing as calmly as if he were merely taking a mid-morning stroll.
"Arion!" Polgara cried, as, with a triumphant shriek, the dragon swooped down into the clearing. Talons extended, she struck at the unprotected young man. Her beak gaped, and vast billows of sooty orange flame poured forth to engulf him. With fear for the boy clutching at his heart, Geryon ran forward with his sword aloft. But even as he ran at the huge beast, he felt the sudden familiar surge of Aunt Paul's will, and Arion vanished as she translocated him to safety. The earth shook as the dragon struck the ground, and her vast roar of frustration filled the clearing with the ruddy light of her fire. She was enormous. Her half-folded, scaly-looking wings reared above her higher than any house. Her lashing tail was thicker than the body of a horse, and her curved, tooth-studded beak was dreadful. A sickening stench filled the clearing each time she belched forth her bellows of flame. By the light of her fire, Geryon could clearly see her slitted yellow eyes. From what Belgarath had said, he expected a look of dull stupidity, but the burning eyes that searched the clearing were alert and filled with an intense, frightening eagerness. Then Dernick and Toth were upon her. They dashed from the shelter of the trees, Dernick with his axe, and Toth with the smith's sharp-bladed spade. Methodically they began to chop at the dragon's writhing tail. She shrieked, belching flame into the air, and began to claw at the sodden forest loam with her talons. "Look out!" Silk shouted. "She's turning!" The dragon whirled awkwardly, her wings beating at the air and her talons throwing up huge clots of earth, but Dernick and Toth had already run back into the shelter of the trees. As she swept the clearing with her burning eyes, Silk nimbly darted out behind her, and with his short, broad-bladed Drasnian sword in his hand, he drove into the base of her huge tail. Then, as she floundered around to meet his attack, he danced clear to regain the safety of the surrounding forest. Then Arion stepped into the clearing again. Without any sign of fear, but with a grave expression on his face, he walked out of the trees and moved directly toward the raging beast.
"Why are you doing this?" he asked her calmly. "You know that this isn't the time or place."
The dragon almost seemed to flinch back at the sound of his voice,
and her burning eyes grew wary. "You can't avoid what's going to happen," he continued seriously. "None of us can, and you can't change it with this kind of foolishness. You'd better go. We really don't want to have to hurt you."
The dragon faltered, and Geryon suddenly sensed that she was not only baffled, but that she was also afraid. Then she seemed to clench herself. With an enraged bellow, she sent out a vast sheet of flame from her gaping beak to engulf Eryond, who made no effort to escape. Every nerve in Geryon's body shrieked at him to run to his young friend's aid, but he found that he could not move so much as a muscle. He stood, sword in hand, locked in a kind of helpless stasis. As the billow of flame subsided, Eryond emerged from it unscathed, and with an expression of regretful firmness on his face, he said,
"I had hoped that we wouldn't have to do this, but you aren't giving us too much choice, you know." "All right, Belgarion, make her go away. But please try not to hurt her too much."
With a kind of surging exultation, as if those words had somehow released him from all restraint, Geryon ran directly up behind the dragon with his suddenly blazing sword, and began to rain blows on her unprotected back and tail. The awful reek of burning flesh filled the clearing, and the dragon shrieked with pain. She flailed her huge tail in agony, and it was more to protect himself from that ponderous lashing than out of any conscious effort to injure the beast that Geryon swung a massive blow with Iron Grip's sword. The sharp edge sheared effortlessly through scale and flesh and bone, smoothly lopping off about 4 feet of the writhing tip of the tail. The shriek which thundered from the dragon's beak was shattering, and her fire boiled skyward in a huge cloud. A great jet of streaming blood spurted from the wound the sword had left, splashing into Geryon's face and momentarily blinding him.
"Geryon!"
Polgara shouted. "Look out!" He clawed at his eyes to clear away the hot blood. With terrifying agility, the dragon whirled, her talons tearing at the earth and her wings thundering. The orb exploded into intense fire, and its blue flame ran anew up the sword, hissing and smoking as it burned away the thick blood which smeared the blade. In the very act of striking at him with her beak, the dragon flinched back from the incandescence of the burning sword. Geryon raised his blade, and once again the dragon flinched, retreating step by step across the wet clearing. She was afraid. For some reason, the blue fire of the sword frightened her. Shrieking and trying desperately to defend herself with furnace-like gusts of fire, she backed away, her wounded tail still spraying the clearing with blood. There was clearly something about the fire of the orb which she found unbearable. Once again, filled with that wild surge of excitement, Geryon raised his sword, and a searing pillar of fire erupted from its tip. He began to lash at the dragon with that whip of flame, and he heard the crackling sizzle as it seared her wings and shoulders. Fiercely he flogged at her with the flame of his sword until, with a howl of agony, she turned and fled, tearing the earth with her talons and desperately flapping the huge sails of her wings. Ponderously, she hurled herself into the air and clawed at the night with her wings, struggling to lift her vast bulk. She crashed through the upper branches of the firs at the edge of the clearing, fighting in panic to rise above the forest until she was clear. Shrieking, she flew off toward the southwest, filling the murky air with seething clouds of fire and streaming blood behind her as she went. A stunned silence fell over them all as they looked up at the great beast fleeing through the rainy sky. Polgara, her face dreadfully pale, came out from under the trees to confront Eryond.
"Just exactly what were you thinking of?"
she asked him in a terribly quiet voice.
"I don't quite follow you, Polgara,"
he replied, looking puzzled. She controlled herself with an obvious effort.
"Doesn't the word danger have any meaning to you at all?" "You mean the dragon? Oh, she wasn't really all that dangerous."
"She did sort of bury you up to the eyebrows in fire, Eryond," Silk pointed out.
"Oh, that!"
Eryond smiled.
"But the fire wasn't real."
He looked around at the rest of them.
Didn't you all know that?
He asked, looking slightly surprised.
It was only an illusion. That's all that evil ever really is. An illusion. I'm sorry if any of you were worried, but I didn't have time to explain.
Aunt Paul stared at the unperturbed young man for a moment, then turned her eyes on Geryon, who stood still holding his burning sword.
And you...
Words somehow failed her. Slowly, she sank her face into her trembling hands.
2 of them,
she said in a terrible voice.
2 of them. I don't think I can stand this. Not 2 of them.
Dernick looked at her gravely, then handed his axe to the giant Toth. He stepped over and put his arm about her shoulders. There, he said. For a moment she seemed to resist, but then she suddenly buried her face in his shoulder. Come along now, Paul, he said soothingly, and gently turned her around to walk her back to their shelter. Things won't seem nearly so bad in the morning. Chapter 3. Geryon slept very little during the remainder of that rainy night. His pulse still raced with excitement, and he lay under his blankets beside Sinedra, living and reliving his encounter with the dragon. It was only toward the tag end of the night that he became calm enough to consider an idea that had come to him in the midst of the fight. He had enjoyed it. He had actually enjoyed a struggle that should have terrified him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was not the first time that this had happened. As far back as his early childhood, this same wild excitement had filled him each time he had been in danger. The solid good sense of his Sendarian upbringing told him that this enthusiasm for conflict and peril was probably an unhealthy outgrowth of his Elorn heritage, and that he should strive to keep it rigidly controlled. But, deep inside, he knew that he would not. He had finally found the answer to the plaintive, "Why me?" which he had voiced so often in the past. He was inevitably chosen for these dreadful, frightening tasks, because he was perfectly suited for them.
"It's what I do," he muttered to himself. "Any time there's something so ridiculously dangerous that no rational human being would even consider trying it, they send for me." "What was that, Geryon?" Sinedra murmured drowsily. "Oh, nothing, dear. I was just thinking out loud. Go back to sleep." "Mm-hmm," she murmured, and snuggled closer to him, filling his nostrils with the warm fragrance of her hair.
Dawn crept slowly under the overspreading limbs of the sodden forest with a kind of growing paleness. The persistent drizzle joined with a morning mist, rising from the forest floor to form a kind of damp gray cloud enveloping the dark trunks of fir and spruce. Geryon awoke from a half-doze and saw the shadowy forms of Dernick and Toth standing quietly beside the cold fire-pit of the front of the shelter. He slipped out from under the blankets, moving carefully to avoid waking his sleeping wife. He pulled on his clammy boots, then stood up, pulled on his cloak, and moved out from under the tent canvas to join them. He looked up toward the gloomy morning sky.
Still raining, I see," he noted in that quiet tone people use when they rise before the sun.
Dernick nodded. This time of year probably won't blow over for a week or so. He opened the leather pouch at his hip and took out his wad of tinder. I suppose we'd better get the fire going.
Toth, huge and silent, went over to the side of their shelter, picked up 2 leather water bags, and started down the steep slope toward the spring. Despite his enormous size, he made almost no sound as he moved through the fog-shrouded bushes. Dernick knelt by the fire pit and carefully heaped dry twigs into the center. Then he laid his ball of tinder beside the twigs and took out his flint and steel. "Is Aunt Paul still asleep?" Geryon asked.
She's dozing. She says it's very pleasant to lie in bed asleep while someone else builds up the fire."
Dernick smiled gently. Geryon also smiled. It's probably because for all of those years she was usually the first one up. Is she still unhappy about last night?
Oh, Dernick said, bending over the pit and striking his flint with the steel. I think she's regained her composure a bit.
His flint and steel made a subdued clicking sound, with each click a shower of bright, lingering sparks spilling down into the pit. One of them fell glowing onto the tinder, and the smith gently blew on it until a tiny tongue of orange flame rose from the center. Then he carefully moved the tinder under the twigs. The flame grew and spread with a dry, crackling noise.
"Ah, there we are,"
he said, brushing the fire from the tinder and returning it to his pouch along with his flint and steel. Geryon knelt beside him and began snapping a dry branch into short lengths.
"You were very brave last night, Geryon,"
Dernick said as the two of them fed the small fire. "I think the word is insane," Geryon replied wryly. "Would anybody in his right mind try to do something like that? I think the trouble is that I'm usually right in the middle of those things before I give any thought to how dangerous they are. Sometimes I wonder if Grandfather wasn't right. Maybe Aunt Paul did drop me on my head when I was a baby."
Dernick chuckled softly. "I sort of doubt it. She's very careful with children and other breakable things."
They added more branches to the fire until they had a cheerful blaze going. Then Geryon stood up. The firelight reflected back from the fog with a soft, ruddy glow that had about it a kind of hazy unreality, as if all unaware they had inadvertently crossed the boundaries of the real world sometime during the night and entered the realms of magic and enchantment. As Toth came back up from the spring with the two dripping water bags, Polgara emerged from their shelter, brushing her long dark hair. For some reason, the single white lock above her left brow seemed almost incandescent this morning. "It's a very nice fire, dear," she said, kissing her husband. Then she looked at Geryon. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "What? Oh, yes, I'm fine." "No cuts or bruises or singes you might have overlooked last night?" "No, I seem to have gotten through it without a scratch." He hesitated. "Were you really upset last night, Aunt Paul? With Ariond and me, I mean?" "Yes, Geryon, I really was. But that was last night. What would you like for breakfast this morning?" Some time later, as the pale dawn crept steadily under the trees, Silk stood shivering on one side of the fire-pit with his hands outstretched to the flames, and his eyes suspiciously fixed on the bubbling pot that Aunt Paul had set on a flat rock at the very edge of the fire. "Gruel?" he asked. "Again?" "Hot porridge," Aunt Paul corrected, stirring the contents of the pot with a long-handled wooden spoon. "They're the same thing, Polgara." "Oh, not really. Gruel is thinner." "Oh, thick or thin, it is all the same." She looked at him with one raised eyebrow. "Tell me, Prince Keldar, why are you always so disagreeable in the morning?" "Oh, because I detest mornings. The only reason there is such a thing as morning in the first place is to keep night and afternoon from bumping into each other." "Perhaps one of my tonics might sweeten your blood?" His eyes grew wary. No. Thanks all the same, Polgara. Now that I'm all the way awake, I feel much better." "I am so glad for you. Now, do you suppose you could move away a bit? I'm going to need that side of the fire for the bacon." "Oh, anything you say." And he turned and went quickly back into the shelter. Belgarath, who was lounging on top of his blankets, looked at the little man with an amused expression.
"For a supposedly intelligent man, you do have a tendency to blunder from time to time, don't you? You should have learned by now not to bother Paul when she's cooking." Silk grunted and picked up his moth-eaten fur cape. "I think I shall go check on the horses. Do you want to come along?" Belgarath cast an appraising eye at Polgara's dwindling supply of firewood. "That might not be a bad idea," he agreed, rising to his feet. "I'll go with you," Geryon said.
I've got a few kinks I'd like to work out. I think I slept on a stump last night."
He slung the loop of his sword belt across one shoulder and followed the other two out of the shelter. "It is sort of hard to believe that it really happened, isn't it?" Silk murmured when they reached the clearing. "The dragon, I mean. Now that it's daylight, everything looks so prosaic." "Not quite," Geryon said, pointing at the scaly chunk of the dragon's tail lying on the far edge of the clearing. The tip end of it was still twitching slightly. Silk nodded. "That is the sort of thing you wouldn't ordinarily run across on a casual morning stroll." He looked at Belgarath. "Is she likely to bother us again? This is going to be a very nervous journey if we have to keep looking back over our shoulders every step of the way. Is she all that vindictive?" "How do you mean?" the old man asked him. "Well, Geryon did kind of cut her tail off after all. Do you think she might take it personally?" "Not usually," Belgarath replied. "She doesn't really have that much in the way of a brain." He frowned thoughtfully. "What bothers me is that there was something about the whole encounter that was all wrong." "Oh, even the idea of it was wrong," Silk shuddered. Belgarath shook his head. "That's not what I mean. I can't be sure if I imagined it or not. But she seemed to be looking specifically for one of us." "Ariand?" Geryon suggested. "Sort of seemed that way, didn't it? But when she found him, she looked almost as if he frightened her. And what did he mean by those peculiar things he said to her? Who knows? He's always been a strange boy," Silk shrugged. "I don't think he lives in the same world with the rest of us." "But why was the dragon so afraid of Geryon's sword?" "That sword frightens entire armies, Belgarath. The fire alone is pretty terrifying." "She likes fire, Silk. I have seen her try to be coy and seductive for the benefit of a burning barn. One time she flew around for a week making calves' eyes at a forest fire. There is something about last night that keeps nagging at me." Ariand came out of the thicket where the horses were picketed, walking carefully around the dripping bushes. "Are they all right?" Geryon asked.
"The horses? They're fine, Belgarion. Is breakfast almost ready?"
"If that's what you want to call it," Silk said sourly.
"Polgara's really a very good cook, Keldar,"
Ariand assured him earnestly. "Not even the best cook in the world can do very much with porridge." Ariand's eyes brightened.
"She's making porridge? I love porridge."
Silk gave him a long look, then turned sadly to Geryon. "You see how easily the young are corrupted. Just give them the faintest hint of a wholesome upbringing, and they're lost forever." He squared his shoulders. "All right, let's go get it over with." After breakfast, they broke down their night's encampment and set out through the soft drizzle falling from the weeping sky. It was about noon when they reached a wide swath of cleared land, a stretch of bushy, stump-dotted ground perhaps a quarter of a mile wide, and in the center of that swath lay a wide, muddy road. "The high road from Murgos," Silk said with some satisfaction.
"Why did they cut down all the trees?"
Ariand asked him. "They used to have trouble with robbers lying in ambush right beside the road. The cleared space on each side gives travelers a sporting chance to get away." They rode out from under the dripping trees and across the weed-grown clearing to the muddy road. "Now we should be able to make better time," Belgarath said, nudging his horse into a trot. They followed the road south for several hours, moving at a steady canter. As they rode down out of the forested foothills, the trees gave way to rolling grasslands. They crested a hilltop and reined in to give their steaming mounts a brief rest. Somewhat to the northwest, they saw the dark border of the great Erendish forest, hazy in the misty drizzle, and not far ahead the grim grey-walled pile of Mimbrate Castle brooding down on the grasslands lying below. Tenedra sighed as she stared out over the sodden plain, and at the fortress that seemed to hold in its very stones all the stiff-necked, wary suspicion that was at the core of Erendish society.
"Are you all right?" Geryon asked her, fearful that her sigh might signify a return to that bleak melancholy which she had so recently shaken off.
"There is something so mournful about Orindia," she replied. "All those thousands of years of hatred and grief, what do they prove? Even that castle seems to be weeping."
"That's just the rain, Sinedra."
"No. It is more than that."
The road from Murgos was a muddy yellow scar stretching between fields of browned, drooping grasses as it wound down to the Orindish plain. And for the next several days they rode past great rearing membrate castles and through dirty thatch and wattle villages where acrid smoke hung in the chill air like a miasma, and the hopeless expressions on the faces of the ragged serfs bespoke lives lived out in misery and despair. They stopped each night in mean, shabby wayside inns reeking of spoiled food and unwashed bodies. On the fourth day, they crested a hill and looked down at the garish sprawl of the great Orindish fair, standing at the junction of the high road from Murgos and the great west road. The tents and pavilions spread for a league or more in every direction in a gaudy profusion of blue and red and yellow beneath a weeping gray sky. Pack trains were going to and from that great commercial center, crawling across the plains like streams of ants. Silk pushed his shabby hat back from his face. "Maybe I had better go down and take a quick look around before we all ride in. We have been out of touch for a while, and it might not hurt to get the feel of things."
"All right," Belgarath agreed. "But no chicanery."
"Chicanery?"
"You know what I mean, Silk. Keep your instincts under control."
"Oh, trust me, Belgarath."
"Not if I can help it."
Silk laughed and thumped his heels to his horse's flanks. The rest of them rode at a walk down the long slope as Silk galloped on ahead toward that perpetually temporary tent city standing in its sea of mud. As they approached the fair, Geryon could hear a cacophonous tumult filling the air, a sort of bawling clamor of thousands of voices shouting all at once. There was also a myriad of scents, spices and cooking food, rare perfumes, and of horse corrals. Belgarath drew in his mount.
"Let's wait here for Silk. I don't want to blunder into anything."
They sat their horses to one side of the road in the chill rain, watching the slow crawl of pack trains slipping and sliding up the muddy road toward them. About 3/4 of an hour later, Silk came pounding back up the hill. "I think we might want to approach carefully," he said, his pointed face serious.
"What's the matter?"
"I ran into Delvor," Silk replied, "and he told me that there is an Angrak merchant who has been asking questions about us."
"Maybe we should just bypass the fair, then,"
Dernick suggested. Silk shook his head. "I think we ought to find out a little bit more about this curious Angrak. Delvor's offered to put us up in his tents for a day or so, but it might not be a bad idea if we circle the fair and come in from the south. We can join one of the caravans coming up from Tolhanath. That way, we won't be quite so obvious." Belgarath considered it, squinting up at the raining sky.
"All right," he decided. "I don't want to waste too much time. But I don't like the idea of someone following us either. Let's go see what Delvor can tell us."
They rode in a wide half-circle through the rain-drenched grass and reached the muddy track of the Great West Road a mile or so south of the fair. A half-dozen Tolnedran merchants, wrapped in rich fur cloaks, rode at the head of a string of creaking wagons, and Geryon and his friends unobtrusively fell in at the tail end of their column as the gradual darkening of the sky announced the approach of a dreary, rain-swept evening. The narrow lanes lying between the tents and pavilions seethed with merchants from all parts of the world. The soupy mud was ankle-deep, churned by the hooves of hundreds of horses and the feet of brightly dressed men of trade who bawled and shouted and haggled with each other, ignoring the mud and the rain. Torches and lanterns hung at the sides of the open-fronted booths made of canvas, where treasures of incalculable worth stood in curious proximity to brass pots and cheap tin plates. "It is this way," Silk said, turning toward a side lane.
Delvor's tents are a few hundred yards up on ahead.
Who is Delvor?
Tinedra asked Geryon as they rode past a noisy tavern pavilion.
A friend of Silk's. We met him the last time we were here. I think he's a member of the Drasnian intelligence.
She sniffed.
Aren't all Drasnians members of the intelligence service?
He grinned.
Probably.
Delvor was waiting for them in front of his blue and white striped pavilion. Silk's friend had changed very little in the years since Geryon had last seen him. He was as bald as an egg, and his expression was still as shrewd and cynical as it had been before. He wore a fur-trimmed cloak pulled tightly about his shoulders, and his bald head gleamed wetly in the rain.
"My servants will care for your horses," he told them as they dismounted. "Let's get in out of sight before there are too many people seeing you."
They followed him into his warm, well-lighted pavilion, and he carefully tied down the tent flap behind them. The pavilion was very nearly as comfortable-looking as a well-appointed house. There were chairs and divans and a large, polished table set with a splendid supper. The floors and walls were carpeted in blue, oil lamps hung on chains from the ceiling, and in each corner there was an iron brazier filled with glowing coals. Delvor's servants all wore sober livery, and they wordlessly took the dripping cloaks from Geryon and his friends, carrying them through a canvas partition toward an adjoining tent.
"Please,"
Delvor said politely,
"seat yourselves. I took the liberty of having a bit of supper prepared."
Silk looked around as they all sat down at the table.
"Opulent,"
he noted. Delvor shrugged.
"A little planning, and quite a bit of money. A tent doesn't have to be uncomfortable."
"And it's portable," Silk added. "If one has to leave someplace in a hurry, a tent can be folded up and taken along. Hard to do with a house."
"Yes, there is that too,"
Delvor admitted blandly.
"Please, eat, my friends. I know the kind of accommodations and the meals that are offered in the inns here in Arindia."
The supper that had been set for them was as fine a one as they might have come to at the table of a nobleman. A heap of smoking chops lay on a silver platter, and there were boiled onions and peas and carrots swimming in a delicate cheese sauce. The bread was of the finest white, still steaming hot from the oven, and there was a wide selection of excellent wines.
"Your cook appears to be a man of some talent, Delvor,"
Polgara noted.
"Thank you, my lady,"
he replied.
"He costs me a few dozen extra crowns a year, and he has got a foul temper. But I think he is worth the expense and the aggravation."
"What's this about a curious Angarak merchant?" Belgarath asked, helping himself to a couple of the chops.
"He rode into the fair a few days ago, with a half-dozen servants, but no pack-horses or wagons. Their horses looked hard-ridden, as if he and his men had come here in a hurry. Since he arrived, he has not done any business at all. He and his people have spent all of their time asking questions."
"Are they specifically looking for us?"
"Not by name, Ancient One. But the way they have been describing you does not leave much doubt. He's been offering money for information. Quite a bit of money."
"What kind of Angarak is he?"
"He claims to be a Nadrak. But if he is a Nadrak, I am a Tull. I think he is a Malloreon. He's about medium height and build, clean-shaven and soberly dressed. About the only thing unusual about him is his eyes. They seem to be completely white, except for the pupils. There is no color to them at all."
Aunt Pol raised her head quickly.
"Blind?" she asked. "Blind? No, I don't think so. He seems to be able to see where he is going. Why do you ask, my lady?"
"What you just described is the result of a very rare condition. Most of the people who suffer from it are blind."
"If we're going to ride out of here without having him about 10 minutes behind us, we're going to need some kind of distraction to delay him," Silk said, toying with a crystal goblet. He looked at his friend.
"I don't suppose you have any of those lead coins you hid in that Murgo tent the last time we were here, do you?" I am afraid not, Silk. I had to go through customs at the Tonedran border a few months ago. I did not think it would be wise to have the customs people find that kind of thing in my packs, so I buried them under a tree."
"Lead coins?"
Tinedra said with a puzzled look.
"What could you possibly buy with coins made of lead?"
"They're gilded, Your Majesty," Delvor told her. "They look exactly like Tonedran gold crowns." Tinedra's face suddenly went pale.
"But that's horrible,"
she gasped. Delvor's face mirrored his puzzlement at the vehemence of her reaction. "Her Majesty is a Tonedran, Delvor," Silk reminded him, "and counterfeit money strikes at the very core of a Tonedran's being. I think it has something to do with their religion."
"I don't find that particularly amusing, Prince Keldar,"
Tinedra said tartly. After supper they talked for a while longer, the comfortable talk of people who are warm and well-fed, and then Delvor led them into an adjoining tent that had been partitioned off into sleeping chambers. Geryon fell asleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, and he awoke the following morning, feeling more refreshed than he had in weeks. He dressed quietly to avoid waking Tinedra, and went out into the main pavilion. Silk and Delvor sat at the table talking quietly. "There's a great deal of ferment going on here in Arindia," Delvor was saying. "The news of the campaign against the bear cult in the Alorn kingdoms has stirred the blood of all of the young hotheads, both Membrate and Asturian. The thought of a fight someplace, that they were not invited to attend, fills young Errands with anguish." "Oh, there's nothing new about that." "Oh, good morning, Geryon," Silk said. "Gentlemen," Geryon said politely, pulling up a chair. "Your Majesty," Delvor greeted him. Then he turned back to Silk. "The thing that concerns everybody, more than the casual belligerence of the young nobles, is the unrest that has arisen among the serfs." Geryon remembered the miserable hovels in the villages they had passed in the last few days, and the hopeless looks on the faces of their inhabitants. "They have reason enough for discontent, don't you think?" "Oh, I would be the first to agree, Your Majesty," Delvor said. "And it is not the first time that it has happened. This time, though, it is a little more serious. The authorities have been finding caches of weapons, fairly sophisticated ones. A serf with a pitchfork isn't much of a match for an armored Membrate knight. A serf with a crossbow, however, is an altogether different matter. There have been several incidents and some reprisals." "How could serfs get those kind of weapons?" Geryon asked. "Most of the time they don't even have enough to eat. How could they possibly afford to buy crossbows?" "They are coming in from outside the country. We have not been able to pinpoint the source yet, but it is fairly obvious that somebody wants to make sure that the Arindish nobility is too busy at home to get involved in anything anyplace else." "Karazakath, perhaps," Silk suggested. "That is entirely possible. There is no question that the Emperor of Malloreon has global ambitions, and turmoil in the kingdoms of the West would be his best ally, if he decides to turn his armies northward after he finally kills King Urgit." Geryon groaned. "Oh, that's all I need. One more thing to worry about." When the others joined them in the main pavilion, Delvor's servants brought in a huge breakfast. There were whole platters of eggs, heaps of bacon and sausage, and plate after plate of fruit and rich pastries. "Now, this is what I call a breakfast," Silk said enthusiastically. Polgara gave him a cool look. "Go ahead and say it, Prince Keldar. I am sure that you have all sorts of interesting observations to make." "Would I say anything about that excellent gruel you offer us every morning, dear lady?" he asked, with exaggerated innocence.
"Not if you are at all concerned about your health, you wouldn't,"
Tinedra said sweetly. One of the servants entered the tent with an offended expression on his face. "There is an obnoxious, filthy hunchback outside, Delvor. He has the foulest mouth I have ever run across, and he is demanding to be let in."
Do you want us to chase him off?" "Oh, that would be Uncle Belden," Polgara said.
"You know him?"
Delvor seemed surprised. "Oh, I've known him since I was a baby. He's not really as bad as he seems, once you get used to him." She frowned slightly. "You probably ought to let him come in. He can be terribly unpleasant when people irritate him."
"Belgarath," Belden growled roughly, pushing his way past the protesting servant. "Is this all the farther you've come? I thought you'd be in Tol Hanath by now."
"We had to stop at Prolgo to see the Gorham," Belgarath replied mildly.
"This isn't a grand tour, you blockhead," Belden snapped irritably.
The little hunchback was as filthy as ever. The wet rags he wore for clothes were tied to his body here and there with lengths of rotten twine. His hair was matted, and he had twigs and bits of straw clinging to it. His hideous face was as black as a thundercloud as he stumped to the table on his short, gnarled legs and helped himself to a bit of sausage. "Please try to be civil, Uncle," Aunt Paul said.
"Why?"
He pointed at a small pot standing on the table.
"What's in that?"
"Jam,"
Delvor replied, looking slightly intimidated.
Interesting,"
Belden said. He dipped one dirty hand into the pot and began feeding gobs of jam into his mouth.
"Not bad,"
he said, licking his fingers. "There is bread right there, Uncle," Aunt Paul said pointedly.
"I don't like bread,"
he grunted, wiping his hands on his clothes.
"Did you manage to catch up with Harrigan?"
Belgarath asked him. Belden retorted with a number of expletives that made Senedra's face blanch.
"He gave me the slip again. I don't have the time to waste chasing him, so I'll have to forego the pleasure of splitting him up the middle."
He dipped his hand into the jam pot again.
"If we run across him, we'll take care of it for you," Silk offered.
"He's a sorcerer, Kaldar. If you get in his way, he'll hang your guts on a fence."
"I was going to let Garrion do it."
Belden set down the empty jam pot and belched.
"Can I offer you anything else?" Delvor asked him.
"No, thanks all the same. I'm full now."
He turned back to Belgarath.
"Were you planning to get as far as Tol Hanath before summer?"
"We are not really that far behind, Belden,"
Belgarath protested. Belden made an indelicate sound.
"Keep your eyes open on the way to the south," he advised. "There's a Malloreon who's been asking questions about you and the others. He's been hiring people all up and down the Great West Road."
Belgarath looked at him sharply.
"Could you get any kind of a name?"
"Oh, he uses several. The one that crops up most often is Naradus."
"Have you got any idea of what he looks like?" Silk asked.
"About all I've been able to pick up is the fact that he's got funny eyes. From what I've been told, they're all white."
"Well," Delvor said. Well.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Belden asked him.
"The man with the white eyes is right here in the fair. He's been asking questions here, too."
"Oh, that makes it fairly easy, then. Have somebody go run a knife into his back."
Belgarath shook his head.
"The legionnaires who police this fair get excited when unexplained bodies start showing up."
Belden shrugged.
"Wrap him on the head with something, then drag him a few miles out into the plain. Cut his throat and dump him in a hole. He probably won't sprout until spring."
He looked over at Polgara with a sly grin creasing his ugly face.
"You keep nibbling on that pastry, girl, you're going to spread. You're chubby enough already."
"Chubby?"
"Oh, that's all right, Paul. Some men like girls with fat bottoms."
"Why don't you wipe the jam out of your beard, Uncle?"
"I'm saving it for lunch."
He scratched at one armpit. "Lice again?" she asked coolly.
"It's always possible. I don't mind a few lice, though. They're better company than most people I know."
"Where are you going now?"
Belgarath asked him.
"Back to Malloria. I want to root around in Darshiva for a while and see what I can dig up about Xandramas."
Delvor had been looking at the grimy little man with a speculative squint. "Were you planning to leave immediately, Master Belden?"
"Why?"
"I'd like a word with you in private, if you have got a few moments."
"Secrets, Delvor?" Silk asked.
"Not really, old boy. I've got sort of an idea, but I would like to get it a bit more developed before I tell you about it."
He turned back to the hunchback.
"Why don't we take a little stroll, Master Belden? I have a notion that might appeal to you, and it really won't take very long."
Belden's look was curious. "All right," he agreed, and the two of them went outside into the drizzling morning.
"What was that all about?"
Geryon asked Silk.
"It is an irritating habit Delvor picked up at the academy. He likes to pull off clever ploys, without any advance warning. That way he can sit around afterward and bask in everyone's stunned admiration."
The little man looked at the table.
"I believe I'll have just a bit more of that sausage, and maybe a few more eggs. It is a long way to Tohanath, and I would like to put in a buffer against all that gruel."
Polgara looked at Sinedra.
"Have you ever noticed that when some people find a notion they think is funny, they tend to keep playing with it long past the point where it bores everyone else to tears?"
Sinedra looked at Silk with a sly little twinkle in her eyes.
"I have noticed that, Lady Polgara. Do you suppose it might be the result of a limited imagination?"
"I'm sure that has something to do with it, dear."
Aunt Polgara looked at Silk with a serene smile.
"Now, did you want to play some more, Keldar?"
"No, Polgara. I don't really think so."
It was shortly before noon when Delvor and Belden returned, each with a self-satisfied smirk on his face.
"It was truly a masterful performance, Master Belden."
Delvor congratulated the little hunchback as they entered.
"Child's play,"
Belden shrugged deprecatingly.
"People inevitably believe that a deformed body houses a defective brain. I've used that to my advantage many times."
"I'm sure they'll tell us what this is all about eventually," Silk said.
"It wasn't too complicated, Silk," Delvor told him. "You'll be able to leave now without any worries about that curious Malloreon."
"How?"
"He was trying to buy information," Delvor shrugged. "So we sold him some, and he left, at a full gallop."
"What sort of information did you sell him?"
"It went sort of like this," Belden said. He stooped a bit more, deliberately exaggerating his deformity, and his face took on an expression of vapid imbecility.
"And it please your honor,"
he said in a squeaky voice, dripping with servile stupidity,
"I hears that you wants to find some people, and that you says you'll pay to know where they be. I see the people you're looking for, and I can tell you where they was. If you give me some money, enough money, how much was you willing to pay?"
Delvor laughed delightedly. "Naradas swallowed it whole. I took Master Belden to him, and told him that I'd found someone who knew about the people he was looking for. We agreed to a price, and then your friend here gulled him completely."
"Which way did you send him?"
"North," Belden shrugged. "I told him that I'd seen you camped by the roadside up in the Orindish forest, that one of the members of your party had fallen sick, and that you'd stopped to nurse him back to health."
"Wasn't he at all suspicious?"
Delvor shook his head.
"The thing that makes people suspicious is help that comes for no particular reason. I gave Naradas every reason to believe that I was sincere. I cheated Master Belden outrageously. Naradas gave him a few silver coins for his information. My price, however, was much higher."
"Oh, it's brilliant," Silk murmured admiringly.
"There's something you ought to know about old White Eyes, though," Belden told Belgarath. "He's a Malloreon Grolem. I didn't probe him too hard, because I didn't want him to catch what I was doing, but I was able to get that much. He's got a great deal of power, so watch out for him."
"Did you find out who he's working for?"
Belden shook his head. "I pulled back as soon as I found out what he was." The hunchback's face grew bleak. "Be careful about this one, Belgarath. He's very dangerous."
Belgarath's face grew grim.
"So am I, Belden. So am I. I know, but there are some things you won't do. Noradus doesn't feel that kind of restraint."
Chapter 4. They rode south under clearing skies for the next 6 days. A cold wind bent the winter-browned grass at the sides of the road, and the rolling plain of southern Arindia lay dead and sere beneath a chill blue sky. They passed an occasional mud and wattle village where ragged serfs clenched themselves to endure yet another winter, and, more infrequently, a rearing stone keep where a proud membrate baron kept a watchful eye on his neighbors. The Great West Road, like all roads that formed a part of the Tolnedran highway system, was patrolled by scarlet-cloaked imperial legionnaires. Geryon and his friends also encountered an occasional merchant traveling northward with wary eyes, and accompanied by burly hirelings whose hands never strayed far from their weapons. They reached the river Errand on a frosty mid-morning, and looked across the sparkling ford of the Forest of Vordu in northern Tolnedra. "Did you want to stop at Vomimbre?" Silk asked Belgarath. The old man shook his head.
"Mandaralan and Leldaran have probably already advised Koradulan about what happened in Dresnia, and I am not really in the mood for 3 or 4 days of speeches filled with these and thous and forasmuches. Besides, I want to get to Tolhanath as soon as possible." As they splashed through the shallow waters of the ford, Geryon remembered something. "Will we have to stop at that customs station?" "Oh, naturally," Silk replied. "Everybody has to go through customs, except for licensed smugglers, of course."
He looked over at Belgarath. "Do you want me to handle things when we get there?"
"Just don't get too creative."
"Oh, nothing could have been further from my mind, Belgarath. All I want is a chance to try these out." He indicated the seedy clothing he wore.
"I've been sort of wondering what you had in mind when you picked your wardrobe,"
Dernick said. Silk gave him a sly wink. They rode up out of the ford and onto the Forest of Vordu, with its neatly spaced trees and groomed undergrowth. They had gone no more than a league when they came to the whitewashed building that housed the customs station. One corner of the long, shed-like structure showed signs of a recent fire, and the red tile roof was badly soot-darkened at that end. A half-dozen slovenly soldiers of the customs service were huddled in the muddy yard about a small open fire, drinking cheap wine to ward off the chill. One of them, a stubble-faced man in a patched cloak and rusty breastplate, indolently rose, stepped into the middle of the road, and held up one beefy hand. "That is as far as you go," he declared. "Take your horses over there, beside the building, and open your packs for inspection." Silk pushed forward. "Of course, Sergeant," he replied in an obsequious, fawning tone. "We have nothing to hide." "We'll decide that," the unshaven soldier said, swaying slightly as he barred their path. The customs agent emerged from the station with a blanket wrapped about his shoulders. It was the same stout man whom they had encountered years before when they had passed this way during their pursuit of Zadar and the stolen orb. On their previous meeting, however, there had been a certain smug self-satisfaction about him. Now his florid face bore the discontented expression of a man who lives with the conviction that life has somehow cheated him. "What do you have to declare?" he demanded brusquely.
Nothing on this trip, I'm afraid, Your Excellency, Sulk answered in a whining voice. We're just poor travelers on our way to Tolhanath. The paunchy agent peered at the little man. I think we have met before, haven't we? Aren't you Redek, of Boktor? Oh, the same, Your Excellency. You have an extremely good memory. In my business you have to. How did you do with your Sinderian woolens that time? Sulk's face grew melancholy. Not nearly as well as I had hoped. The weather broke before I got to Tolhanath, so the price was less than half of what it should have been. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, the agent said perfunctorily. Would you mind opening your packs? All we have is food and spare clothing. The little Drasnian was actually sniveling. It has been my experience that people sometimes forget that they are carrying things of value. Open the packs, Redek. Anything you say, Excellency. Sulk clambered down from his horse and began unbuckling the straps on the packs. I wish I did have things of value in here, he sighed tragically. But that unfortunate venture in the wool market started a long decline for me, I'm afraid. I am virtually out of business. The agent grunted and rummaged through their packs for several minutes, shivering all the while. Finally, he turned back to Sulk with a sour look. It seems that you are telling the truth, Redek. I'm sorry I doubted you. He blew on his hands, trying to warm them. Times have been hard of late. Nothing comes through here in the last 6 months that is worth even a decent bribe. I've heard that there's been some trouble down here in Vordu, Sulk whined as he buckled the packs shut again. Something about a secession from the rest of Tolnedra. The most idiotic thing in the history of the Empire. All of the brains went out of the Vordu family after the Grand Duke Kador died. They should have known that fellow was an agent for a foreign power. Which fellow was that? The one who claimed that he was an Eastern merchant. He wormed his way into the confidence of the Vordus and puffed them up with flattery. By the time he was done, they actually believed that they were competent enough to run their own kingdom, independent of the rest of Tonedra. But the Varanas, he's a sly one, let me tell you. He struck a bargain with King Coradonan, and before long all of Vordu was crawling with Mimbrate knights, stealing everything in sight. He pointed at the scorched corner of his station. You see that? A platoon or so of them came by here and sacked the building. Then they set fire to the place. Tragic. Sulk commiserated with him. Did anyone ever find out just who that so-called merchant was working for? Those idiots in Tolvordu. They did not, that is for certain. But I knew who he was the minute I laid eyes on him. Oh? The man was a raven, and that puts the whole thing right in the lap of King Belgarian. He always hated the Vordus anyway, so he came up with his scheme to break their power in northern Tonedra. He smiled bleakly. He's getting exactly what he's got coming to him, though. They forced him to marry the Princess Tenedra, and she is making his life miserable. How were you able to tell that the agent was Raven? Sulk asked curiously. Oh, that's easy, Redek. The Ravens have been isolated on the island of theirs for thousands of years. They are so inbred that all kinds of defects and deformities crop up in them. He was deformed? The agent shook his head. It was his eyes. They didn't have any color to them at all. Absolutely white. He shuddered. It was a chilling thing to see. He pulled his blanket tighter about his shoulders. I'm sorry, Redek, but I am freezing out here. I'm going back inside where it is warm. You and your friends are free to go. And with that he hurried back into the station and the warmth of his fireside. Isn't that interesting? Sulk said as they rode away. Belgarath was frowning. The next question is, who this busy man with the white eyes is working for? Ervon, Dernick suggested.
Maybe he put Hurricane to work in the north and Noradas here in the south, both of them trying to stir up as much turmoil as possible. Maybe, Belgarath grunted. But then again, maybe not.
My dear Prince Keldar, Tinedra said, pushing back the hood of her cloak with one mittened hand, what exactly was the purpose of all of that cringing and snivelling?
Characterization, Tinedra, he replied airily. Redek of Baktor was a pompous, arrogant ass, as long as he was rich. Now that he's poor, he's gone the other way entirely. It is the nature of him.
But there isn't any such person as Redek of Baktor.
But of course there is. You just saw him. Redek of Baktor exists in the memories of people all over this part of the world. In many ways, he's even more real than that bloated time server back there.
But he is you. You just made him up.
Oh, certainly I did, and I'm really rather proud of him. His existence, his background, his entire life history are a matter of public record. He is as real as you are.
That does not make any sense at all, Silk.
That is because you're not Drasnian, Tinedra. They reached Tolhunoth several days later. The white marble imperial city gleamed in the frosty winter sunshine, and the legionnaires standing guard at the carved bronze gates were as crisp and as burnished as always. As Geryon and his friends clattered across the marble-paved bridge to the gate, the officer in charge of the guard detachment took one look at Tinedra and banged his clenched fist on his polished breastplate in salute. "Your Imperial Highness," he greeted her. "If we had known you were approaching, we would have sent out an escort."
"That is all right, Captain,"
she replied in a tired little voice.
"Do you suppose you could send one of your men on ahead of us to the palace to advise the Emperor that we are here?"
"At once, Your Imperial Highness," he said, saluting again and standing aside to let them pass.
"I just wish that someday somebody in Tolnedra would remember that you're married," Geryon muttered, feeling a bit surly about it.
"What was that, dear?"
"Can't they get it through their heads that you are the Queen of Riva now? Every time one of them calls you Your Imperial Highness, it makes me feel like some kind of hanger-on, or a servant of some sort."
"Aren't you being a little bit oversensitive, Geryon?"
He grunted sourly, still feeling just a bit offended. The avenues of Tolhunoth were broad and faced with the proud, lofty houses of the Tolnedran elite. Columns and statuary abounded on the fronts of those residences in vast, ostentatious display, and the richly garbed merchant princes in the streets were bedecked with jewels beyond price. Silk looked at them as he rode past, and then ruefully down at his own shabby, threadbare garments. He sighed bitterly.
"More characterization, Redek?"
Aunt Polgara asked. "Only in part," he replied. "Of course Redek would be envious, but I have to admit that I do sort of miss my own finery."
"How on earth do you keep all of these fictitious people straight?"
"Concentration, Polgara. Concentration. You can't succeed at any game if you do not concentrate." The imperial compound was a cluster of sculptured marble buildings enclosed within a high wall and situated atop a hill in the western quarter of the city. Warned in advance of their approach, the legionnaires at the gate admitted the party immediately, with crisp military salutes. Beyond the gate lay a paved courtyard, and standing at the foot of the marble stairs leading up to a column-fronted building stood the Emperor Varana. "Welcome to Tolhunoth," he said to them as they dismounted. Tinedra hurried toward him, but stopped at the last moment and curtsied formally.
"Your Imperial Majesty?"
she said. "Why so ceremonial, Tinedra?" he asked her, holding out his arms.
"Please, Uncle,"
she said, glancing at the palace functionaries lining the top of the stairs.
"Not here. If you kiss me here, I will break down and cry, and a Baroon never cries in public."
"Ah," he said with understanding. Then he turned to the rest of them. "Come inside, all of you. Let's get in out of this cold." He turned, offering Zenedra his arm and limping up the stairs. Just inside the doors there was a large circular rotunda, lined along its walls with marble busts of the last 1,000 years or so of Tolnedran emperors. "Look like a gang of pickpockets, don't they?" Varana said to Geryon with a wry smile.
"I don't see yours anywhere."
"The royal sculptor is having trouble with my nose. The Anadils descended from peasant stock, and my nose is not suitably imperial for his taste." He led them down a broad hallway to a large candlelit room with a crimson carpet and drapes and deeply upholstered furniture of the same hue. In each corner stood a glowing iron brazier, and the room was pleasantly warm. "Please," the Emperor said, "make yourselves comfortable. I will send for something hot to drink, and I will have the kitchen prepare a dinner for us." He spoke briefly with the legionnaire at the door as Geryon and his friends removed their cloaks and seated themselves. "Now," Varana said, closing the door, "what brings you to Tolhanath?" "You have heard about our campaign against the bear cult?" Belgarath asked him. "And the reason for it?" The Emperor nodded. "As it turned out, the campaign was misdirected. The cult was not involved in the abduction of Prince Geren, although there was an effort to implicate them. The person we are looking for is named Zandramas. Does that name mean anything to you?" Varana frowned. "No, I cannot say that it does." Belgarath rapidly sketched in the situation, telling Varana what they had learned about Zandramas, Harakan, and the Sardian. When he had finished, the Emperor's expression was slightly dubious. "I can accept most of what you say, Belgarath. But some of it—" he shrugged, holding up both hands. "What's the problem?" "Varana is a skeptic, Father. There are certain things he prefers not to think about." "Even after everything that happened at Tolmardo?" Belgarath looked surprised. "It is a matter of principle, Belgarath," Varana laughed. "It has to do with being a Tonedran, and a soldier." Belgarath gave him an amused look. "All right, then. Can you accept the fact that the abduction might have been politically motivated?" "Oh, but of course. I understand politics." "Good. There have always been two major centers of power in Malloria, the throne and the church. Now it looks as if this Zandramas is raising a third. We cannot tell if Kalzakath is directly involved in any way, but there's some kind of power struggle going on between Irvon and Zandramas. For some reason, Gerrion's son is central to their struggle." "We have also picked up some hints along the way that for one reason or another, the Malloreons don't want us to become involved," Silk added. "There are agents stirring up trouble in Arindia, and it may have been a Malloreon who was behind the Vordu succession." Varana looked at him sharply. "A man named Naradus." "Now that is a name that I have heard," the Emperor said. "Supposedly, he is an Angrak merchant here to negotiate a deal and spend a lot of money. My commercial advisors think that he is an agent for King Urget. Now that Zakath controls the mining regions in eastern Murgos, Urget desperately needs money to finance the war that he has got going on down there." Silk shook his head. "I don't think so. Naradus is a Malloreon Grolem. It is not likely that he'd be working for the king of the Murgos." There was a respectful tap at the door. "Yes," Varana said. The door opened and Lord Morin, the imperial chamberlain, entered. He was an old man now and very thin. His hair had gone completely white and it stood out in wisps.
His skin had that waxy transparency one sees in the very old, and he moved slowly.
"The Thracian ambassador, Your Majesty,"
he announced in a quavering voice.
"He says that he has some information of great urgency for you, and for your guests."
"You had better show him in, then, Morin."
"There is a young lady with him, Your Majesty. A Thracian noblewoman, I believe."
"We will see them both, then," Varanna said.
"As you wish, Your Majesty,"
Morin replied with a creaky bow. When the aged chamberlain escorted the ambassador and his companion into the room, Geryon blinked in surprise.
"His Excellency, Prince Caldon, ambassador of the royal court of Thracia,"
Morin announced.
"and her ladyship, Macravane Lizelle,
he faltered.
"A spy, Your Excellency,"
Lizelle supplied with aplomb.
"Is that an official designation, Your Ladyship?"
"It saves a great deal of time, Your Excellency."
"My,"
Morin sighed.
"how the world changes. Should I introduce Your Ladyship to the Emperor as an official spy?"
"I think he has gathered that already, Lord Morin,"
she said, touching his thin hand affectionately. Morin bowed and tottered slowly from the room.
"What a dear old man,"
she murmured.
"Oh, hello, cousin,"
Silk said to the ambassador.
"Cousin?"
Prince Caldon replied coolly.
"Are you two somehow related?"
Varanna asked. "Oh, distantly, Your Majesty," Silk told him. "Our mothers were second cousins. Or was it third?"
"Fourth, I think,"
Caldon said. He eyed his rat-faced relative. "You are looking a bit seedy, old man," he noted. "The last time I saw you, you were dipping gold and jewels."
"I'm in disguise, cousin,"
Silk said.
"You're not supposed to be able to recognize me."
"Ah," Caldon said. He turned to the Emperor. "Please excuse our banter, Your Majesty. Geldar here and I have loathed each other since childhood." Silk grinned. "Oh, it was hate at first sight. We absolutely detest each other." Caldon smiled briefly. "When we were children, they used to hide all of the knives every time our families visited each other." Silk looked curiously at Lizelle. "What are you doing in Tolhanath?"
"It's a secret."
"Velvet brought several dispatches from Boktor," Caldon explained, "and certain instructions."
"Velvet?"
"Silly, isn't it?"
Lizelle laughed.
"But then I suppose they could have chosen a worse nickname for me."
"It's better than some that spring to mind," Silk agreed.
"Be nice, Geldar."
"There was something you thought we ought to know, Prince Caldon?" Varanna asked. Caldon sighed. "It saddens me to report that the courtesan Bethra has been murdered, Your Majesty."
"What?"
"She was set upon by assassins in a deserted street last night when she was returning from a business engagement. She was left for dead, but she managed to drag herself to our gate, and she was able to pass on some information before she died." Silk's face had gone quite white. "Who was responsible for it?" he demanded. "We are still working on that, Geldar," his cousin replied. "We have some suspicions, of course, but nothing concrete enough to take before a magistrate." The Emperor's face was bleak now, and he rose from the chair in which he had been sitting. "There are some people who will need to know about this," he said grimly. "Would you come with me, Prince Caldon?" "Of course, Your Majesty." "Please, excuse us," Varanna said to the rest of them.
This is a matter that needs my immediate attention. He led the Drasnian ambassador from the room. Did she suffer greatly? Silk asked the girl known as Velvet in a voice filled with pain.
They used knives, Keldar,
she replied simply.
That is never pleasant.
I see. His ferret-like face hardened. Could she give you any kind of idea what might have been behind it?
I gather that it had to do with several things. She mentioned the fact that she once informed Emperor Varana of a plot against the life of his son. The Hannes?
Zenedra grated. What makes you say that? Silk asked quickly.
Geryon and I were here when she told Varana. It was at the time of my father's funeral. Betra came secretly to the palace and said that the two Honathite nobles, Count Elgon and Baron Kelpor, were hatching a scheme to murder Varana's son.
Silk's face was stony now. Thank you, Zenedra.
There is something else you should know, Keldar,
Velvet said quietly. She looked at the rest of them.
We all will be discreet about this, won't we?
Of course, Belgarath assured her. Velvet turned back to Silk.
Betra was Hunter,
she told him. Hunter? Betra?
She has been for several years now. When the struggle over the succession started heating up here in Tonedra, King Rodar instructed Javelin to take steps to make sure that the man who followed Ranbarun to the throne would be someone the Elorns could live with. Javelin came to Tolhanath and recruited Bethra to see to it.
Excuse me, Belgarath interrupted, his eyes alight with curiosity. But exactly what is this Hunter?
Our most secret spy,
Velvet replied.
Hunter's identity is known only to Javelin, and Hunter deals with only the most sensitive situations, things that the Drasnian crown simply cannot openly become involved in. Anyway, when it appeared that the Grand Duke of Noragon, of the House of Honath, was almost certain to be the next emperor, King Rodar made a certain suggestion to Javelin, and a few months later, Noragon accidentally ate some bad shellfish. Some very bad shellfish.
Bethra did that? Silk's tone was amazed.
She was extraordinarily resourceful. Magravine Lysel?
Zenedra said, her eyes narrowed thoughtfully.
Yes, Your Majesty. If the identity of Hunter is the deepest state secret in Drasnia, how is it that you were aware of it? I was sent from Boktor with certain instructions for her. My uncle knows that I can be trusted. But you are revealing it right now, aren't you? It is after the fact, Your Majesty. Bethra is dead. Someone else will be Hunter now. Anyway, before she died, Bethra told us that someone had found out about her involvement in the death of Grand Duke Noragon and had passed the information on. She believed that it was that information that triggered the attack upon her.
It is definitely narrowing down to the Honest, then, isn't it?
It is not definite proof, Keldar,
Velvet warned him. Oh, it's definite enough to satisfy me.
You're not going to do anything precipitous, are you? Javelin would not like that, you know.
That is Javelin's problem. We don't have time to get involved in Tonedran politics, Silk. We're not going to be here that long. It's not going to take me that long.
I'll have to report what you are planning to Javelin,
Velvet warned. Oh, of course. But I'll be finished with it by the time your report reaches Boktor.
It is important that you do not embarrass us, Keldar.
Oh, trust me, he said, and quietly left the room. It always makes me nervous when he says that, Dernick murmured. Early the following morning, Belgarath and Geryon left the imperial palace to visit the library at the university.
It was chilly in the broad streets of Tolhunath, and a raw wind was blowing in off of the Nadrain River. The few merchants abroad at that hour walked briskly along the marble thoroughfares, with fur cloaks pulled tightly about them, and gangs of roughly dressed laborers thronged up out of the poorer sections of the city, with their heads bent into the wind and their chapped hands burrowed deep into their clothing. Geryon and his grandfather passed through the deserted central marketplace, and soon reached a large cluster of buildings enclosed by a marble wall, and entered through a gate stamped with the imperial seal. The grounds inside the compound were as neatly trimmed as those surrounding the palace, and there were broad marble walks stretching from building to building across the lawns. As they moved along one of those walks, they encountered a portly, black-robed scholar, pacing along with his hands clasped behind his back and his face lost in thought.
"Excuse me," Belgarath said to him, "but could you direct us to the library?"
"What?"
The man looked up, blinking. "The library, good sir. Which way is it?"
"Oh," the scholar said, "it is over there someplace." He gestured vaguely.
"Do you suppose that you could be a bit more precise?"
The scholar gave the shabbily dressed old man an offended look. "Ask one of the porters," he said brusquely. "I am busy. I have been working on a problem for 20 years now, and I have almost found the solution."
"Oh? Which problem is that?"
"I doubt that it would be of much interest to an uneducated mendicant," the scholar replied loftily. "But if you really must know, I have been trying to calculate the exact weight of the world."
"Oh, is that all? And it's taken you 20 years?
Belgarath's face was astonished.
"I solved that problem a long time ago, in about a week."
The scholar stared at him, his face going dead white. "That is impossible," he exclaimed.
"I am the only man in the world who is looking into it. No one has ever asked the question before."
Belgarath laughed.
"I'm sorry, learned scholar, but it has been asked several times already. The best solution I ever saw was by a man named Talgan, at the University of Melsina, I think. It was during the 2nd millennium. There should be a copy of his calculations in your library."
The scholar began to tremble violently, and his eyes bulged. Without a word he spun on his heel and dashed across the lawn with the skirts of his robe flapping behind him.
"Keep an eye on him, Geryon," Belgarath said calmly. "The building he runs to should be the library."
"Just how much does the world weigh?"
Geryon asked curiously. "How should I know?" Belgarath replied. "No sane man would even be curious about it."
"But what about this Talgan you mentioned, the one who wrote the solution?"
"Him? Oh, there's no such person. I just made him up."
Geryon stared at him.
"That's a dreadful thing to do, grandfather. You've just destroyed a man's entire life work with a lie."
"Oh, but it did get him to lead us to the library," the old man said slyly. "Besides, maybe now he will turn his attention to something a bit more meaningful. The library's in that building with the tower. He just ran up the steps. Shall we go?"
There was a marble rotunda just inside the main entrance to the library, and in the precise center of that rotunda stood a highly ornate carved desk. A bald, skinny man sat behind the desk laboriously copying from a huge book. For some reason the man looked familiar to Geryon, and he frowned as they approached the desk, trying to remember where he had seen him before. "May I help you?" the skinny man asked, looking up from his copying as Belgarath stopped in front of the desk.
"Possibly so. I am looking for a copy of the Prophecies of the Western Grolums."
The skinny man frowned, scratching at one ear. "That would be in the comparative theology section," he mused. "Could you hazard a guess as to the date of the composition?" Belgarath also frowned, staring up into the vault of the rotunda as he considered it.
"My guess would be early 3rd millennium," he said finally.
That would put it at the time of either the Second Honothite dynasty or the Second Varduvian, the scholar said. We shouldn't have too much trouble finding it. He rose to his feet. It's this way, he said, pointing toward one of the hallways fanning out from the rotunda. If you will follow me, please. Geryon still felt the nagging certainty that he knew this polite, helpful scholar. The man certainly had better manners than the pompous, self-important world waiter they had met outside. And then it came to him. Master Jeebers, he said incredulously. Is that you? Have we met before, sir? Jeebers asked politely, looking at Geryon with a puzzled squint. Geryon grinned broadly. We have indeed, Master Jeebers. You introduced me to my wife. I don't seem to recall. Oh, I think you do. You crept out of the palace with her one night and rode south toward Tol Barun. Along the way you joined a party of merchants. You left rather suddenly, when my wife told you that leaving Tol Honoth was her idea instead of Ran Barun's. Jeebers blinked, then his eyes widened. Your Majesty, he said with a bow. Forgive me for not recognizing you at once. My eyes, they are not what they once were. Geryon laughed, clapping him on the shoulder in delight. That's quite all right, Jeebers. I'm not going about announcing who I am on this trip. And how is little Sinedra, Her Majesty, that is? Geryon was about to tell his wife's former tutor about the abduction of their son, but Belgarath gave him a discreet nudge. Fine. Just fine. I'm so glad to hear it, Jeebers said with a fond smile. She was an absolutely impossible student, but strangely I find that much of the fun went out of my life after she and I parted company. I was delighted to hear of her fortuitous marriage, and not nearly as surprised as my colleagues here when we heard that she had raised an army and marched on Tul Mardu. She was always a fiery little thing, and brilliant. He gave Geryon a rather apologetic look. To be honest, though, I have to tell you that she was an erratic and undisciplined student. I've noticed those qualities in her from time to time. Jeebers laughed. I am sure that you have, Your Majesty. Please, convey my regards to her. He hesitated. And if you don't think it's presumptuous, my affections as well? I will, Jeebers, Geryon promised. I will. This is the comparative theology section of our library, the bald scholar said, pushing open a heavy door. All the items are catalogued and stored by dynasty. The antiquity sections are back this way. He led them along a narrow aisle between tall book racks filled with leather-bound volumes and tightly rolled scrolls. The skinny man paused once and rubbed his finger along one of the shelves. Dust, he sniffed disapprovingly. I expect I had better speak sharply to the custodians about that. It is the nature of books to collect dust, Belgarath said. And it is the nature of custodians to avoid doing anything about it, Jeebers added with a wry smile. Ah, here we are. He stopped in the center of a somewhat broader aisle where the books showed marked signs of extreme age. Please, be gentle with them, he said, touching the backs of the volumes with an odd kind of affection. They are old and brittle. The works written during the Second Honothite dynasty are on this side, and those dating back to the Second Vordu dynasty are over here. They are further broken down into the kingdom of origin. So it should not be hard for you to locate the one you want. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shouldn't stay away from my desk for too long. Some of my colleagues, they get impatient and start rooting through the shelves on their own. It takes weeks sometimes to get things put right again.
I'm sure we can manage from here, Master Jeebers, Belgarath assured him. And thank you for your assistance.
It is my pleasure, Jeebers replied with a slight bow. He looked back at Geryon. You will remember to give little Tenedra my greetings, won't you? You have my word on it, Master Jeebers. Thank you, Your Majesty. And the skinny man turned and went on out of the book-lined room.
An enormous change there, Belgrath noted. Probably the little fright Tenedra gave him at Tol Barun that time knocked all of the pomposity out of him. The old man was peering intently now at the shelves. I will have to admit that he is a very competent scholar.
Isn't he just a librarian? Geryon asked. Somebody who looks after books?
That is where all the rest of scholarship starts, Geryon. All the books in the world won't help you if they are just piled up in a heap.
He bent slightly and pulled a black-wrapped scroll from a lower shelf.
Here we are, he said triumphantly. Jeepers led us right to it.
He moved to the end of the aisle where a table and bench sat before a tall, narrow window, and where the pale winter sunlight fell golden on the stone floor. He sat and carefully undid the ties that held the scroll tightly rolled inside its black velvet cover. As he pulled the scroll out, he muttered a number of fairly sulphurous oaths. "What's the matter?"
"Crowlum stupidity," Belgarath growled. "Look at this." He held out the scroll. "Look at the parchment."
Geryon peered at it. "It looks like other parchment to me."
"It is human skin," the old man snorted disgustedly.
Geryon drew back in revulsion. "That's ghastly."
"Oh, but that's not the point. Whoever provided the skin was finished with it anyway. The problem is that human skin won't hold ink."
He unrolled a foot or so of the scroll.
"Look at that. It is so faded you can't even make out the words."
"Could you use something to bring them out again? The way you did with Anheg's letter that time?"
"Geryon, this scroll is about 3,000 years old. The solution of salts I used on Anheg's letter would probably dissolve it entirely."
"Sorcery, then?"
Belgarath shook his head. "It's just too fragile."
He started to swear again, even as he carefully unrolled the scroll inch by inch, moving it this way and that to catch the sunlight.
"Here's something," he grunted with some surprise.
"What does it say?"
"Seek the path of the child of dark in the land of the serpents." The old man looked up. "Well, that's something, anyway."
"What does it mean?"
"Just what it says. Xandromos went to Nissa. We'll pick up the trail there."
"Grandfather, we already knew that."
"We suspected it, Geryon. There is a difference. Xandromos has tricked us into following false trails before. Now we know for certain that we are on the right track."
"It isn't very much, Grandfather."
"I know. But it is better than nothing."
Chapter 5.
"Would you just look at that?"
Tenedra said indignantly the following morning. She had just arisen and stood at the window wrapped in a warm robe. Geryon murmured drowsily. "Look at what, dear?" He was burrowed deeply under the warm quilts and was giving some serious thought to going back to sleep.
"You can't see it from over there, Geryon. Come over here."
He sighed, slipped out of bed and padded barefoot over to the window.
"Isn't that disgusting?"
The grounds of the Imperial compound were blanketed in white, and large snowflakes were settling lazily through the dead calm air. "Isn't it sort of peculiar for it to snow in Tolhanath?"
"Geryon, it never snows in Tolhanath. The last time I saw snow here was when I was 5 years old."
"Well, it has been an unusual winter."
"Well, I'm going back to bed, and I am not going to get up until every bit of it melts."
You don't really have to go out in it, you know.
I don't even want to look at it.
She flounced back to their canopied bed, let her robe drop to the floor, and climbed back under the quilts.
Geryon shrugged and started back toward the bed. Another hour or two of sleep seemed definitely in order.
Please pull the curtains on the bed shut, she told him, and do not make too much noise when you leave.
He stared at her for a moment, then sighed.
He closed the heavy curtains around the bed and sleepily began to dress.
Do be a dear, Geryon,
she said sweetly.
Stop by the kitchen and tell them that I want my breakfast in here.
Now that, he felt, was distinctly unfair. He pulled on the rest of his clothes, feeling surly.
Oh, Geryon.
Yes, dear. He kept it neutral with some effort.
Don't forget to comb your hair. You always look like a straw stack in the morning.
Her voice was already sounding drowsy and on the edge of sleep. He found Belgarath sitting moodily before the window in an unlighted dining room. Although it was quite early, the old man had a tankard on the table beside him.
"Can you believe this?"
he said disgustedly, looking out at the softly falling snow.
I don't imagine that it's going to last very long, grandfather.
"It never snows in Tolhunath."
That's what Sinedra was just saying. Geryon held out his hands to a glowing iron brazier.
"Where is she?"
She went back to bed.
Probably not such a bad idea. Why didn't you join her?
She decided that it was time for me to get up.
Well, that hardly seems fair.
You know, the same thought occurred to me. Belgarath scratched absently at his ear, still looking out at the snow.
We are too far south for this to last more than a day or so. Besides, the day after tomorrow is Eristide. A lot of people will be traveling after the holiday. We won't be quite so conspicuous.
You think we should wait?
It is sort of logical. We wouldn't make very good time slogging through all of that anyway.
Well, what do you plan to do today, then?
Belgarath picked up his tankard.
I think I'll finish this and then go back to bed.
Geryon pulled up one of the red velvet upholstered chairs and sat down. Something had been bothering him for several days now, and he decided that this might be a good time to bring it out into the open.
Grandfather.
Yes?
Why is it that all of this seems to have happened before?
All of what?
Well, everything. There are Angaraks in Arindia trying to stir up trouble, just as they were when we were following Zadar. There are intrigues and assassinations in Tolnedra, the same as last time. We ran into a monster, a dragon this time instead of the Elgroths, but it is still pretty close to the same sort of thing. It seems almost as if we were repeating everything that happened when we were trying to find the orb. We've been running into the same people, Delvor, that customs man, even Jeebers.
You know, that's a very interesting question, Geryon.
Belgarath pondered for a moment, absently taking a drink from his tankard.
If you think about it in a certain way, though, it does sort of make sense.
I don't quite follow you.
We are on our way to another meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark, Belgarath explained. That meeting is going to be a repetition of an event that has been happening over and over since the beginning of time. Since it's the same event, it stands to reason that the circumstances leading up to it should also be similar.
He thought about it a moment longer.
Actually, they'd almost have to be now, wouldn't they?
That's a little deep for me, I'm afraid.
There are two prophecies, two sides of the same thing. Something happened an unimaginably long time ago to separate them.
Well, yes, I understand that.
When they got separated, things sort of stopped.
What things?
But it's kind of hard to put into words. Let's call it the course of things that was supposed to happen. The future, I suppose. As long as those two forces are separate and equal, the future cannot happen. We all just keep going through the same series of events over and over again.
When will it end?
When one of the prophecies finally overcomes the other. When the child of light finally defeats the child of dark. Or the other way around.
I thought I already did that.
I don't think it was conclusive enough, Geryon.
I killed Torak, grandfather. You can't get much more conclusive than that, can you?
You killed Torak, Geryon. You did not kill the dark prophecy. I think it is going to take something more significant than a sword fight in the City of Night to settle this.
Such as what?
Belgarath spread his hands. I don't know. I really don't. This idea of yours could be very useful, though.
Oh?
If we are going to go through a series of events that are similar to what happened last time, it could give us a notion of what to expect now, couldn't it? You might want to think about that. Maybe spend a little more time this morning remembering exactly what happened last time.
And what are you going to do?
Belgarath drained his tankard and stood up. As I said, I am going back to bed.
That afternoon, a polite official in a brown mantle tapped on the door of the room where Geryon sat reading and advised him that the Emperor Varana wanted to see him. Geryon set aside his book and followed the official through the echoing marble halls to Varana's study.
Ah, Belgarian,
Varana said as he entered.
A bit of news has just reached me that you might find interesting. Please, have a seat.
Information? Geryon asked, sitting in the leather-upholstered chair beside the Emperor's desk.
That man you mentioned the other day, Naradas, he has been seen here in Tolhanath.
Naradas? How did he manage to get down here that fast? The last I heard, he was riding north from the Great Fair in Arindia.
Has he been following you?
He has been asking a lot of questions and spreading money around.
I can have him picked up, if you want. I have a few questions I'd like to ask him myself, and I could hold him for several months, if need be.
Geryon thought about it. Finally, he shook his head rather regretfully. He's a Malloreon Grolem, and he could be out of any kind of prison cell you could put him in within a matter of minutes.
The Imperial Dungeon is quite secure, Belgarian,
Varana said a bit stiffly. Not that secure, Varana. Then Geryon smiled briefly, remembering the Emperor's stubborn convictions about such things. Let us just say that Naradas has some out-of-the-ordinary resources available to him. It is one of those things that makes you uncomfortable to talk about.
Oh,
Varana said distastefully.
That.
Geryon nodded. It might be better in the long run just to have your people keep an eye on him. If he doesn't know that we are aware that he's here, he might lead us to others, or at least to certain information. Harakan's been seen here in Tolnedra too, I understand, and I'd like to find out if there's some kind of connection between the two of them.
Varana smiled. Your life is a great deal more complicated than mine, Belgarian. I only have one reality to deal with.
Geryon gave a wry shrug. It helps to fill up my spare time. There was a light tap on the door, and Lord Moran slowly shuffled into the room.
I'm sorry to disturb your majesties, but there's some unsettling news from the city.
Oh?
Varana said.
What has been happening, Morin?
Someone's been killing members of the Honoth family very quietly, but very efficiently. Quite a few have died in the last 2 nights.
Poison?
No, Your Majesty. This assassin is more direct. He smothered a few with their own pillows the night before last, and there was one nasty fall. At first the deaths appeared to be of natural causes. Last night, though, he started using a knife.
Morin shook his head disapprovingly.
Messy, he sniffed. Very messy.
Varana frowned.
I thought that all of the old feuds had settled down. Do you think it might be the Horbites? They hold grudges forever sometimes.
No one seems to know, Your Majesty. The Hunners are terrified. They're either fleeing the city or turning their houses into forts.
Varana smiled.
I think I can live with the discomfort of the Honath family. Did this fellow leave any kind of a trademark? Can we identify him as a known assassin?
We haven't a clue, Your Majesty. Should I put guards around the houses of the Hunners? The ones that are left?
They have their own soldiers.
Varana shrugged.
But put out some inquiries, and let this fellow know that I would like to have a little talk with him.
Are you going to arrest him? Geryon asked.
Oh, I don't know that I want to go that far. I just want to find out who he is, and suggest to him that he ought to follow the rules a little more closely. That is all. I wonder who he could possibly be.
Geryon, however, had a few private suspicions about the matter. The Aristide festivities were in full swing in Tolhanath, and the revelers, many far gone in drink, lurched and staggered from party to party as the great families vied with one another in a vulgar display of ostentatious wealth. The huge mansions of the rich and powerful were festooned with gaily hued buntings and hung with colored lanterns. Fortunes were spent on lavish banquets, and the entertainments provided often exceeded the bounds of good taste. Although the celebrations at the palace were more restrained, Emperor Varana nonetheless felt obliged to extend his hospitality to many people he privately loathed. The event which had been long in the planning for that particular evening was a state banquet to be followed by a grand ball.
And you too will be my guests of honor, Varana firmly told Geryon and Zenedra. If I have to endure this, then so do you.
I would really rather not, Uncle,
Zenedra told him with a sad little smile.
I am not much in the mood for festivities just now.
You cannot just turn off your life, Zenedra, he said gently. A party, even one of the stuffy ones here in the palace, might help to divert your mind from your tragic circumstances.
He gave her a shrewd look.
Besides, he added, if you don't attend, the Hunneths, the Horbites, and Vortus will all be smirking up their sleeves about your absence.
Zenedra's head came up quickly, and her eyes took on a flinty look.
That is true, isn't it? Of course, I really don't have a thing to wear.
There are whole closets filled with your gowns in the imperial apartments, Zenedra.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten those. All right, Uncle. I will be happy to attend.
And so it was that Zenedra, dressed in a creamy white velvet gown, with a jeweled coronet nestling among her flaming curls, entered the ballroom that evening on the arm of her husband, the King of Reva. Geryon, dressed in a borrowed blue doublet that was noticeably tight across the shoulders, approached the entire affair with a great lack of enthusiasm. As a visiting head of state, he was obliged to stand for an hour or so in the reception line in the grand ballroom, murmuring empty responses to the pleasantries offered by assorted Horbites, Vordus, Ranites, and Buruns, and their often giddy wives. The Honoths, however, were conspicuous by their absence. Toward the end of that interminable ceremony, Javelin's honey-blonde niece, the Margravine Liselle, dressed in a spectacular gown of lavender brocade, came past on the arm of Prince Scaldon.
"Courage, your majesty,"
she murmured, as she curtsied to Geryon.
"Not even this can last forever, though it might seem like it."
"Thanks, Liselle," he replied.
After the reception line had wound to its tedious conclusion, Geryon circulated politely among the other guests, enduring the endlessly repeated comment, "It never snows in Tolhanath." At the far end of the candlelit ballroom, a group of Arindish musicians sawed and plucked and tootled their way through a repertoire of holiday songs that were common to all of the kingdoms of the West. Their lutes, violas, harps, flutes, and oboes provided a largely unheard background to the chattering of the Emperor's guests.
"I had engaged Madame Aldima to entertain us this evening,"
Lorana was saying to a small cluster of Horbites.
"Her singing was to have been the high point of the festivities. Unfortunately, the change in the weather has made her fearful of coming out of her house. She is most protective of her voice, I understand."
"And well she should be,"
a Rhinite lady standing just behind Geryon murmured to her companion.
"It wasn't much of a voice to begin with, and time has not been kind to it. All those years Aldima spent singing in taverns, no doubt."
"It hardly seems like her has died without singing," Varana continued. "Perhaps we might persuade one of these lovely ladies to grace us with a song or two."
A stout Barun lady of middle years quickly responded to the Emperor's suggestion, joining with the orchestra in a rendition of an old favorite, delivered in a warbling soprano voice that struggled painfully to reach the higher registers. When she had finished and stood red-faced and gasping, the Emperor's guests responded to her screeching with polite applause, which lasted for almost 5 seconds. Then they returned to their inane chattering. The musicians struck up an Arindish air so old that its origins were lost in the mists of antiquity. Like most Arindish songs, it was one of a melancholy turn, beginning in a minor key with an intricate waterfall of notes from the lute. As the deep-toned viola entered with the main theme, a rich contralto voice joined in. Gradually, the conversations died as the voice poignantly touched the guests into silence. Geryon was startled. Standing not far from the orchestra, the Margravine Liselle had lifted her head in song. Her voice was marvelous. It had a dark, thrilling timbre, and was as smooth as honey. The other guests drew back from her in profound respect for that glorious voice, leaving her standing quite alone in a golden circle of candlelight. And then, to Geryon's astonishment, Tenedra stepped into that candlelight to join the lavender-gowned Drasnian girl. As the flute picked up the counter-harmony, the tiny Raven Queen raised her sad little face and joined her voice with that of the Margravine. Effortlessly, her clear voice rose with that of the flute, so perfectly matching its tone and color that one could not separate exactly the voice of the instrument from hers. And yet, there was a sadness bordering on heartbreak in her singing, a sorrow that brought a lump to Geryon's throat and tears to his eyes. Despite the festivities around her, it was clearly evident that Tenedra still nursed her abiding anguish deep in her heart, and no gaiety nor entertainment could lessen her suffering. As the song drew to its conclusion, the applause was thunderous. "More, more!" they shouted. Encouraged by the ovation, the musicians returned to the beginning of that same ancient air. Once again the lute spilled out its heart in that rippling cascade. But this time, as the viola led Liselle into the main theme, yet a third voice joined in, a voice Geryon knew so well that he did not even have to look to see who was singing. Bulgara, dressed in a deep blue velvet gown trimmed in silver, joined Liselle and Tenedra in the candlelit circle. Her voice was as rich and as smooth as the Margravine's,
And yet there was in it a sorrow that went even beyond Tzenedra's. A sorrow for a place that had been lost and could never return again. Then, as the flute accompanied Tzenedra into the rising counterpoint, Polgara's rose to join hers as well. The harmony that was created was not the traditional one which was so familiar in all of the kingdoms of the West. The Arindish musicians, their eyes filled with tears, took up those strange antique chords to recreate a melody that had not been heard in 1,000 years. As the last notes of that glorious song faded, there was an awed silence. Then, many of them weeping openly, the guests burst into applause as Polgara silently led the two young women out of that golden circle of light. Belgarath, looking somewhat unusually regal in a snowy Tolnedran mantle, but holding nonetheless a full silver goblet, stood in her path, his eyes a mystery. "Well, father?" Wordlessly he kissed her forehead and handed her the goblet.
"Lovely, Paul. But why revive something that has been dead and gone for all of these centuries?"
Her chin lifted proudly. "The memory of Voachun will never die so long as I live, father. I carry it forever in my heart. And every so often, I like to remind people that there was once a shining city filled with grace and courage and beauty, and that this mundane world in which we now live allowed it to slip away."
"It is very painful for you, isn't it, Polgara?"
"Yes, father. It is. More painful than I can say. But I have endured pain before, so—" She left it hanging with a slight shrug and moved with regal steps from the hall. After the banquet, Geryon and Tzenedra took a few turns about the ballroom floor, more for the sake of appearances than out of any real desire for it.
"Why does Lady Polgara feel so strongly about the Washaiterans?"
Tzenedra asked as they danced. "She lived in Voachun for quite some time when she was young," Geryon replied. "I think she loved the city and the people very much."
"I thought my heart would break when she sang that song."
"Mine nearly did," Geryon said quietly. "She has suffered so very much. But I think that the destruction of Voachun hurt her more than anything else that's ever happened. She has never forgiven grandfather for not coming to the aid of the city when the Asturians destroyed it." Tzenedra sighed.
"Oh, there is so much sorrow in this world."
"Well, there's hope, too," he reminded her.
"Ah, but only such a little."
She sighed again. Then a sudden impish smile crossed her lips.
"The song absolutely destroyed all of the ladies who are here,"
she smirked.
"Absolutely destroyed them."
"Try not to gloat in public, love," he gently chided her. "It's really not very becoming."
"Didn't Uncle Varana say that I was one of the guests of honor?"
"Well, yes."
"Well, it's my party then,"
she said with a toss of her head.
"So, I will gloat if I want to."
When they all returned to the set of rooms Varana had provided for their use, Silk was waiting for them, standing by the fire and warming his hands. The little man had a furtive, slightly worried look on his face, and he was covered from top to toe with reeking debris. "Where's Varana?" he asked tensely as they entered the candlelit sitting room. "He's down in the ballroom entertaining his guests."
"What have you been doing, Prince Geldar?"
Tzenedra asked, wrinkling her nose at the offensive odors emanating from his clothes. "Hiding," he replied, "under a garbage heap. I think we might want to leave Torhanath fairly soon." Belgarath's eyes narrowed.
"Exactly what have you been up to, Silk? And where have you been for the past couple of days?"
"Here and there," Silk said evasively. "I really should go get cleaned up." "I don't suppose you know anything about what's been happening to the Honath family, do you?"
"What is this?"
"I was with Varana this afternoon when Lord Moran brought the report. The Honoths have been dying at a surprising rate. 8 or 10 of them at the last count. 12, actually, Silk corrected meticulously. Belgarath turned on the rat-faced little man.
I think I'd like an explanation.
People die, Silk shrugged. It happens all the time.
Did they have help?
Oh, a little, maybe.
And were you the one who provided this assistance?
Would I do that? Belgarath's face grew bleak.
I want the truth, Prince Keldar.
Silk spread his hands extravagantly. What is truth, old friend? Can any man ever really know what the truth is?
This is not a philosophical discussion, Silk. Have you been out butchering Honoths?
I don't know that I would say butchering exactly. That word smacks of a certain crudity. I pride myself on my refinement.
Have you been killing people?
Oh, well, Silk's face took on a slightly offended expression. If you're going to put it that way.
12 people?
Dernick's tone was incredulous. And another that isn't very likely to survive, Silk noted. I was interrupted before I had time to make sure of him. But probably I did enough to get the job done.
I am still waiting, Silk,
Belgarath said darkly. Silk sniffed at one rancid sleeve and made a face. Bethra and I were very good friends. He shrugged as if that explained everything.
But, Dernick objected, didn't she try to have you killed once?
Oh, that wasn't anything important. It was business, nothing personal.
Isn't trying to kill somebody about as personal as you can get?
Of course not. I was interfering with something that she was working on. You see, she had this arrangement with the Tulish ambassador and...
Quit trying to change the subject, Silk,
Belgarath said. Silk's eyes grew hard. Vestra was a special woman. Beautiful, gifted, totally honest. I admired her very much. You could almost say that I loved her, in a rather special kind of way. The idea that someone saw fit to have her cut down in the street greatly offended me. I did what I thought was appropriate.
Despite the importance of what we are doing,
Belgarath's face was like a thundercloud.
You just dropped everything and ran out to do a little private killing.
There are some things you just don't let slide, Belgarath. There's also a principle involved. We do not allow the killing of a member of the Drasnian intelligence to go unpunished. It's bad for business if people get the idea that they can get away with that sort of thing. Anyway, the first night I went to some pains to make things look sort of natural.
Natural?
Dernick asked.
How can you make a murder look natural?
Please, Dernick. Murder is such an ugly word. He smothered them in their beds with their own pillow, Geryon explained. And one fellow sort of accidentally fell out of a window. Rather a high one, as I recall. He came down on an iron fence. Dernick shuddered. I managed to visit 5 of them the night before last, but the methods were taking entirely too long, so last night I was a bit more direct. I did sort of linger for a time with the Baron Kelbor, though. He was the one who actually gave the order to have Bethra killed. We had a very nice chat before he left us.
Kelbor's house is the most closely guarded in Tolhanath. How did you manage to get in?
Zenedra asked. Oh, people seldom look up at night, particularly when it's snowing. I went in over the rooftops. Anyway, he gave me some very useful information. It seems that the man who told the Honoths about Bethra's activities was a Malloreon. Naradas? Geryon asked quickly. No, this one had a black beard. Harrican, then? Lots of people have beards, Geryon. I'd like a little bit more confirmation. Not that I'd object to cutting Harrican up into little pieces, but I would hate to let the real culprit get away because I was concentrating too much on our old friend. His face went bleak again. That is particularly true in view of the fact that, from what Kelbor said, this helpful Malloreon arranged and participated in Bethra's murder, sort of as a favor to the Honoth family.
I do wish that you would go take a bath, Prince Keldar,
Tinedra said.
What on earth possessed you to take up residence in a garbage heap?
He shrugged. I was interrupted during my last visit, and a number of people were chasing me. This snow complicated things a bit. My tracks were very easy for them to follow. I needed a place to hide. The garbage heap was handy. His look became disgusted. It never snows in Tolhanath. You'd be amazed at how many people have told me the same thing today, Garion murmured. I really think we should leave almost immediately, Silk said.
What for? Dernek asked. You got away, didn't you?
You forget the tracks, Dernek. Silk held up one foot. Writhen boots. An affectation, perhaps. They are very comfortable, but they do leave distinctive tracks. I expect that it's only going to be a matter of time before somebody puts a few things together, and I am not really in the mood for dodging Honothite assassins. They are fairly inept, but they can be an inconvenience. The door opened rather quietly, and Silk instantly went into a crouch, his hands diving inside of his smeared doublet for his daggers.
My goodness,
the lavender-gowned Velvet said mildly, entering and closing the door behind her.
Aren't we jumpy this evening?
What are you doing here? Silk demanded.
I was attending the Imperial Ball. You have no idea how much gossip one can pick up at such affairs. The whole ballroom is buzzing with the accidents that have been befalling the Honoths in the past couple of nights. Under the circumstances, I thought it might have occurred to you that it was time for us to leave.
Us?
Oh, didn't I tell you? How forgetful of me. I will be joining you.
You most certainly will not, Belgarath said.
I hate to contradict you, Ancient One,
she said regretfully.
But I am acting on orders.
She turned to Silk.
My uncle has been a little nervous about some of your activities during the past few years. He trusts you, my dear Keldar. You must never think that he does not trust you. But he does sort of want somebody to keep an eye on you.
She frowned then.
I think that he is going to be quite cross when he hears about your midnight visits to the Honoth family.
You know the rules, Lysel, Silk replied. Bethra was one of our people. We do not let those things go.
Oh, naturally not. But Javelin prefers to order that sort of retaliation personally. Your somewhat hasty vengeance has robbed him of that opportunity. You are just too independent, Silk. He's right, you know. You do need to be watched.
She pursed her lips slightly.
I must admit, though, that it was a very nice job.
Now you listen to me, young lady, Belgrath said hotly. I am not conducting a guided tour for the benefit of the Drasnian spy network.
She gave him a disarming little smile and fondly patted his bearded cheek.
Oh, come now, Belgarath.
Her soft brown eyes were appealing.
Do be reasonable. Would it not be more civilized and convenient to have me in your party, rather than trailing along behind you? I am going to follow my orders, revered one, whether you like it or not.
Why is it that I have to be surrounded by women who won't do as they are told?
Her eyes went very wide.
Because we love you, immortal one,
she explained outrageously.
You are the answer to every maiden's dreams, and we follow you out of blind devotion.
That is about enough of that, miss, he said ominously. "You are not going with us, and that is final."
You know, the dry voice in Gerion's mind mused, I think I have finally isolated the difficulty I've always had with Belgarath. It is his pure pig-headed contrariness. He doesn't really have any reason for these arbitrary decisions of his. He just does it to irritate me. Do you mean that she's supposed to go along?
Gerion blurted, so startled that he said it out loud.
Of course she is. Why do you think I went to all of the trouble to get her to Tol Hannath before you all left? Go ahead. Tell him.
Belgarath's expression, however, clearly showed that Gerion's inadvertent exclamation had already told him that he had just been overruled. "Another visitation, I take it?" he said in a slightly sick tone of voice.
Yes, grandfather. I'm afraid so.
"She goes along, then?" Gerion nodded.
I love to watch his expression when he loses one of these arguments, the dry voice said smugly.
Polgara began to laugh. "What's so funny, Paul?"
Oh, nothing, father,
she replied innocently. He suddenly threw his hands into the air. "Go ahead," he said in exasperation. "Invite all of Tol Hannath to come along. I don't care."
Oh, father, Polgara said to him, stop trying to be such a curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon? Paul, you watch your tongue.
That's really very difficult, father, and it makes one look ridiculous. Now I think we should make a few plans. While the rest of us are changing clothes and packing, why don't you and Gerion go explain to Varana that we are going to have to leave? Think up some suitable excuse. I don't know that we necessarily want him to know about Silk's nocturnal activities. She looked at the ceiling thoughtfully. Dernek and Eriond and Toth will see to the horses, of course, she mused. And I have a rather special little job for you, Prince Keldar. Oh, he said. Go wash. Thoroughly. I suppose I should have my clothes laundered as well, he noted, looking down at his garbage-saturated doublet and hose. No, Silk. Not laundered. Burned. We cannot leave tonight, Lady Polgara, Tinedra said. All the gates of the city are locked, and the legionnaires will not open them for anybody, except on the Emperor's direct orders. I can get us out of the city, Velvet said confidently. How are you going to manage that? Belgarath asked her. Trust me. I wish people would not keep saying that to me. Oh, by the way, she continued, I saw an old friend of ours today. A large group of Hannaths were riding toward the south gate. She looked over at Silk. You really must have frightened them, Keldar. They had whole battalions of their soldiers drawn up around them to keep you at a distance. Anyway, riding right in the middle of them and looking every inch a Tonedran gentleman was the Malloreon, Hurricane. Well, well, said Silk. Isn't that interesting? Prince Keldar? Velvet said pleasantly. Please do go visit the baths. Or at the very least, don't stand quite so close. Chapter 6. A chill grey fog had risen from the river to shroud the broad avenues of Tol Hannath. The snow had turned to rain, a cold drizzle that sifted down through the fog, and although the roofs and courtyards were still mantled in white, the thoroughfares and avenues were clogged with seeping brown slush, crossed and crisscrossed with the tracks of wagons and carriages. It was nearly midnight when Gerion and the others quietly left the grounds of the imperial compound, and the few bands of holiday revelers they encountered in the streets were much the worse for drink. Velvet, riding a chestnut mare and wrapped and cowled in a heavy grey cloak, led them down past the marble-fronted houses of the merchant barons of Tol Hannath, through the empty central marketplace and into the poorer quarters of the city lying to the south.
As they turned the corner of a side street, an authoritative voice came out of the fog. "Halt!" Velvet reined in her horse and sat waiting as a squad of helmeted and red-cloaked legionnaires, armed with lances, marched out of the rainy mist. "State your business, please," the sergeant in charge of the patrol said brusquely.
"It's not really business, dear fellow,"
Velvet replied brightly.
"We are on our way to an amusement. Count Lorraine is giving a party at his house. You do know the Count, don't you?"
Some of the suspicion faded from the sergeant's face.
"No, your ladyship. I'm afraid not."
"You don't know Nari?"
Velvet exclaimed.
"What an extraordinary thing. I thought everyone in Tolhanath knew him. At least he always says so. Poor Nori's going to be absolutely crushed. I'll tell you what. Why don't you and your men come along with us so that you can meet him? You'll adore it. His parties are always so amusing."
She gave the sergeant a wide-eyed, vapid smile.
"I'm sorry, your ladyship, but we're on duty. Are you certain that you are following the right street, though? You are entering one of the meaner sections of the city, and I don't recall any noblemen's houses hereabouts."
"It is a shortcut,"
Velvet told him.
"You see, we go down through here, and then we turn left."
She hesitated.
"Or was it right? I forget exactly, but I am sure one of my friends knows the way."
"You must be careful in this part of town, your ladyship. There are footpads and cut purses about."
"Oh, my goodness."
"You really ought to be carrying torches."
"Torches? Oh, great Nedra, no. The smell of the smoke from a torch lingers in my hair for weeks. Are you sure you can't join us? Nori's parties are so delightful."
"Give the Count our regrets, your ladyship."
"Come along, then,"
Velvet said to the others.
"We really must hurry. We are terribly late as it is. Goodbye, Captain."
"Sergeant, your ladyship."
"Oh? Is there a difference?"
"Never mind, your ladyship. Hurry along now. You would not want to miss any of the fun."
Velvet laughed gaily and moved her horse out at a steady trot.
"Who is Count Lorraine?"
Dernick asked her curiously when they were out of earshot of the patrol.
"A figment of my imagination, Goodman Dernick,"
Velvet laughed.
"She's a Drasnian, all right,"
Belgarath murmured.
"Did you have any doubts, Eternal One?"
"Exactly where are you taking us, Lizelle?" Bulgara asked as they rode on down the foggy street.
"There is a house I know, Lady Pulchera. It's not a very nice house, but it's built up against the south wall of the city, and it has a very useful back door." "How can it have a back door if it is up against the city wall?"
Tinedra asked, pulling the hood of her green cloak forward to shield her face from the rainy mist. Velvet winked at her.
"You'll see."
The street down which they rode grew shabbier and shabbier. The buildings looming out of the fog were built of plain stone instead of marble, and many of them were windowless warehouses, presenting blank faces to the street. They passed a rank-smelling tavern from which came shouts and laughter and snatches of bawdy songs. Several drunken men burst from the door of the tavern and began pummeling each other with fists and clubs. One burly, unshaven ruffian lurched into the street and stood swaying in their path.
"Stand aside,"
Velvet said coolly to him.
"Who says so?"
The impassive Toth moved his horse up beside Velvet's mount, reached out with one huge arm, set the tip of the staff he carried against the man's chest, and gave him a light push.
"Just watch who you are shoving,"
the drunken man said, knocking the staff aside. Without changing expression, Toth flicked his wrist, and the tip of the staff cracked sharply against the side of the fellow's head, sending him reeling, vacant-eyed and twitching, into the gutter.
"Why, thank you,"
Velvet said pleasantly to the mute giant. Toth inclined his head politely as they rode on down the shabby street.
"What in the world were they fighting about?"
Tinedra asked curiously. "It's a way to keep warm," Silk replied. "The firewood is expensive in Tolhanath, and a nice friendly fight stirs up the blood. I thought everybody knew that."
Are you making fun of me?
Would I do that?
He has always had a certain streak of flippancy in his nature, your majesty,
Velvet said.
Liselle,
Tinedra told her quite firmly.
Since we are going to be traveling together, let us drop the formalities. My name is Tinedra. If your majesty prefers it that way. My majesty does. All right then, Tinedra,
the blonde girl said with a warm smile. They rode on through the unlighted streets of the imperial city until they reached the looming mass of the south wall.
We go this way,
Velvet told them, turning down a rainy street lying between the wall and a long string of warehouses. The house to which she led them was a stout 2-story building, its stones black and shiny from the rain and fog. It was set about a central courtyard and had a heavy front gate. Its narrow windows were all tightly shuttered, and a single small lantern gleamed over the gate. Velvet dismounted carefully, holding up her skirt to keep it out of the slush. She stepped to the gate and tugged at a rope. Inside the courtyard a small bell tinkled. A voice from inside answered, and she spoke quietly for a moment to the gatekeeper. Then there was the sound of a clanking chain, and the gate swung open. Velvet led her horse into the courtyard, and the rest followed her inside. Geryon looked around curiously. The courtyard had been cleared of snow, and the cobblestones gleamed wetly in the still-falling drizzle. Several saddled horses stood under an overhanging roof, and a couple of well-appointed carriages were drawn up to a solid-looking door.
Are we going inside?
Tinedra asked, looking about curiously. Velvet gave her a speculative look, then turned to look at Eriond.
Perhaps that might not be such a good idea,
she said. The muffled sound of laughter came from somewhere inside, followed by a woman's shrill squeal. One of Polgara's eyebrows went up. I think Liselle is right, she said firmly. We will wait out here.
I am a grown woman, Lady Polgara,
Tinedra objected. Not that grown, dear.
Will you accompany me, Prince Keldar?
Velvet asked the little man.
The presence of an unescorted woman in this house is sometimes misunderstood.
Of course, he replied.
We won't be long,
Velvet assured the rest of them. With Silk at her side, she went to the door, rapped on its panels, and was immediately admitted inside.
I still don't see why we can't wait inside where it is warm and dry,
Tinedra complained, shivering and pulling her cloak more tightly about her. I am sure you would if you went in there, Polgara told her. A little rain won't hurt you.
What could possibly be that bad about this house?
There was another squeal from inside, followed by more raucous laughter. That, for one thing, Polgara replied. Tinedra's eyes grew wide.
You mean that it is one of those places?
Her face suddenly went bright red. It has got all of the earmarks of it. After about a quarter of an hour, a slanting cellar door at the rear of the rain-drenched courtyard creaked open, and Silk came up from below carrying a gleaming lantern. We're going to have to lead the horses down, he told them. Where are we going? Geryon asked. Down to the cellars. This place is full of surprises. In single file, leading their skittish horses, they followed down a slanting stone ramp. From somewhere below, Geryon could hear the gurgle and wash of running water. When they reached the foot of the ramp, he saw that the narrow passageway opened out into a large, cave-like chamber, roofed over with massive stone arches, and dimly lighted by smoky torches. The center of the chamber was filled with dark, oily-looking water, and a narrow walkway ran around 3 sides of the pool. Moored to the walkway was a fair-sized barge painted black, with a dozen dark-cloaked oarsmen on each side. Velvet stood on the walkway beside the barge.
We can only cross 2 at a time,
she said to them, her voice echoing hollowly in the vaulted chamber.
Because of the horses. Cross?
Tinedra said.
Cross where? To the south bank of the Nidrain,
Velvet replied.
But we are still inside the city walls.
Actually, we are under the city wall, Tenedra. The only thing between us and the river are two of the marble slabs that form the exterior facing.
There came then the clanking of a heavy windlass somewhere in the dimness, and the front wall of the subterranean harbor creaked slowly open, dividing in the middle and swinging ponderously on great, well-greased iron hinges. Through the opening between the two slowly moving stone slabs, Geryon could see the rain-dimpled surface of the river moving slowly by, with its far shore lost in the dripping fog.
Very clever, Belgoroth said. How long has this house been here?
Centuries,
Velvet replied.
It was built to provide just about anything that we could desire. Occasionally, one of the customers wants to leave or enter the city unobserved. That's what this place is for.
How did you find out about it? Geryon asked her. She shrugged.
Bethra owned the house. She told Javelin about its secrets.
Silk sighed. She even reaches out from the grave to help us. They were ferried in pairs across the foggy, rain-swept expanse of the Nidrain to land on a narrow, mist-shrouded sand beach backed by a thicket of willows. When Velvet finally joined them, it was perhaps 3 hours past midnight.
The oarsmen will brush our tracks out of the sand, she told them. It is part of the service.
Did this cost very much? Silk asked her.
A great deal, actually. But it comes out of the budget of the Trasnian embassy. Your cousin didn't like that too much, but I persuaded him to pay. Finally.
Silk grinned viciously.
We have a few hours left until daylight,
Velvet continued.
There is a wagon road on the other side of these willows. It joins the Imperial Highway about a mile or so downriver. We should probably travel at a walk until we are out of earshot of the city. The legionnaires at the south gate might become curious if they hear galloping.
They mounted their horses in the soggy darkness and rode through the willows and down into the muddy wagon tracks. Geryon pulled his horse in beside Silk's.
What was going on in that place?
He asked curiously. Almost anything you could imagine, Silk laughed. And probably a number of things you could not. It is a very interesting house, with all sorts of diversions for people with enough money to be able to afford them.
Did you recognize anybody there?
Several, actually. Some highly respected members of the noble houses of the Empire. Tenedra, who rode directly behind them, sniffed disdainfully.
I cannot understand why any man would choose to frequent that sort of place.
Oh, the customers are not exclusively male, Tenedra.
You can't be serious.
A fair number of the highborn ladies of Torhanath have found all kinds of interesting ways to relieve their boredom. Oh, they wear masks, of course, though very little else. I recognized one countess, however, one of the pillars of the Horbite family.
If she was wearing a mask, how could you recognize her?
She has a distinctive birthmark in a place where it's seldom seen. Some years back she and I were quite friendly, and she showed it to me. There was a long silence.
I don't know that I really want to discuss this anymore,
Tenedra said primly, and nudged her horse past them to join Polgara and Velvet. Oh, she did ask, Silk protested innocently to Geryon. You heard her, didn't you? They rode south for several days in clearing weather. Aristide had passed virtually unnoticed while they were on the road, and Geryon felt a strange kind of regret about that. Since his earliest childhood, the midwinter holiday had been one of the high points of the year. To allow it to pass unobserved seemed somehow to violate something very sacred. He wished that there might have been time to buy something special for Tenedra, but about the best he could manage in the way of a gift was a tender kiss. Some leagues above Tol Borun, they met a richly dressed couple riding north toward the imperial capital, accompanied by a dozen or so liveried servants. "You there, fellow,"
the velvet-clad nobleman called condescendingly to Silk, who happened to be riding in the lead. "What news from Talhaneth?" "Oh, the usual, your lordship," Silk replied obsequiously. "Assassinations, plots, and intrigues. The normal amusements of the highborn." "I don't care much for your tone, fellow," the nobleman said. "And I don't care much for being called fellow, either."
"We've heard such amazing stories,"
the giddy-looking lady in a fur-lined red velvet cape said breathlessly.
"Is it true that someone is actually trying to kill all of the Honeths? We heard that whole families have been murdered in their beds."
"Delira," her husband said in disgust. "You are just repeating wild rumors. What could a seedy-looking commoner like this know about what's really happening in the capital? I'm sure that if there were any substance to those wild stories, Naradas would have told us."
"Naradas?"
Silk's eyes suddenly filled with interest.
"An Engrak merchant with colorless eyes?"
"You know him?" the nobleman asked with some surprise.
"I know of him, your lordship," Silk replied carefully. "It is not wise to go around announcing that you are acquainted with that one. You did know that the Emperor has put a price on his head, didn't you?"
"Naradas? Impossible."
"I'm sorry, your honor, but it is common knowledge all over Talhaneth. If you know where to put your hands on him, you can earn yourself 1,000 gold crowns without much effort."
1,000 crowns?
Silk looked around conspiratorially. "I wouldn't really want this to go any further," he said in a half-whisper. "But it is widely rumored in Talhaneth that those gold coins he's so free with are false."
"False?" the noble exclaimed, his eyes suddenly bulging.
"Oh, very clever imitations," Silk continued. "Just enough gold is mixed with baser metals to make the coins look authentic, but they aren't worth a tenth of their face value."
The noble's face turned pasty white, and he clutched involuntarily at the purse attached to his belt.
"It is all part of a plot to destroy the Tonethran economy by debasing the coinage," Silk added. "The Honeths were involved in it in some way, and that is why they're all being murdered. Of course, anyone caught with any of these coins in his possession is immediately hanged."
"What?"
"Oh, naturally," Silk shrugged. "The Emperor intends to root out this monstrous business immediately. Stern measures are absolutely essential."
"I'm ruined," the nobleman groaned. "Quickly, Belira," he said, wheeling his horse. "We must return to Tol Barun at once." And he led his frightened wife back southward at a dead run.
"Don't you want to hear about which kingdom was behind it all?"
Silk called after them. Then he doubled over in his saddle, convulsed with laughter.
"Brilliant, Prince Keldar,"
Velvet murmured admiringly. "This Naradish moves around quite a bit, doesn't he?" Dernick said.
"I think I just put a bit of an anchor on him," Silk smirked. "Once that rumor spreads, I expect that he's going to have a little trouble spending his money.
Oh, not to mention the interest that reward I mentioned is going to generate in certain quarters."
"That was a dreadful thing you did to that poor nobleman, though,"
Velvet said disapprovingly.
"He's on his way back into Tol Barun to empty out all of his strong boxes and bury the money."
Silk shrugged. "That's what he gets for consorting with Engarax. Shall we press on?" They passed Tol Barun without stopping, and rode on south toward the Wood of the Dryads. When the ancient forest came into view on the southern horizon, Polgara pulled her horse in beside the mount of the dozing Belgarath.
"I think we should stop by and pay our respects to Xantha, father."
The old man roused himself and squinted in the direction of the wood. "Maybe," he grunted doubtfully.
"We owe her the courtesy, father, and it's not really out of our way."
"All right, Paul, but just a brief stop. We are months behind Xandramas already."
They crossed the last band of open fields and rode in under the ancient mossy oaks. The leaves had fallen to the chill winds of winter,
and the bare limbs of the huge trees were starkly etched against the sky. A peculiar change came over Tenedra as they entered the wood. Although it was still not really warm, she pushed back the hood of her cloak and shook out her coppery curls, causing her tiny acorn-shaped gold earrings to tinkle musically. Her face became strangely calm, no longer mirroring the sorrow that had marked it since the abduction of her son. Her eyes became soft, almost unfocused.
"I have returned,"
she murmured into the quiet air beneath the spreading trees. Geryon felt, rather than heard, the soft, murmuring response. From all around him he seemed to hear a sibilant sighing, although there was no trace of a breeze. The sighing was almost like a chorus, joining just below the level of hearing, into a quiet, mournful song, a song filled with a gentle regret, and at the same time, an abiding hope.
"Why are they sad?"
Ariond quietly asked Tenedra.
"Because it is winter,"
she replied.
"They mourn the falling of their leaves and regret the fact that the birds have all flown south."
"But spring will come again."
"They know, but winter always saddens them."
Velvet was looking curiously at the little queen. "Tenedra's background makes her peculiarly sensitive to trees," Polgara explained.
"I did not know that Tonedrans were that interested in the out-of-doors."
"She is only half Tonedran, Lizelle. Her love of trees comes from the other side of her heritage."
"I am a dryad,"
Tenedra said simply, her eyes still dreamy.
"I did not know that."
"We didn't exactly make an issue of it," Belgarath told her. "We were having trouble enough getting the Elons to accept a Tonedran as the Raven Queen, without complicating matters by telling them that she was non-human as well."
They made a simple camp not far from the place where they had been set upon by the hideous mudmen Queen Salmithra had dispatched to attack them so many years before. Because they could not hew limbs from live trees in this sacred wood, they were obliged to make shelters as best they could with what they found lying on the leaf-strewn forest floor. Their fire was, of necessity, very small. As twilight settled slowly over the silent wood, Silk looked dubiously at the tiny, flickering flame, and then out at the vast darkness, moving almost visibly out from among the trees.
"I think that we are in for a very cold night."
Geryon slept badly. Although he had piled fallen leaves deeply in the makeshift bed he shared with Tenedra, their damp cold seemed to seep through to chill his very bones. He awoke from a fitful doze just as the first pale, misty light seeped in among the trees. He sat up stiffly, and was about to throw off his blanket, but stopped. Ariond was sitting on a fallen log on the other side of their long-dead campfire, and sitting beside him was a tawny-haired dryad.
"The trees say that you are a friend,"
the dryad was saying, as she absently toyed with a sharp-tipped arrow.
"I'm very fond of trees,"
Ariond replied.
"That's not exactly the way they meant it."
"I know." Geryon carefully pushed his blankets aside and stood up. The dryad's hand moved swiftly toward the bow lying at her side, and then she stopped.
"Oh, it's you."
She looked at him critically. Her eyes were as gray as glass.
"You've gotten older, haven't you?"
"It has been quite a few years," he said, trying to remember just exactly where he had seen her before. A faint hint of a smile touched her lips.
"You don't remember me, do you?"
"Well, sort of." She laughed, then picked up her bow. She set the arrow she was holding to the string and pointed it at him.
"Does this help your memory at all?"
He blinked. "Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me?"
"It was only fair, after all. I was the one who got you, so I should have been the one who got to kill you."
"Do you kill every human you catch?" Ariond asked her. She lowered her bow.
"Well, not every one of them. Sometimes I find other uses for them."
Geryon looked at her a bit more closely. "You haven't changed a bit. You still look the same as before."
I know.
Her eyes grew challenging.
And pretty?
She prompted.
Very pretty.
What a nice thing for you to say. Maybe I'm glad that I didn't kill you after all. Why don't you and I go someplace, and you can say some more nice things to me?
That is enough, Xebel,
Tinedra said tartly from her bed of leaves.
He is mine, so don't get any ideas.
Oh, hello, Tinedra,
the tawny-haired dryad said as calmly as if they had talked together within the past week.
Wouldn't you be willing to share him with one of your own sisters?
You wouldn't lend me your comb, would you?
Certainly not, but that's entirely different.
There is no way that I could ever make you understand,
Tinedra said, pushing back her blankets and rising to her feet.
Humans,
Xebel sighed.
You all have such funny ideas.
She looked speculatively at Ariond, her slim little hand softly touching his cheek.
How about this one? Does it belong to you too?
Polgara came out of another one of their makeshift shelters. Her face was calm, although one of her eyebrows was raised.
Good morning, Xebel. You're up early.
I was hunting,
the dryad replied.
Does this blonde one belong to you, Polgara? Tinedra won't share that one of hers with me, but maybe.
Her hand lingeringly touched Ariond's soft curls.
No, Xebel,
Polgara said firmly. Xebel sighed again.
None of you are any fun at all,
she pouted then. She stood up. She was as tiny as Tinedra, and as slender as a willow.
Oh, I almost forgot. Xantha says that I'm supposed to take you to her?
But you got sidetracked, didn't you?
Tinedra added dryly.
The day hasn't even got started yet.
The dryad shrugged. Then Belgarath and Silk came out into the open area around the cold fire pit. A moment later, Durnick and Toff joined them.
You have such a lot of them,
Xebel murmured warmly.
Surely you can spare me one for just a little while.
What's this? Silk asked curiously. Never mind, Silk, Polgara told him. Xantha wants to see us, right after breakfast. Xebel here will show us the way, won't you, Xebel?
I suppose so,
Xebel sighed a bit petulantly. After their simple breakfast, the tawny-haired dryad led them through the ancient wood. Belgarath, leading his horse, walked beside her, and the two of them seemed deep in conversation of some kind. Geryon noticed that his grandfather furtively reached into his pocket from time to time and offered something to the slim dryad, something she greedily snatched and popped into her mouth.
What is he giving her?
Velvet asked. Sweets, Polgara said, sounding disgusted. They are not good for her, but he always brings sweets with him when he comes into this wood.
Oh,
Velvet said.
I see.
She pursed her lips.
Isn't she a bit young to be so, well...
Tinedra laughed.
Appearances can be deceiving, Lizelle. Xebel is quite a bit older than she looks.
How old would you say?
200 or 300 years at least. She is the same age as her tree, and oak trees live for a very long time.
Back in the forest, Geryon heard giggles, whispers, and the faint tinkle of little golden bells. Once in a while he caught a glimpse of a flitting patch of color as a dryad scampered through the trees, her earrings jingling. Queen Xantha's tree was even more vast than Geryon remembered it, its branches as broad as highways and the hollows in its bole opening like the mouths of caves. The dryads in their brightly colored tunics bedecked the huge limbs like flowers, giggling and whispering and pointing at the visitors. Xebel led them into the broad moss-covered clearing beneath the tree, put her fingers to her lips and made a curiously bird-like whistle. Queen Xantha, with her red-haired daughter Xera at her side, emerged from one of the hollows in the vast trunk and greeted them as they dismounted. Tynedra and Zera flew into each other's arms even as the queen and Polgara warmly embraced. Xantha's golden hair was touched with gray at the temples, and her gray-green eyes were tired. "Are you unwell, Xantha?" Polgara asked her. The queen sighed. "The time is growing close. That is all." She looked up affectionately at her enormous oak. "He is growing very tired, and his weight presses down upon his roots. He finds it harder and harder each spring to revive himself and put forth leaves." "Can I do anything?" "No, dearest Polgara, there is no pain. Just a great weariness. I won't mind sleeping. Now, what brings you into our wood?" "Someone has taken my baby," Tynedra cried, flying into her aunt's arms. "What are you saying, child?"
"It happened last summer, Xantha," Belgarath told her. "We are trying to find the trail of the one who stole him, a Malloreon named Xandramas. We think that the abductor sailed south aboard a Nason ship." Xebel was standing not far from the giant Toth, eyeing his awesomely muscled arms speculatively.
"I saw one of the boats of the snake people last summer,"
she mentioned, not taking her eyes off of the huge mute.
"Down where our river empties out into the big lake."
"You never mentioned it, Xebel,"
Xantha said.
"I forgot. Is anybody really interested in what the snake people do?"
"Big lake?" Dernick said with a puzzled frown. "I don't remember any big lakes here in this wood."
"It's the one that tastes funny,"
Xebel told him.
"and you can't see the other side."
"You must mean the Great Western Sea, then."
Whatever you want to call it,"
she replied indifferently. She continued to look Toth up and down.
"Did this Nason ship just sail on by?" Belgarath asked her.
"No, it got burned up. But that was after somebody got off."
"Xebel," Polgara said, stepping between the tawny-haired little dryad and the object of her scrutiny. "Do you think you can remember exactly what you saw?"
"I suppose so. It wasn't really very much, though. I was hunting, and I saw a boat go up to the beach on the south side of the river. This human in a black cloak, with the hood pulled up, got off with something in its arms. Then the black boat went back out onto the water, and the human on the beach waved one hand at it. That's when the ship caught on fire, all over, all at once."
"Oh, what happened to the crew?" Dernick asked.
"You know those big fish without all the teeth?"
"The sharks?"
"I guess so. Anyway, the water around the boat was full of them. When the humans jumped off the boat to get away from the fire, the fish ate them all up."
She sighed then.
"It was a terrible waste. I was hoping that maybe 1 or 2 might have gotten away. Maybe even 3.
She sighed again. "What did the human on the beach do then?" Polgara asked. Xebel shrugged.
"It waited until the ship burned all up, and then it went out into the woods on the south side of the river."
She stepped around Polgara, her eyes still fixed on the huge mute.
"If you're not using this one, Polgara, do you suppose I could borrow it for a little while? I've never seen one quite as big."
Geryon spun and ran toward his horse, but Ariond was already there. He held out the reins of his own chestnut stallion.
"He's faster, Belgarion. Take him."
Geryon nodded shortly and swung into the saddle.
"Geryon!"
Tynedra cried.
"Where are you going?"
But he was already plunging into the forest at a gallop. He was not really thinking as the stallion thundered through the leafless woods. The only semblance of a thought in his mind was the image the indifferent Xebel had implanted there. A dark figure on the beach, with something in its arms. Slowly, however, something else intruded itself on his awareness. There was something strange about the stallion's gait. About every 4th or 5th stride, the horse gave a peculiar lurch, and the wood seemed to blur for an instant. Then the gallop would continue until the next lurch and blurring. The distance from Xantha's tree to the beach where the river of the woods emptied into the great western sea was considerable. He knew that. At even the fastest gallop, it would take the better part of a day and a half to cover it. But wasn't that the glint of water and sunlight coming through the trees just ahead? There was another lurch and that odd blurring. Quite suddenly, the stallion set his forelegs stiffly, sliding through the sand at the very edge of the rolling surf. "How did you do that?" The horse looked back over one shoulder inquiringly. Then Geryon looked around in dismay. "We're on the wrong side of the river," he cried. "We're supposed to be over there." He drew on his will, preparing to translocate himself to the south beach, but the horse wheeled, took 2 steps, and lurched again. They were suddenly on the sandy south beach, and Geryon was clinging to the saddle to keep from falling off. For an irrational moment he wanted to scold the animal for not warning him, but there was something much more important to attend to. He slid down from his saddle and ran along the damp sand at the edge of the water, drawing Iron-Grip's sword as he went. The orb glowed eagerly as he held up the blade. "Geryon!" he shouted. "Find my son!" Between 2 strides, the orb tugged at him, almost jerking him off balance. He slid to a stop on the hard-packed sand, feeling the powerful pull of the sword in his hands. The tip lowered, touched the sand once, and then the orb flared triumphantly as the blade pointed unerringly up the driftwood-littered beach toward the scrubby forest at its upper end. It was true. Although he had secretly feared that the hints that they had received might have been just another clever ruse, the trail of Xandromos and of his infant son was here, after all. A sudden wave of exultation surged through him. "Run, Xandromos!" he called out. "Run as fast as you can. I have your trail now, and the world isn't big enough for you to find any place to hide from me." Chapter 7. A chill dampness hung in the air beneath the tangled limbs overhead, and the smell of stagnant water and decay filled their nostrils. The trees twisted upward from the dark floor of the jungle, seeking the light. Gray-green moss hung in streamers from the trees, and ropey vines crawled up their trunks like thick-bodied serpents. The pale, wispy fog hovered back among the trees, rising foul-smelling and dank from the black ponds and sluggishly moving streams. The road they followed was ancient, and it was overgrown with tangled brush. Geryon rode now at the head of the party with his sword resting on the pommel of his saddle, and the orb eagerly tugging him on. It was late afternoon, and the day that had been gray and overcast to begin with now settled slowly, almost sadly, toward evening.
"I did not know that the Nyaesians had ever built roads,"
Zinedra said, looking at the weed-choked track lying ahead of them. "They were all abandoned after the Marag invasion at the end of the 2nd millennium," Belgarath told her. "The Nissans discovered that their highway system provided too easy of a route to a hostile army. So Salmisra ordered that all of the roads be allowed to go back into the jungle." The sword in Geryon's hand swung slightly, pointing toward the thick undergrowth at the side of the road. He frowned slightly, reining in. "Grandfather, the trail goes off into the woods." The rest of them pulled up, peering into the obscuring bushes. "I'll go take a look," Silk said, sliding down from his horse and walking toward the side of the road. "Watch out for snakes," Dernick called after him. Silk stopped abruptly. "Thanks," he said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Then he pushed into the brush, moving carefully, and with his eyes fixed on the ground. They waited, listening to the rustling crackle as Silk moved around back in the undergrowth. "There's a campsite back here," he called to them. "An old fire pit, and several lean-tos." "Let's go have a look," Belgarath said, swinging down out of his saddle. They left Toth with the horses and pushed back into the stiffly rustling brush. Some yards back from the road they came to a clearing and found Silk standing over a cold fire pit, with a number of charred sticks lying at the bottom. "Was Xandromos here?" he asked Geryon. Geryon moved forward, holding out his sword. It moved erratically in his hands, pointing first this way and then that. Then it tugged him toward one of the partially collapsed shelters. When he reached it, the sword dipped, touched the ground inside that rude lean-to, and then the orb flared. "Oh, I guess that answers that question," Silk said with a certain satisfaction. Dernick had knelt by the fire pit and was carefully turning over the charred sticks, peering into the ashes beneath. "It's been several months," he said. Silk looked around. "From the number of shelters, I'd say that at least 4 people made camp here." Belgarath grunted. "Sandramos is not alone any more, then." Ariond had been curiously poking into the crude shelters, and he reached down and picked up something from the ground inside one of them, and came back to join the rest. Wordlessly he held out the object in his hand to Tinedra.
"Oh!"
she cried, taking it quickly and clutching it tightly against her.
"What is it, Tinedra?"
Velvet asked. The little queen, her eyes brimming, mutely held out the object Ariond had just given her. It was a small wool-knit cap, lying damp and sad-looking in her hand.
"It's my baby's,"
she said in a choked voice.
"He was wearing it the night he was stolen."
Dernick cleared his throat uncomfortably.
"Yeah, it's getting late," he said quietly. "Did we want to set up for the night here?"
Geryon looked at Sinedra's agonized face. "I don't think so," he replied. "Let's go on. Just a little farther." Dernick also looked at the grieving queen.
"Right," he agreed.
About a half-mile farther down the road, they reached the ruins of a long-abandoned city, half buried in the rank jungle growth. Trees buckled up the once broad streets, and climbing vines wreathed their way upward about the empty towers.
"Well, seems like a good location,"
Dernick said, looking around the ruins.
"Why didn't the people just go away and leave it empty?"
"There could be a half-dozen reasons, Dernick," Bolgara said. "Pestilence, politics, war, even a whim."
"A whim?"
He looked startled. "This is Nyissa," she reminded him. "Salmisra rules here. Her authority over her people is the most absolute in all of the world. If she came here at some time in the past and told the people to leave, they would have left." He shook his head disapprovingly.
"What's wrong?"
he said. "Yes, dear, I know." They made camp in the abandoned ruins, and the next morning they continued to ride in a generally southeasterly direction. As they pushed deeper and deeper into the Nyasan jungle, there was a gradual change in the vegetation. The trees loomed higher, their trunks getting thicker. The underbrush became more dense, and the all-pervading reek of stagnant water grew stronger. Then, shortly before noon, a slight, vagrant breeze suddenly brought another scent to Geryon's nostrils. It was an odor of such overpowering sweetness that it almost made him giddy.
"What is that lovely fragrance?"
Velvet asked, her brown eyes softening. Just then, they rounded a bend, and there, standing in glory at the side of the road, rose the most beautiful tree Geryon had ever seen. Its leaves were a shimmering gold, and long crimson vines hung in profusion from its limbs. It was covered with enormous blossoms of red, blue, and vivid lavender, and among those blossoms hung rich-looking clusters of shiny purple fruit that seemed almost ready to burst. An overwhelming sense of longing seemed to come over him at the sight and smell of that glorious tree, and it touched his very heart. Velvet, however, had already pushed past him, her face fixed in a dreamy smile as she rode toward the tree. "Nessel!" Bolgara's voice cracked at her like a whip. "Stop!"
"But—"
Velvet's voice was vibrant with longing. "Don't move," Bolgara commanded. "You are in dreadful danger." "Danger?" Geryon said. "It's only a tree, Aunt Paul. Come with me, all of you. Keep a tight rein on your horses, and don't go anywhere near that tree." She rode slowly forward at a walk, holding her horse's reins firmly in both hands.
"What's the matter, Paul?" Dernek asked.
"I thought all of those had been destroyed," she muttered, looking at the gorgeous tree with an expression of flinty hatred.
But,
Velvet objected.
why would anyone want to destroy something so lovely?
"Of course it's lovely. That's how it hunts."
"Hunts?" Silk said in a startled voice.
"Polgara, it is only a tree. Trees don't hunt. This one does. One taste of its fruit is instant death, and the touch of its blossoms paralyze every muscle in the body. Look there." She pointed at something in the high grass beneath the tree. Geryon peered into the grass and saw the skeleton of a large-sized animal. A half-dozen of the crimson tendrils, hanging from one of the flower-decked branches, had poked their way down into the animal's rib-cage and interwoven themselves into the mossy bones. "Do not look at the tree," Polgara told them all in a deadly tone. "Do not think about the fruit. Try not to inhale the fragrance of its flowers too deeply. The tree is trying to lure you to within range of its tendrils. Ride on and do not look back." She reined in her horse.
"Aren't you coming too?"
Dernek asked with a worried look. "I'll catch up. I have to attend to this monstrosity first."
"Do as she says," Belgarath told them. "Let's go."
As they rode on past that beautifully deadly tree, Geryon felt a wrench of bitter disappointment. As they moved farther down the road away from it, he seemed to hear a silent snarl of frustration. Startled, he glanced back once and was amazed to see the crimson tendrils hanging from the branches, writhing and lashing at the air in a kind of vegetative fury. Then he turned back quickly as Tenedra made a violent retching sound. "What's the matter?"
"That tree,"
she gasped.
"It is horrible. It feeds on the agony of its victims as much as upon their flesh."
As they rounded another bend in the road, Geryon felt a violent surge, and there was a huge concussion behind them, followed by the sizzling crackle of a fire surging up through the living wood. In his mind he heard an awful scream filled with pain, anger, and a malevolent hatred. A pall of greasy black smoke drifted low to the ground, bringing with it a dreadful stench. It was perhaps a quarter of an hour later when Polgara rejoined them. "It will not feed again," she said with a note of satisfaction in her voice. She smiled almost wryly. "That is one of the few things Salmisra and I have ever agreed upon. There is no place in the world for that particular tree." They rode on down into Nyissa, following the weed-choked track of the long-abandoned highway. About noon of the following day, Erion's chestnut stallion grew restive, and the blond young man pulled up beside Geryon, who still rode in the lead with his sword on the pommel of his saddle.
"He wants to run,"
Erion laughed gently.
"He always wants to run."
Geryon looked over at him.
"Erion,
there is something I've been meaning to ask you."
"Yes, Belgarion."
"When I was riding your horse to the beach back up there in the Wood of the Dryads, he did something that was sort of odd."
"Odd? How do you mean?"
"It should have taken nearly 2 days to reach the sea, but he did it in about half an hour."
"Oh,"
Erion said.
"That.
Can you explain how he does it?"
"It's something he does sometimes when he knows that I'm in a hurry to get someplace. He kind of goes to another place, and when he comes back, you're much farther along than you were when he started."
"Where is this other place?"
"Right here, all around us. But at the same time, it's not. Does that make any sense?"
"No, not really." Erion frowned in concentration.
"You told me one time that you could change yourself into a wolf, the same way Belgarath does."
"Yes."
"And you said that when you do that, your sword is still with you, but at the same time it's not."
"Well, that's what Grandfather told me."
"I think that's where this other place is. The same place where your sword goes. Distance doesn't seem to mean the same thing there as it does here. Does that explain it all?"
Geryon laughed.
It doesn't even come close around. But I'll take your word for it.
About mid-afternoon the next day, they reached the marshy banks of the River of the Serpent, where the highway turned toward the east, following the winding course of that sluggish stream. The sky had cleared, though the pale sunlight had little warmth to it.
"Maybe I had better scout on ahead," Silk said. "The road looks a bit more well-traveled along this stretch, and we didn't exactly make a lot of friends the last time we were here."
He spurred his horse into a brisk canter. In a few minutes he was out of sight around a bend in the weed-choked road.
"We won't have to go through Stithy's store, will we?"
Zinedra asked. "No," Belgarath replied. "It's on the other side of the river."
He looked at the screen of trees and brush lying between the ancient highway and the mossy riverbank.
"We should be able to slip past it without too much trouble."
An hour or so later they rounded a bend in the road and caught a glimpse of the strange, alien-looking towers of the capital of the Snake People rising into the air on the far side of the river. There seemed to be no coherent pattern to Naisan architecture. Some of the towers rose in slender spires, others were bulky with bulb-like tops. Some even twisted in spirals toward the sky. They were, moreover, painted every possible hue, green, red, yellow, and even some in garish purple. Silk was waiting for them a few hundred yards farther along the road.
"There won't be any trouble getting past here without being seen from the other side. But there is someone on up ahead who wants to talk to us."
"Who?" Belgarath asked sharply.
"He didn't say, but he seemed to know we were coming."
"I don't like that very much. Did he say what he wants?"
"Only that he's got a message of some kind for us."
"Let's go find out about this."
The old man looked at Geryon.
"You had better cover the orb. Let's keep it out of sight, just to be on the safe side."
Geryon nodded, took out a soft, tight-fitting leather sleeve, and pulled it down over the hilt of Iron Grip's sword. The shaven-headed Naisan, who awaited them, was dressed in shabby, stained clothing, and he had a long scar running from forehead to chin across an empty eye socket.
"We thought you'd get here earlier," he said laconically as they reined in. "What kept you?"
Geryon looked at the one-eyed man closely.
"Don't I know you? Isn't your name Isis?"
Isis grunted.
"I'm surprised you remember. Your head wasn't too clear the last time we met."
"It wasn't the sort of thing I'd be likely to forget."
"Somebody in the city wants to see you,"
Isis said.
"I'm sorry, friend, but we are pressed for time. I don't think there's anybody in Stithy's store that we need to talk with."
Isis shrugged.
"That's up to you. I was paid to meet you and give you the message."
He turned and started back through the slanting late-afternoon sunlight toward the rank growth along the riverbank.
Then he stopped. "Oh, I almost forgot. The man who sent me said to tell you that he has some information about somebody named Xandramas, if that means anything to you."
"Xandramas?"
Zinedra said sharply. "Whoever that is," Isis replied. "If you're interested, I've got a boat. I can take some of you across to the city if you want."
"Give us a minute or two to talk it over," Belgarath said to him.
"Take as long as you want. We can't cross until after dark anyway. I'll wait in the boat while you decide."
He went on down through the bushes toward the riverbank.
"Who is he?"
Silk asked Geryon.
"His name's Isis. He's for hire. Last time I saw him, he was working for Tari, the chief eunuch in Salmisra's palace. But I get the feeling he'll work for anybody as long as he gets paid."
He turned to Belgarath.
"Well, what do you think, grandfather?"
The old man tugged at one earlobe.
"It could be some kind of ruse. But somebody over there knows enough about what we are doing to realize that we are interested in Xandramas. I think I'd like to find out who this well-informed citizen is.
Oh, you won't get anything out of Isis, Silk told him. I've already tried.
Belgarath pondered a moment. Go see how big this boat of his is. Silk went over to the edge of the road and peered down through the bushes.
We can't all go. Maybe 4 of us.
Belgarath scratched at his chin. You, me, Paul, and Geryon, he decided. He turned to Dernick. Take the others and the horses, and go back into the jungle a ways. This might take us a while. Don't build up any fires that can be seen from the city. I'll take care of things, Belgarath, Dernick said. The boat Isis had rowed across from the city was painted a dull black. It was moored to a half-sunken log and screened by overhanging tree limbs. The one-eyed man looked critically at Geryon.
Do you have to take that big sword?
Yes, Geryon replied. Isis shrugged.
Suit yourself.
As twilight settled onto the river, a mist of tiny gnats rose from the surrounding bushes and swarmed about them as they sat on the boat waiting for darkness. Silk absently slapped at his neck.
Don't jiggle the boat,
Isis warned.
The leeches are hungry this time of year, so it's not a good time for swimming.
They sat huddled in the small boat, enduring the biting of the gnats as the light gradually faded. After about a half-hour of discomfort, Isis peered out through the concealing branches.
It's dark enough,
he said shortly. He untied the boat and pushed it out from the bank with an oar. Then he settled himself and started to row toward the lights of Stithy's Tor on the far side. After about 20 minutes, he swung his boat into the deep shadows beneath the wharf, jutting out into the water from the Drasnian Enclave, that commercial zone on the riverfront where northern merchants were permitted to conduct their business. A tar-smeared rope was slung under the wharf, and Isis pulled them hand over hand beneath the protecting structure until they reached a ladder.
We go up here, he said, tying his boat to a piling beside the ladder. Try not to make too much noise.
Exactly where are you taking us? Polgara asked him.
It's not far, he replied, and quietly went up the ladder.
Keep your eyes open, Belgarath muttered. I do not altogether trust that fellow. The streets of Stithy's Tor were dark, since all of the ground-level windows were thickly shuttered. Isis moved on, cat-like feet keeping to the shadows, although Geryon could not be sure if his stealth was out of necessity, or merely from habit. As they passed a narrow alleyway, Geryon heard a skittering noise coming from somewhere in the darkness, and his hand flew to his sword hilt.
"What's that?"
he asked.
"Rats,"
Isis shrugged.
"They come up from the river at night to feed on the garbage, and then the snakes crawl in out of the jungle to eat the rats."
He held up one hand.
"Wait here a moment."
He moved on ahead to peer cautiously up and down a broad street lying just ahead of them.
"It's clear," he said. "Come ahead. The house we want is just across the street."
"That is Droblek's house, isn't it?" Polgra asked, as they joined the furtive Nason. "The Drasnian Port Authority?"
"You've been here before, I see. Let's go. They're expecting us."
Droblek himself opened the door of his house in response to Isis's light tap. The Drasnian port official wore a loose-fitting brown robe, and was, if anything, more grossly fat than he had been when Geryon had last seen him. As he opened the door, he looked nervously out into the street, peering this way, then that in the gloom.
"Quickly," he whispered, "inside, all of you."
Once he had closed the door behind them and secured it with a stout lock, he seemed to relax a bit.
"My lady,"
he wheezed to Polgara with a portly bow.
"My host is honored."
"Thank you, Droblek. Are you the one who sent for us?"
"No, my lady. I hope to make the arrangements, though."
"You seem a bit nervous, Droblek."
"I'm concealing something in my house that I would rather not have here, Prince Keldar. I could get into a lot of trouble if anyone found out about it.
that Onedran ambassador always has people watching my house, and he would delight in embarrassing me. Where's the man that we are supposed to meet? Belgarath asked brusquely. Droblik's face was awed as he replied, I have a hidden chamber at the back of the house, Ancient One. He is waiting there. Well, let's go see him, then. At once, Eternal Belgarath. Waddling and puffing noticeably, the Drasnian official led them down a dimly lighted hallway. At its far end he ran his hand down the wall and touched one of the stones. With a loud click, an irregularly shaped section of the wall came unlatched to protrude slightly from the rest. Exotic, Silk murmured.
Who's there?
A shrill voice came from the other side of that hidden door. It's me, Droblik, the fat man answered. The people you wanted to see have arrived. He pulled the stone slab-covered door open. I will keep watch, he said to them. Beyond the door was a small, dank, hidden chamber lighted by a single candle. Tzadi, the eunuch, stood fearfully beside a battered wooden table. His shaven head was stubbled and his scarlet silk robe tattered. There was a hunted look about his eyes. At last, he said with relief. What on earth are you doing here, Tzadi? Bolgara asked him. Hiding, he said. Come in, please, all of you, and close the door. I don't want anybody to find out accidentally where I am. They stepped into the small room, and Droblik pushed the door shut behind them. Why is the chief eunuch of Selmisra's palace hiding in the house of the Drasnian Port Authority? Silk asked curiously. There has been a slight misunderstanding at the palace, Prince Keldar, Tzadi replied, sinking into a chair by the wooden table. I am not chief eunuch any more. As a matter of fact, there is a price on my head. A very large one, I'm told. Droblik owed me a favor, so he hid me here. Not very willingly, but... He shrugged. Since we're talking about prices, I'll take my money now, Isis said. I have one more little job for you, Isis, the eunuch said in an oddly contralto voice. Do you think that you could get into the palace? If I need to. There's a red leather case in my quarters, under the bed. It has brass hinges. I need it. Do you want to discuss the price? I'll pay you whatever you think is fair. All right. Let's say double what you already owe me. Double? The palace is very dangerous right now. You're taking advantage of the situation, Isis. Go fetch it yourself, then. All right. Tzadi looked at him helplessly. Double. It's always a pleasure doing business with you, Tzadi. Then Isis went to the door and slipped out. What has happened here? Silk asked the nervous eunuch. Tzadi sighed. Certain accusations were made against me, he said in a pained voice. I was not entirely prepared to defend myself against them. So I thought it might be wiser to take an extended leave from my duties. I've been working too hard lately anyway. Were the accusations unfounded? Tzadi ran one long-fingered hand over his stubbled scalp. Well, not entirely. But the matter was blown out of all proportion. Who took your place at the palace? Tsaris. Tzadi almost spat the name. He's a third-rate schemer with no real sense of style at all. Some day I'm going to take a great deal of pleasure in cutting out several things he needs rather badly, with a dull knife.
Isis told us that you had some information about someone called Zandramas.
I do indeed, Teddy replied.
He rose from his chair and went to the narrow, unmade bed, standing against one wall. He rummaged around under the dirty brown blanket, took out a small silver flask, and opened it.
"Excuse me,"
he said, taking a small sip. He grimaced.
"I wish it didn't taste so bad."
Polgara gave him a cool look.
"Do you suppose you could tell us what you know about Zandramas before you start seeing butterflies?"
Sadi looked at her innocently.
"Oh, no. This isn't one of those, Lady Polgara," he assured her, shaking the flask. "It just has a certain calming effect. My nerves have been absolutely destroyed by what's happening in the past few months."
"Why don't we get down to business?" Belgarath suggested.
"Very well. I have something you want, and you have something I want. I think a trade is in order."
"Why don't we discuss that?" Silk said, his eyes suddenly brightening, and his long nose twitching.
"I'm very much aware of your reputation, Prince Keldar. I'm not foolish enough to try to bargain with you."
All right. Just what is this thing you want from us, Sadi?" Belgarath asked the dead-eyed eunuch.
"You are on your way out of Nyssa. I want you to take me with you. In exchange, I will tell you everything I have learned about Zandramas."
"Totally out of the question."
"I think you are speaking in haste, ancient one. Hear me out first."
"I don't trust you, Sadi," Belgarath said bluntly.
"That is quite understandable. I am not the sort of man who should be trusted."
"Then why should I saddle myself with you?"
"Because I know why you are following Zandramas. And more importantly, I know where Zandramas is going. It is a very dangerous place for you. But I can arrange a way for us to move around freely once we get there. Now, why don't we put aside all of this childishness about trusting each other and get down to business?"
"We're just wasting time here," Belgarath said to the rest of them.
"I can be very useful to you, ancient one."
"Or to anyone who might want to know where we are," Silk added.
"That would not be in my own best interests, Keldar."
"Which brings up an interesting point. I have a splendid opportunity here to turn a quick profit. You mentioned the fact that there's a large price on your head. If you don't want to be cooperative, I might just decide to collect that price. How much did you say that it was?"
"You won't do that, Keldar," Sadi replied placidly. "You are in a hurry to catch up with Zandramas, and there are always 100 administrative details involved in collecting a reward. It would probably be a month before you saw any of the money, and Zandramas would be that much farther ahead of you by then."
"Oh, that's probably true," Silk admitted. He reached for one of his daggers with a regretful expression. "There's this other alternative, however, messy, but usually fairly effective."
Sadi backed away from him. "Belgarath," he said in a faintly alarmed voice.
"That won't be necessary, Silk," the old man said. He turned to Polgara.
See what you can do, Paul."
"All right, father." She turned to the eunuch. "Sit down, Sadi. I want you to look at something."
"Of course, Lady Polgara," he agreed amiably, seating himself in a chair by the table.
"Look closely," she said, making a curious gesture in front of his eyes. The eunuch continued to smile.
How charming," he murmured,
looking at something which seemed to have appeared before his eyes.
"Can you make it do any other tricks, too?"
She bent forward and looked closely into his eyes. "I see. You are more clever than I thought, Sadi." She turned back to the rest of them. "He is drugged. Probably, but he drank out of that flask. Right now there is absolutely nothing I can do with him."
"That takes us back to the other alternative, doesn't it?" Silk said, reaching for his dagger again.
Polgara shook her head. "Right now he wouldn't even feel it."
"Oh,"
Sadi said in a disappointed voice,
"you made it go away, and I rather liked it."
"The drug won't last forever," Silk shrugged. "And by the time it wears off, we should be far enough from the city to be able to carve some answers out of him without the screams attracting too much attention."
His hand strayed again to the hilt of his dagger.
"Ailorns,"
the dry voice in Gerion's mind said disgustedly.
"Why is it that your solution to every problem comes out of a scabbard?"
"What?"
"Tell the little thief to put away his knife."
"But
don't argue with me, Gerion. You have to have Tzadi's information about Xandromos, and I cannot give it to you."
"You're not suggesting that we take him along?" Gerion was profoundly shocked at the idea.
"I'm not suggesting anything, Gerion. I'm telling you. Tzadi goes along. You cannot do what you have to do without him. Now, tell your grandfather.
He's not going to like it."
"I can face that prospect with enormous fortitude."
Then the voice was gone.
"Grandfather?"
Gerion said in a sick tone.
"What?"
The old man's tone was testy. "Well, this isn't my idea, grandfather, but—" Gerion looked at the dreamy-faced eunuch with distaste, and then lifted his hands helplessly.
"You're not serious,"
Belgarath exclaimed after a moment.
"I'm afraid so."
"Am I missing something?"
Sadi asked curiously.
"Shut up,"
Belgarath snapped. Then he turned back to Gerion.
"Are you absolutely sure?"
Gerion nodded dejectedly.
"This is sheer idiocy."
The old man turned and glared at Sadi. Then he reached across the table and took the front of the eunuch's iridescent robe in his fist.
"Listen to me very carefully, Sadi,"
he said from between clenched teeth.
"You are going with us, but you keep your nose out of that flask. Do you understand me?"
"Of course, ancient one," the eunuch replied in that same dreamy voice.
"I don't think you fully grasp what I'm talking about,"
Belgarath continued in a dreadfully quiet voice.
"If I catch you with your brains full of dandelion fluff just once, I will make you wish that Keldar had gotten to you with his knife first. Do you follow me?"
Sadi's eyes grew wide and his face blanched.
"Yes, Belgarath," he stammered fearfully. "Good. Now, start talking. Just exactly what do you know about Xandromos?"
Chapter 8.
"It all started last year,"
Tzadi began, still eyeing Belgarath apprehensively.
"A Malloreon posing as a jewel merchant came to Stithis store and sought out my chief rival at the palace, a petty schemer named Saris. It was rather general knowledge that Saris had long coveted my position, but I hadn't gotten around to having him killed yet."
He made a face.
A grave oversight, as it turned out. Anyway, Saras and the Malloreon negotiated for a bit, and the bargain they struck had nothing to do with gemstones. This so-called jeweler needed something that only someone in a position of authority could provide. So he gave Saras certain information that Saras was able to use to discredit me and usurp my position.
I just love politics, don't you? Silk said to no one in particular. Tzadi grimaced again.
The details of my fall from the Queen's favor are tedious, he continued, and I really don't want to bore you with them. At any rate, Saras supplanted me as chief eunuch, and I barely escaped from the palace with my life. Once Saras had consolidated his position, he was able to keep his part of the bargain that he reached with his Malloreon friend.
And what exactly did the Malloreon want? Silk asked.
This, Prince Keldar,
Tzadi said, rising and going to his rumpled cot. He drew a carefully folded parchment from beneath the mattress and handed it to the little man. Silk read it quickly and then whistled.
Well,
Belgarath said. It's an official document, Silk replied. At least it's over the Queen's seal. Early last spring, Salmisra dispatched a diplomatic mission to Sandaria.
That's fairly routine, Silk.
Oh, I know, but there are also some secret instructions to the diplomats. She tells them that they will be met at the mouth of the River of the Serpent by a foreigner, and that they are to render this stranger every possible aid. The gist of the whole thing is that these diplomats were to make arrangements to get the foreigner to the part of Heidelberg on the west coast of Carrick, and to have a Nyssan ship standing off the Riven coast on a certain date about the middle of last summer.
Coincidence, perhaps,
Belgarath suggested. Silk shook his head and held up the parchment. It identifies the foreigner by name. The diplomats were supposed to identify their passenger by the name Xandramos.
Well, that explains a few things, doesn't it? Geryon said.
May I see that? Polgra asked. Silk handed her the parchment. She looked at it briefly and then held it out to Tzadi. Are you positive that this is Salmisra's seal?
There is no question about it, Polgra, and no one dares to touch that seal without her consent.
I see. How did you come by the document, Tzadi? Silk asked curiously.
4 copies of all official documents are routinely made, Prince Keldar. It is one of the resources of those with access to the Queen's favor. The purchase price of the extra copies has been established for centuries.
All right, Geryon said. So Xandramos came to Nyssa posing as a merchant, arranged to have Tsaras replace you as chief eunuch, and somehow managed to get Salmisra to issue that order. Is that it?
It is not quite that simple, Belgarian. The Malloreon merchant was not Xandramos. No one here in Stithistor ever saw Xandramos. The stranger, the document talks about, joined the diplomats on their way to Sandaria. So far as I have been able to determine, Xandramos never passed through Stithistor. Not only that, but after the arrangements for the ship to Hallberg had been made, all the diplomats conveniently died. They were stopping over at an inn in Kamar on their way to the capital, and there was a fire in the middle of the night. No one escaped the fire.
Oh, that's got a familiar ring to it, Silk said.
All right, then. Who was the Malloreon jeweler?
Sadi spread his hands helplessly. I was never able to find out, he confessed.
Did you ever see him?
Once. He was a strange-looking fellow. His eyes were absolutely colorless.
There was a long pause, and then Silk said, "Well, that clears up a few other things, doesn't it?"
Maybe so, Geryon said. But it still doesn't answer my main question. We know who Noradas is working for now. We know how Xandromas got to Kerek and escaped from the Isle of the Winds with my son. But what I need to know is where the trail we're following is going to lead.
Sadi shrugged.
Rak Vakat.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Silk asked him.
Cyrus hasn't been in power long enough to weed out the more untrustworthy of his underlings. I found one who was open to the notion of private enterprise. Xandromas has to be in Malloreon with Prince Garon by this coming spring, and the route must be by way of Rak Vokat.
Wouldn't it be shorter to sail from Raktan?
Sadi looked at him with a faintly surprised expression.
I thought you knew. Kalzakath has put a very handsome price on the head of Xandromas, and the Malloreon reserves are concentrated at Rahaga. If Xandromas tried to go through Haga to Rishtan, all those troops would drop whatever they were doing to go headhunting. The only safe port for Xandromas to sail from is Rak Vakat.
Was this underling you bribed reliable? Silk demanded.
Of course not. As soon as he had finished telling me all of this, he had planned to turn me in for the reward. Dead, naturally. So he didn't really have any reason to lie to me, and he was too stupid to make up a coherent lie anyway.
The eunuch smiled bleakly.
I know of a certain plant, though. It is a very reliable plant. The man was telling me the absolute truth. As a matter of fact, he kept telling me the truth long after it had begun to bore me. Cyrus provided Xandromas with an escort across Neissa and detailed maps of the shortest route to the Isle of Vakat.
Was that all the fellow said?
Oh, no, Belgarian. He was busy confessing to me that he had cheated on an examination in school when I finally had Isis cut his throat. I can only deal with so much truth in one day.
All right, Geryon said, ignoring that.
Xandromas is going to the Isle of Vakat. How does that help us?
The route Xandromas will have to follow will be roundabout, because of that reward I mentioned. We, on the other hand, can go straight across southern Murgos to the Isle. It will save us months.
That route goes right through the war zone, Silk protested.
That is no particular problem. I can take you directly through to Vakat without any hindrance from either the Murgos or the Malloreons.
How do you propose to manage that?
When I was younger, I was engaged in the slave trade in Murgos. I know all the routes, and I know whom to bribe and whom to avoid. Slavers are useful to both sides in the war between the Murgos and the Malloreons, so they are allowed to move around freely. All we have to do is dress as slave traders, and no one will interfere with us.
What's to keep you from selling us to the Grolums as soon as we cross the border?
Self-interest, Sadi shrugged. Grolums are an ungrateful lot. If I sell you to them, it is quite likely that they will turn around and sell me to Salmistra. I don't think I would like that at all.
Is she really that angry with you?
Irritated. A snake does not really get angry. I have heard, however, that she wants to bite me personally. Oh, that is a great honor, of course, but one I would rather forego." The door to the hidden room clicked open, and Droblik looked in.
"Isis is back,"
he said. "Good," Belgarath replied. "I want to get back across the river before morning." The one-eyed man came in carrying the case Tzadi had described. It was flat, a square box a couple of feet across and several inches thick.
"What's in this, Tzadi?" he asked. "It gurgles."
He took the case. "Be careful, man. Some of those bottles are fragile." "What is this?" Belgarath demanded. "A bit of this, a bit of that," Tzadi replied evasively. "Drugs?" "And poisons, and antidotes. A few aphrodisiacs, an anesthetic or two, a fairly effective truth drug, and zith." "What is zith?" "Zith is a who, ancient one, not a what. I never go anywhere without her." He opened the case and lovingly took out a small earthenware bottle, securely corked and with a series of small holes encircling its neck. "Would you hold this, please?" he said, handing the bottle to Silk. "I want to make sure Isis did not break anything." He began to carefully examine the row after row of little vials nested in velvet-lined pockets inside the case. Silk looked curiously at the bottle, then took hold of the cork. "I really would not do that, Prince Keldar," Tzadi advised. "You might get a nasty surprise."
"What's in here?" Silk asked, shaking the bottle.
"Please, Keldar. Zith becomes vexed when people shake her." Tzadi closed the case, set it aside, and took the bottle from Silk. There, he said in a crooning voice. "It's nothing to be alarmed about, dear. I'm right here, and I won't let him disturb you any more." From inside the bottle came a peculiar purring sound.
"How did you get a cat in there?" Geryon asked.
"Oh, Zith is not a cat, Belgarian," Tzadi assured him. "Here, I'll show you." Carefully he worked the cork out and laid the bottle on its side on the table. "You can come out now, dear," he crooned to it. Nothing happened. "Come along now, Zith, don't be shy." Then a small, bright green snake slithered obediently from the mouth of the bottle. She had gleaming yellow eyes and a vibrant red stripe running down her back from nose to tail. Her forked tongue flickered out, touching Tzadi's outstretched hand. Silk recoiled with a sharp intake of breath. "Isn't she beautiful?" Tzadi said, gently stroking the little snake's head with one finger. The snake began to purr contentedly, then raised her head, fixed Silk with a cold reptilian eye, and hissed spitefully at him. "I do believe that you offended her, Prince Keldar. Maybe you should stay away from her for a while."
"Oh, don't worry," Silk said fervently, backing away. "Is she venomous?"
"She is the deadliest little snake in the world, aren't you, dear?" Tzadi said, stroking the snake's head again. "Also the rarest. Her species is highly prized in Nyissa because they are the most intelligent of all reptiles. They are friendly, even affectionate, and, of course, the purr is absolutely delightful."
"But she does bite," Silk added.
"Only people who irritate her, and never a friend. All you have to do is feed her and keep her warm and show her a little affection now and then, and she will follow you around like a puppy."
"Not me, she won't."
"Tzadi," Belgarath said, pointing at the case. "What is the idea of all of this? I don't need a walking apothecary shop trailing along behind me." Tzadi held up one hand. Murgos are not really very interested in money, Ancient One. But there are people I'll have to bribe when we go across Tol Murgos. Some of them have picked up certain habits. That case is going to be worth more to us than a pack horse loaded down with gold.
Belgarath grunted. Just keep your face out of it. I don't want your head full of smoke at a crucial moment. And keep your snake under control.
Of course, Belgarath.
The old sorcerer turned to Isis. Can you get a bigger boat? We need to get back across the river, and that one of yours won't hold all of us.
Isis nodded. Not just yet, Father. I am going to need him for a while, Polgara said.
Paul, we need to get back on the other side of the river before dawn.
I won't be too long, Father, but I have to go to the palace.
The palace?
Xandramoss went to Kerek, where no Angarak has been allowed since the days of Bare Shoulders. Salmisra arranged that, and she also engineered the escape from the Isle of the Winds after the abduction of Tenedra's baby. I want to know why.
We are a bit pressed for time, Polgara. Can't this wait?
I don't think so, Father. I think we need to know if there were any other arrangements. I would rather not be surprised by a battalion or so of Nason troops lurking in the jungle along the trail we are following.
He frowned. You might be right.
You're going to the palace?
Geryon asked her.
I must, dear.
All right, Geryon said, squaring his shoulders.
Then I am going with you. She gave him a long, steady look. You are going to insist, I take it? He nodded. Yes, Aunt Paul, I think I am. He said it quite decisively. She sighed. Oh, how quickly they grow up. Then she turned to Isis. Do you know a back way to the palace?
The one-eyed man nodded.
Will you show us?
Of course, he replied, and then paused. We can discuss the price later.
Price?
Nothing for nothing, lady. Shall we go? It was nearly midnight when Isis led Polgara and Geryon out the rear door of Droblek's house into a narrow alleyway that smelled strongly of rotting garbage. They made their way furtively through a twisting series of similar alleys, sometimes passing through the lower corridors of houses to move from one alley to another.
How do you know which houses have unlocked doors?
Geryon whispered, as they emerged from a tall, narrow house in a rundown quarter of the city.
It is my business to know,
Isis replied.
He straightened and looked around.
We're getting close to the palace. The streets and alleys in this part of the city are patrolled. Wait here a minute.
He stealthily crossed the alley, opened a recessed door, and slipped inside. A couple of moments later he emerged, carrying 2 silk robes, a pair of lances, and a couple of brass helmets.
We'll wear these, he said to Geryon. And if you don't mind, lady, pull your hood farther over your face. If anybody stops us, let me do the talking.
Geryon pulled on the robe and helmet and took one of the lances from the assassin.
Tuck your hair up under the helmet,
Isis instructed. Then he stepped out boldly, trusting to their disguises rather than to stealth. They had no sooner entered the next street than they were stopped by a half-dozen armed men.
What's your business?
The man in charge of the patrol demanded.
We're escorting a visitor to the palace,
Isis replied.
What kind of visitor?
Isis gave him a disgusted look.
You don't really want to interfere, Corporal. The one she's visiting wouldn't like it. And who is that? Now, that's a very stupid question, man. If this woman's friend finds out that I told you, we will probably both wind up in the river.
Or do I know that you're telling me the truth?
You don't. But do you really want to take a chance on it?
The corporal's expression grew faintly nervous as he thought about it. "You'd better move along," he said finally. "I was sure you would see it my way," Isis observed. He roughly took hold of Polgara's arm. "Move, you," he commanded. When they reached the end of the street, Geryon glanced back. The soldiers were still watching them, but made no move to follow. "I hope you are not offended, lady," Isis apologized. "No," Polgara replied. "You are a very resourceful fellow, Isis." "That's what I get paid for. We go this way." The wall of Salmisra's palace was very high, constructed of great rough-hewn stone blocks that had stood for aeons in this dank city by the river. Isis led them into the dense shadows under the wall, and to a small iron-barred gate. He fumbled with the lock for a moment, then carefully swung the gate open. "Let's go," he muttered. The palace was a maze of dimly lighted corridors, but Isis led them confidently, moving along as if he were on an important mission. As they approached the broader, somewhat more brightly lighted hallways near the center of the palace, a grotesquely made-up eunuch lurched by, his legs stiff and his eyes unfocused. His mouth was fixed in a stupefied grin, and his body twitched spasmodically as he stumbled past them. They passed an open doorway and heard someone inside giggling uncontrollably. Geryon could not be sure if that unseen person was a man or a woman. The one-eyed man stopped and opened a door. "We have to go through here," he said, taking a smoky lamp from the niche beside the door. "Be careful. It is dark and there are snakes on the floor." The room was cool and had a musty smell. Geryon could clearly hear the dry, dusty hiss of scales rubbing against each other in the corners. "It was fairly safe," Isis said. "They were fed today, and that always makes them sluggish." He stopped at the door, opened it a crack, and peered out. "Wait," he whispered. Geryon heard a couple of men talking and the sound of their footsteps in the corridor outside. Then a door opened and closed. "It's clear," Isis said quietly. "Let's go." He led them out into the corridor, and along its dimly lighted length to a polished door. He looked at Polgara. "Are you sure you want to see the Queen?" She nodded. "All right. Tsaris is in here. He'll take us to the throne room." "Are you sure?" Geryon whispered. Isis reached under the robe he had donned in the alley and drew out a long, saw-edged dagger. "I can practically guarantee it. Give me a moment. Then come in and close the door." He shoved the door open and jumped into the room like a great soft-footed cat. "What?" someone inside the room cried out in a high-pitched voice. Then there was a terrified silence. Geryon and Polgara entered quickly, closing the door behind them. A man sat at the table, his eyes bulging with fright and with the needle-point of Isis's dagger pushed against his throat. He wore a crimson silk robe, and his shaven head was pasty white. Rolls of greasy, unhealthy-looking fat drooped from his jowls, and his frightened eyes were small and pig-like. Isis was talking to him in a dreadfully quiet voice, emphasizing what he was saying by pressing the point of his knife into the skin of the fat man's throat. "This is an Ulgo knife, Tsaris. It causes almost no damage when it goes in. But when you pull it out, it jerks out all kinds of things along with it. Now, we aren't going to make any kind of an outcry, are we?" "No," Tsaris stammered in a squeaky voice. "I was sure you would see it my way. This is what we're going to do. This lady and her young friend want to have a word with the Queen, so you're going to take us to the throne room." "To the Queen?" Tsaris gasped. "No one goes into her presence without permission. I can't do it." This conversation has suddenly taken a definite turn for the worse. Isis looked over at Polgara.
"Would you like to turn your head, lady?" he asked politely. "The sight of a man with his brains oozing out of his ears makes some people queasy." "Please," Saris begged him, "I can't. The Queen will kill me if I take you into the throne room without being summoned. And I will kill you if you don't. Somehow, I have got a feeling that this isn't going to be one of your good days, Saris. Now, get on your feet." The assassin jerked the trembling fat man from his chair. They stepped out into the corridor with the eunuch leading the way. Sweat was streaming down his face, and there was a wild look in his eyes. "No blunders, Saris," Isis warned. "Remember, I am right behind you." The two burly guards at the entrance to the throne room bowed respectfully to the chief eunuch and swung the heavy doors open for him. Salmisra's throne room was unchanged. The enormous stone statue of Isa, the serpent god, still loomed behind the dais at the far end of the room. The crystal lamps still glowed dimly on their silver chains, and the 24 bald and crimson-robed eunuchs still knelt on the polished floor, ready to murmur in unison their phrases of adoration. Even the gold-framed mirror still stood on its pedestal at the side of the divan-like throne. Salmisra herself, however, was dreadfully changed. She was no longer the beautiful, sensuous woman Geryon had seen when, drugged and bemused, he had first been led into her presence. She lay on her throne with her mottled coils undulating restlessly. Her polished scales gleamed in the lamplight, and her flat reptile's head rose on its long, thin neck. With the golden crown of the Serpent Queen resting lightly above her dead, incurious eyes. She glanced briefly at them as they entered, then turned back to regard her reflection in the mirror.
"I do not recall having summoned you, Saris,"
she said in a dry, dusty whisper. "The Queen questions the chief eunuch," the 24 shaven-headed men kneeling near the dais intoned in unison. "Forgive me, Eternal Salmisra," the eunuch pleaded, prostrating himself on the floor before the throne. "I was forced to bring these strangers into your presence. They threatened to kill me if I refused."
"Then you should have died, Saris,"
the serpent whispered.
"You know that I do not like to be disturbed."
"The Queen is displeased," half of the kneeling eunuchs murmured. "Ah," the other half responded with a certain spiteful satisfaction. Salmisra swung her swaying head slightly to fix her eyes on Isis.
"I seem to know you,"
she said. The one-eyed man bowed. "Isis, your majesty," he replied. "The assassin."
"I do not wish to be disturbed just now,"
the Serpent Queen told him in her emotionless whisper.
"If that means that you are going to kill Saris, please take him out into the corridor to do it."
"We will not disturb you for long, Salmisra," Polgara said, pushing back the hood of her cloak. The snake's head turned slowly, her forked tongue tasting the air.
"Ah, Polgara,"
she hissed, without any evident surprise.
"It has been some time since your last visit."
"Several years," Polgara agreed.
"I no longer take note of the years."
Salmisra's dead gaze turned to Geryon.
"And Belgarian,"
she said.
"I see that you are not a boy anymore."
"No," he replied, fighting down an involuntary shudder.
"Come closer,"
she whispered.
"Once you thought that I was beautiful and yearned for my kiss. Would you like to kiss me now?"
Geryon felt a strange compulsion to obey, and found that he could not take his eyes from those of the Serpent Queen.
Not even aware that he did it, he took a hesitant step toward the dais. "The fortunate one approaches the throne," the eunuchs murmured. "Geryon," Polgara said sharply.
"I will not hurt him, Polgara. I never intended to hurt him."
"I have a few questions for you, Salmisra. Once you answer them, we will leave you to your entertainments."
"What manner of questions, Polgara? What could I possibly know that your sorcery could not ferret out?"
"You recently met a Malloreon named Naradus, a man with colorless eyes."
"Is that his name? Saris never told me."
"You made an arrangement with him."
"Did I?"
"At his request, you sent diplomats to Sindaria. Among them was a foreigner named Zandramas. Your diplomats were instructed to give the foreigner every possible assistance in getting to Hulburg on the west coast of Kerik. You also ordered a ship to the Isle of the Winds to bring Zandramas back to Nyassa."
"I gave no such orders, Polgara. I have no interest in the affairs of Zandramas."
"The name is familiar to you?"
"Of course. I told you once that the priests of Angarak and the sorcerers of Aloria are not the only ones who can find a truth that lies hidden. I know of your desperate pursuit of the one who took Belgarion's son from the citadel at Riva."
"But you say that you were in no way involved in the arrangements?"
"The one you call Naradus came to me with gifts,"
Salmisra whispered.
"but said nothing more than that he wished my permission to trade here in Nyassa."
"Then how do you explain this?" Aunt Paul took the parchment sheet Sadi had given her from under her cloak. Salmisra flicked her tongue at one of the kneeling eunuchs.
"Bring it to me,"
she ordered. The eunuch leaped to his feet, took the parchment from Aunt Paul, then knelt on the edge of the dais, holding the sheet open and extended toward his queen.
"This is not the order I gave,"
Salmisra said flatly, after the briefest of glances.
"I ordered the diplomats to Sindaria. Nothing more. Your copy is not accurate, Polgara."
"Would the original be about anywhere?" Geryon asked her.
"Saris should have it."
Geryon looked at the fat eunuch groveling on the floor. "Where is it?" he demanded. Saris stared at him. Then his gaze went in terror to the enthroned serpent.
Geryon considered several alternatives, but discarded most of them in favor of simplicity.
"Make him talk, Isis," he said shortly.
The one-eyed man stepped over, straddled the trembling eunuch, and grasped his chin firmly from behind. Then he pulled up sharply until Saris was arched backward. The saw-edged dagger made a steely, grating sound as it came out of its sheath.
"Wait,"
Saris begged in a choked voice.
It's in the drawer at the bottom of my wardrobe in my room."
"Your methods are direct, assassin,"
the queen observed.
"I am a simple man, your majesty,"
Isis replied.
"I do not have the temperament for subtlety, nor intricacy. I have found that directness saves time in the long run."
He released the terrified Saris and pushed his Ulgo dagger back into its sheath. He looked at Geryon.
"Do you want me to get the parchment?"
he asked. "I think we are going to need it."
"All right."
Isis turned and left the room.
"An interesting man,"
Salmisra noted. She bent and caressingly touched her mottled coils with her blunt nose.
"My life is much changed since you were last here, Polgara,"
she whispered in her dusty voice.
"I am no longer driven by those hungers I had before. but pass my days instead in restless doze. I lull myself into slumber with the sweet sound of my own scales caressing each other. As I sleep, I dream. I dream of mossy caves in deep, cool forests, and I dream of the days when I was still a woman. But sometimes in my dreams, I am a bodiless spirit, seeking out the truths that others would hide. I know of the fear which lies in your heart, Polgara, and the desperate need that drives Zandramas. I even know of the terrible task which lies upon Teradis.
But you still say that you are not involved in this matter?
I have no interest in it. You and Zandramas can pursue each other across all the kingdoms of the world, but I am incurious as to the outcome.
Aunt Paul's eyes narrowed as she looked at her.
I have no reason to lie to you, Polgara,
Samisra said, sensing the suspicion in the look.
What could Zandramas possibly offer me that would buy my aid? All of my needs are satisfied, and I no longer have desires.
Her blunt head came up and her tongue flickered.
I rejoice, however, that your quest has brought you again into my presence, so that I may gaze once more upon the perfection of your face.
Polgara's chin lifted. Look quickly then, Salmisra. I have little patience for the involuted amusements of a snake.
The centuries have made you waspish, Polgara. Let us be civil to one another. Would you like to have me tell you what I know of Zandramas? She is no longer what she once was.
She? Geryon exclaimed.
You did not even know that?
The serpent hissed maliciously.
Your sorcery is a sham, then, Polgara. Could you not sense your enemy is a woman? And did you perhaps not even realize that you have already met her?
What are you talking about, Salmisra?
Poor, dear Polgara. The long, long centuries have filled your wits with cobwebs. Did you really think that you and Belgarath are the only ones in the world who can change their shapes? The dragon who visited you in the mountains above Orindia appears quite different when she resumes her natural form.
The door to the throne room opened, and Isis came back in, holding a parchment sheet with a red wax seal on the bottom of it.
Bring it to me,
Salmisra commanded. Isis looked at her, his single eye narrowing as he gauged the distance between the serpent's throne and his own unprotected skin. Then he went over to the prostrate eunuch who had presented Polgara's document to the queen. Without changing expression, he kicked the man solidly in the ribs. "Here," he said, thrusting out the parchment. "Take this to Her Majesty."
Are you afraid of me, Isis?
Salmisra asked, sounding faintly amused. "I am unworthy to approach you too closely, my queen." Salmisra bent her head to examine the parchment the trembling eunuch held out for her to read.
There appears to be some discrepancy, she hissed. This document is the same as the one you showed me, Polgara, but it is not the document to which I ordered my seal affixed. How is this possible?
May I speak, my queen? The eunuch who held the parchment asked in a quavering voice.
Of course, Addis,
she replied almost pleasantly.
So long as you realize that if your words displease me, the kiss I will give you in payment will bring you death.
Her forked tongue flickered out toward him. The eunuch's face went a ghastly gray color, and his trembling became so violent that he very nearly collapsed.
Speak, Addis,
she whispered.
It is my command that you disclose your mind to me. We will determine then whether you live or die. Speak now.
My queen, he quavered, the chief eunuch is the only person in the palace permitted to touch your majesty's royal documents and seal. If the document in question is false, must we not look to him for an explanation? The serpent considered that, her head swaying rhythmically back and forth, and her forked tongue flickering. At last she stopped her reptilian dance and leaned slowly forward until her tongue brushed the cringing eunuch's cheek.
Live, Addis,
she murmured.
Your words have not displeased me, and so my kiss grants the gift of life.
Then she reared her mottled form again and regarded Saras with her dead eyes.
Do you have any explanation, Saras? As our most excellent servant Addis has pointed out, you are my chief eunuch. You affixed my seal. How did this discrepancy come to pass?
My queen, his mouth gaped open, and his dead white face froze in an expression of stark terror. The still-shaken Addis half rose, his eyes filled with a sudden, wild hope. He held up the parchment in his hand, and turned to his crimson-robed companions kneeling to one side of the dais. "Behold," he cried in triumphant voice, "behold the proof of the chief eunuch's misconduct." The other eunuchs looked first at Addis, and then at the groveling and terrified chief eunuch. Their eyes also furtively tried to read the enigmatic expression on Salmisra's face. "Ah," they said in unison at last.
I'm still waiting, Saras,
the Serpent Queen whispered. Saras, however, quite suddenly scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the throne-room door, squealing in mindless animal panic. As fast as his sudden flight was, though, Isis was even faster. The shabby, one-eyed assassin bounded after the fleeing fat man, his horrid dagger leaping into his hand. With the other, he caught the back of the chief eunuch's crimson robe and jerked him up short. He raised his knife and looked inquiringly at Salmisra.
Not yet, Isis,
she decided.
Bring him to me.
Isis grunted and dragged his struggling captive toward the throne. Saras, squealing and gibbering in terror, scrambled his feet ineffectually on the polished floor.
I will have an answer from you, Saras,
Salmisra whispered. Talk, Isis said in a flat voice, setting his dagger point against the eunuch's lower eyelid. He pushed slightly, and a sudden trickle of bright red blood ran down the fat man's cheek. Saras squealed and began to blubber. Forgive me, your majesty, he begged. The Malloreon Naradas compelled it of me.
How did you do it, Saras?
The serpent demanded implacably. I put your seal at the very bottom of the page, divine Salmisra, he blurted. Then when I was alone, I added the other orders. And were there other orders as well? Aunt Paul asked him. Will we encounter hindrances and traps on the trail of Xandromos? No, nothing. I gave no orders other than that Xandromos be escorted to the Murgo border and provided the maps she required. I Pray you, your majesty, forgive me.
That is quite impossible, Saris. It had been my intention to hold myself aloof in the dispute between Bulgara and Zandramas, but now I am involved because you have abused my trust in you.
Shall I kill him? Isis asked calmly.
No, Isis, she replied. Saris and I will share a kiss, as is the custom in this place.
She looked oddly at him.
You are an interesting man, assassin. Would you like to enter my service? I am certain that a position can be found for one of your talents.
Addis the eunuch gasped, his face suddenly going pale. But your majesty, he protested, leaping to his feet.
Your servants have always been eunuchs, and this man is...
he faltered, suddenly realizing the temerity of his rash outburst. Salmisra's dead eyes locked on his, and he sank, white-faced, to the floor again.
You disappoint me, Addis,
she said in that dusty whisper. She turned back to the one-eyed assassin.
Well, Isis,
she said,
a man of your talents could rise to great eminence, and the procedure, I am told, is a minor one. You would soon recover and into the service of your queen.
Ah, I am honored, your majesty, he replied carefully. But I'd really prefer to remain more or less intact. There is a certain edge my profession requires, and I would rather not endanger that by tampering with things.
I see.
She swung her head briefly to look at the cowering Addis, and then back to the assassin.
You have made an enemy today, however, I think, and one that may someday grow quite powerful.
Isis shrugged. I've had many enemies, he replied. A few of them are even still alive. He gave the cowering eunuch a flinty look. If Addis wants to pursue the matter, he and I can discuss it privately some day, perhaps late some night, when our discussions won't disturb anyone.
We must leave now, Bulgara said. You have been most helpful, Salmisra. Thank you.
I am indifferent to your gratitude,
Salmisra replied.
I do not think that I will see you again, Bulgara. I think that Zandramas is more powerful than you, and that she will destroy you.
Only time can reveal that.
Indeed. Farewell, Bulgara.
Goodbye, Salmisra. Bulgara deliberately turned her back on the dais. Come along, Geryon. Isis.
Saris,
Salmisra said in a peculiar, almost singing tone.
Come to me.
Geryon glanced back over his shoulder and saw that she had reared her mottled body until it rose high above the dais and her velvet-covered throne. She swayed rhythmically back and forth. Her dead eyes had come alight with a kind of dreadful hunger, and they burned irresistibly beneath her scaly brows. Tsaris, his mouth agape, and with his pig-like eyes frozen, devoid of all thought, lurched toward the dais with jerky, stiff-legged steps.
Come, Saris,
Salmisra crooned.
I long to embrace you and give you my kiss.
Aunt Paul, Geryon, and Isis reached the ornately carved door and went quietly into the corridor outside. They had gone no more than a few yards when there came from the throne-room a sudden shrill scream of horror, dying hideously into a gurgling, strangled squeal.
"I think that the position of chief eunuch just became vacant,"
Isis observed dryly. Then, as they continued on down the dimly lighted hallway, he turned to Polgara.
"Now, my lady,"
he said, ticking the items off on his fingers.
"First of all, there was the fee for getting you and the young man into the palace. Then there was the business of persuading Tsaris to take us to the throne room. And then—"
Part 2. Rak Urga. Chapter 9. It was almost dawn when they crept quietly out of Drobluk's house. A thick grey fog shrouded the narrow, twisting streets of Stithistor as they followed Issus through the shabby quarter near the docks. The smell of the river and the reek of the surrounding swamps lay heavy in the foggy darkness, filling Gerion's nostrils with the odors of decay and the stagnant water. They emerged from a narrow alleyway, and Issus motioned them to a halt as he peered into the mist. Then he nodded.
"Let's go,"
he whispered.
"Try not to make any noise."
They hurried across a glistening cobblestone street lit by torches, each surrounded by a nimbus of hazy red light, and entered the deeper shadows of another garbage-strewn alley. At the far end of the alley, Gerion could see the slow-moving surface of the river sliding ponderously by, pale in the fog. The one-eyed assassin led them along another cobblestone street to the foot of a rickety wharf, jutting out into the fog. He stopped in the shadows beside a dilapidated shack that stood partially out over the water, and fumbled briefly at the door. He opened it slowly, muffling the protesting creaking of a rusty hinge with a tattered piece of rag.
"In here,"
he muttered, and they followed him into the dank-smelling shack.
"There's a boat tied at the end of this wharf,"
he told them in a half-whisper.
"Wait here while I go get it."
He went to the front of the shack. Gerion heard the creak of hinges as a trap-door opened. They waited, listening nervously to the skittering and squeaking of the rats that infested this part of the town. The moments seemed to creep by as Gerion stood watch beside the door, peering out through a crack between two rotting boards at the foggy street running along the edge of the river.
"All right,"
he heard Isis say from below, after what seemed like hours.
"Be careful on the ladder. The rungs are slippery."
One by one they climbed down the ladder into the boat that the one-eyed man had pulled into place under the wharf.
"We have to be quiet,"
he cautioned them after they had seated themselves.
"There's another boat out there on the river somewhere."
"A boat?" Sadi asked in alarm. "What are they doing?" Issus shrugged.
"Probably something illegal."
Then he pushed his craft out into the shadows at the side of the wharf, settled himself on the center seat, and began to row, dipping his oars carefully into the oily surface of the river so that they made almost no sound. The fog rose from the dark water in little tendrils, and the few lighted windows high in the towers of Stithistor had a hazy unreality, like tiny golden candles seen in a dream. Issus rowed steadily, his oars making only the faintest of sounds. Then, from somewhere not far upstream, there was a sudden muffled outcry, followed by a splash and the gurgling sounds of bubbles rising to the surface. "What was that?" Sadi hissed nervously, as Isis stopped rowing to listen.
"Be still,"
the one-eyed man whispered. From somewhere in the fog there came the thumping sound of someone moving around in a boat, followed by the splash of an awkwardly pulled oar. A man swore, his voice harsh and loud.
"Keep quiet,"
another voice said.
"What for?" "Let's not tell everybody in Stithistor that we are out here."
"You worry too much.
That rock I tied to his ankles will keep him down for a long time."
The creaking oarlocks faded off into the fog.
"Amateurs,"
Isis muttered derisively. An assassination, perhaps? Silk asked, with a certain professional curiosity. Or a private killing?
What difference does it make?
Isis started to row again, his oars dipping slowly into the water. Behind them, Stithistor had disappeared into the fog. Without the reference point of its dim lights, it seemed to Geryon that they were not moving at all, but sat motionless on the surface of the dark river. Then, at last, a shadowy shore appeared ahead in the clinging fog. After a few more minutes, he was able to make out the hazy shape of individual treetops outlined by the pale mist. A low whistle came to them from the bank, and Isis angled their boat slightly, making for the signal.
Geryon, is that you?
Dernick whispered out of the shadows. Yes. Isis pulled their boat onto the overhanging branches, and Dernick caught the bow.
The others are waiting on the far side of the road,
he said quietly, as he helped Polgara from the boat. You've been most helpful, Isis, Toddy said to his hireling. The one-eyed man shrugged.
Isn't that what you paid me for?
Silk looked at him. If you decide to consider my offer, talk to Droblik.
I'll think about it,
Isis replied. He paused, then looked at Polgara.
Good luck on your journey, lady, he said quietly. I get the feeling that you're going to need it.
Thank you, Isis. Then he pushed his boat back out into the fog and disappeared. What was that all about? Sadi asked Silk. Oh, nothing much. Drasnian intelligence is always looking for a few good men, that is all. Dernick was looking curiously at the shaven-headed eunuch. We'll explain when we get back to the others, dear, Polgara assured him.
Yes, Paul,
he agreed.
We go this way.
He led them up the brushy bank to the broken stones of the road, then pushed his way into the tangled undergrowth on the far side with the rest of them close behind. Tinedra, Ariond, Toth, and Velvet sat in a little hollow behind the moss-covered trunk of a fallen tree. A single well-shielded lantern gave forth a dim glow, illuminating the hollow with a faint light.
Geryon!
Tinedra exclaimed with relief, coming quickly to her feet.
What took you so long?
We had to make a side trip, he replied, taking her into his arms. As he nestled his face into her hair, he found that it still had that warm, sweet fragrance that had always touched his heart.
All right,
Belgarath said, looking out into the tag end of the foggy night.
I want to get moving, so I'll keep this short.
He sat down on the spongy moss beside the lantern.
This is Sadi.
He pointed at the shaven-headed eunuch.
Most of you know him already. He will be going with us. Is that altogether wise, Belgarath?
Dernick asked dubiously.
Probably not. But it wasn't my idea. He seems to feel that Xandramas has gone down into southern Tul Murgos and plans to cross the continent to the Isle of Verkat off of the southeast coast.
That is a very dangerous part of the world just now, Ancient One,
Velvet murmured. We'll have no trouble, dear lady, Teddy assured her in his contralto voice. If we pose as slavers, no one will interfere with us.
So you say,
Belgarath said somewhat skeptically.
That might have been true before the war started down there, but we still don't know for sure how the Malloreons view the slave trade.
There's one other thing you should all know, Polgara added quietly. Geryon and I went to the palace to find out if Salmisra was involved in this in any way. She told us that Xandramas is a woman.
A woman?
Tinedra exclaimed. That's what she said, and she had no reason to lie to us. Dernick scratched at his head.
Well, that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Are you sure Salmisra knew what she was talking about?
Polgara nodded. She was very certain, and quite smug about the fact that she knew something that I did not.
does sort of fit,
Velvet said thoughtfully.
Most of the things Zandramas has done were done the way a woman would do them.
I can't quite follow that, Dernek admitted.
A man does things one way, Goodman. A woman does them differently. The fact that Zandramas is a woman explains a great deal.
She's also going to great lengths to conceal the fact, Silk added. She's made sure that just about everybody who has seen her is not alive to tell anybody about it. We can talk about all of this some more later, Belgarath said, standing up and looking around at the gradually lightening fog. I want to get away from this place before the people on the other side of the river start moving around. Let's saddle the horses. It took a bit of readjustment of their equipment to free one of the pack horses for Sadi's use, but a short time later they rode out from their sheltered place of concealment and on along the weedy track that followed the winding course of the River of the Serpent. They moved at first at a cautious walk, but once they had passed the outskirts of Stithistor, lying hidden in the fog across the river, they picked up their pace to canter, clattering along the abandoned road that stretched through the rank jungle and reeking swamps of the land of the Snake People. As the sun rose, it gave the fog surrounding them a kind of mystical glow, and the droplets hanging along the edges of individual leaves drooping from the undergrowth at the side of the road took on a jewel-like sparkle. Geryon, sandy-eyed and tired from a night without sleep, looked bemused at the jeweled green leaves, marveling that such beauty could exist in this stinking swamp.
The whole world is beautiful, Belgarian,
Geryon assured him in response to that unspoken thought.
You just have to know how to look at it.
Once the fog had burned off, they were able to move at a much more rapid pace. They encountered no other travelers that day. By the time the sun began to sink into the heavy banks of purple cloud that seemed to hover perpetually over the western horizon, they were well upriver.
How far is it to the Murgo border?
Geryon asked Sadi, as the two of them gathered firewood while Dernek and Toth set up the tents for the night's encampment.
Several more days, the eunuch replied. The highway fords the river up near the headwaters, and then angles down to Raga. There is a village on the other side of the ford. I'll need to stop there for a few things, suitable garments and the like.
Velvet and Sinedra were unpacking Polgaro's cooking utensils not far away, and the blonde Drasnian girl looked over at Sadi.
Excuse me,
she said,
but I think I have discovered a flaw in your plan.
Oh?
How can we pose as slavers when some of us are obviously women?
But there are always women in any party of slave traders, my dear lady,
he answered, dropping an armload of firewood beside the stone-lined cooking pit.
I'm sure that if you think about it, you'll understand why.
I certainly don't,
Sinedra declared. Sadi coughed rather delicately.
We trade in female slaves as well as males, your majesty, and a female who has been guarded by women brings a higher price.
A slow flush crept up her face.
That is revolting,
Sadi shrugged.
I did not make the world, your majesty. I only try to live in it.
After they had eaten, Sadi took an earthenware bowl, filled it with hot water, and began to lather his stubbled scalp.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Sadi,
Silk said from the other side of the fire.
Exactly what was it that you did to make Salmisra so discontented with you?
Sadi gave him a wry look.
Those of us in the Queen's service are an extraordinarily corrupt lot, Keldar. We are all knaves and scoundrels and worse. A number of years ago, Salmisra laid down certain guidelines to keep our plotting and deceit within reasonable limits, just to keep the government from falling apart. I overstepped a few of those limits Most of them, actually. Cyrus found out about it and ran to the Queen to tattle. I do so wish that I had been able to see his reaction when she kissed him. He picked up his razor.
Why do all Naisin men shave their heads?
Zinedra asked him curiously. There are all manner of nasty little insects in Nyssa, Your Majesty. And hair provides them with a perfect nesting place. She gave him a startled look, her hand going unconsciously to her coppery curls. I shouldn't worry too much, he smiled. Most of the time, they are dormant in winter. About noon several days later, the road they were following began to climb up out of the jungles into the foothills. The damp chill that had lain over the normally steaming swamps of Nyssa moderated as they climbed, and it was pleasantly warm as they moved up into the hardwood forest lying along the eastern frontier. The river began to tumble over the stones beside the road, and its murky waters grew clear as they rode deeper into the hills. The ford is just up ahead, Zaddy told them, as he led them around a broad curve in the road. A stone bridge had once crossed the river there, but time and the turbulent water had eaten away at its foundations and tumbled it into the riverbed. The green water rushed over the fallen stones, swift and foaming. Upstream from the fallen bridge there was a wide stretch of gravel-bottom shallows that rippled sparkling in the sun. A well-traveled trail led down to the ford. What about the leeches? Silk asked, eyeing the water with suspicion. The water's a little too fast for them, Prince Keldar. Their bodies are too soft to take much bouncing around on rocks. He rode confidently down into the rippling stream and led them on across. That village I mentioned is just up ahead, he told them as they emerged from the stream. It should only take me an hour or so to pick up what we'll need. The rest of us can wait here, then, Belgarath said, swinging down from his saddle. You go with him, Silk. I can manage, Zaddy protested. I'm sure you can. Let's just call it a precaution. How am I going to explain to the shopkeeper what a Drasnian is doing with me? Lie to him. I'm sure you'll be very convincing. Geryon dismounted and walked up the slope of the riverbank. These were the people he loved most in the world, but sometimes their idle bantering set his teeth on edge. Even though he knew that they really meant nothing by it, it seemed somehow to reflect an indifferent frivolity, a callous lack of concern for his personal tragedy, and, more importantly, for Tinedra's. He stood atop the riverbank, looking with unseeing eyes down the descending gorge of the River of the Serpent, and then out over the dense green canopy of the jungles of the Snake People. He would be glad to get out of Nyssa. It was not so much the clinging mud, the stink of the swamps, nor even the clouds of insects that hovered perpetually in the air. The real problem with Nyssa was the fact that one could seldom see for more than a few feet in any direction. For some reason, Geryon felt an overpowering need to see for long distances, and the obscuring trees and undergrowth that had blocked his vision since they had been in Nyssa had increasingly irritated him. A number of times he had caught himself just on the verge of clinching his will and blasting out long, clear avenues through the jungle. When Silk and Thadi returned, the little Drasnian's face was angry. They're only for show, Prince Keldar, Thadi protested mildly. We're not actually going to have any slaves with us anyway, so there won't really be anyone to wear them, will there? It's the idea of them that offends me. What is this? Belgarath asked. Thadi shrugged. I purchased a few shackles and slave bells. Keldar does not approve. I don't like the whips either, Silk added. I explained that to you, Keldar. I know, and it's still disgusting.
Of course it is. Nyasans are a disgusting people. I thought you knew that.
We can sort out comparative moralities later on. Let's move along. The road they followed rose steeply up from the river, taking them deeper and deeper into the foothills. The hardwoods gave way to gnarled evergreen and low-lying heather. Great rounded white boulders lay in scattered profusion among the dark green trees, and the sky overhead was an intense blue. They camped that night in a grove of low, twisted junipers, building their fire against a boulder so that its white surface could reflect back both the light and heat. Above them rose a steep ridge that stood jaggedly outlined against the starry eastern sky.
Once we cross that ridge, we will be in Murgos,
Sadi told them, as they sat around the fire after supper.
The Murgos watch their borders very carefully, so it's probably time to start wearing our disguises.
He opened the large bundle he had brought from the village near the ford, and took out a number of dark green silk robes. He looked speculatively at Tinedra, and then at the gigantic Toth.
There may be a slight problem here. The shopkeeper did not have a wide variety of sizes.
I'll fix it, Sade, Bulgara said, taking the rolled-up robes from him and opening one of the packs in search of her sewing kit. Bulgara had been staring thoughtfully at a large map.
There's something here that's been bothering me.
He turned to Tzadi.
Is there any way that Xandromos might have taken a ship from one of those ports on the west coast and sailed around the southern end of the continent to Verkat?
Sadi shook his head, and his shaven scalp gleamed in the orange firelight.
Impossible, Ancient One. The Malloreon fleet slipped up behind the Murgos a few years back, and King Urget still has nightmares about it. He's closed all the west coast ports, and his ships patrol the sea lanes all the way around the tip of the Urga Peninsula. No one sails along that coast without his specific permission.
How far is it to Verkat?
Dernek asked. Tzadi squinted up at the stars.
3, 4 months, perhaps, at this time of the year, Goodman.
Polgara had been humming quietly to herself as her needle flashed in the firelight.
Come here, Zenedra.
The little queen rose and went over to where she sat. Polgara held up the green silk robe, measuring it against her tiny frame, then nodded in satisfaction. Zenedra wrinkled her nose.
Do they have to smell so bad?
She asked Tzadi.
I don't suppose they have to, but they always do. For some reason, slaves have a certain odor about them, and it seems to rub off.
And Paul was looking at Toth as she held another of the slaver's robes in her hands.
This could be a bit more challenging,
she murmured. The giant gave her a brief, almost shy smile, and rose to put more wood on the fire. As he poked the coals with a stick, a column of winking red sparks rose to greet the stars hanging low in the night sky. From somewhere down the ridge, as if in response to the sparks, there came a deep, coughing roar.
What is that?
Zenedra cried.
A lion,
Tzadi shrugged.
Sometimes they hunt along the slave route, the old and crippled ones at any rate.
Why would they do that?
Sometimes slaves get too sick to walk any farther, and they have to be left behind. An old lion can't chase anything that's very nimble, and...
He left it hanging in the air. She stared at him in horror.
You did ask, after all, Your Majesty, he reminded her. As a matter of fact, I don't like the idea very much myself. That's one of the reasons I left the slave trade, to go into politics.
He stood up and brushed off the back of his robe.
Now, if you dear people will excuse me, I have to go feed Zith.
Please be careful when you go to your beds tonight. Sometimes she sneaks away after she's been fed. I think it amuses her to hide from me, and one never knows where she might turn up." He walked out of the circle of golden firelight toward the place where he had spread his blankets. Silk stared after him, then turned back to the fire. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I am sleeping right here tonight." The next morning, after breakfast, they donned their evil-smelling robes of Nyasan slavers. At Belgoroth's instruction, Geryon once again covered the hilt of Iron-Grip's sword. "I think we had better keep the orb well wrapped as long as we are in Murgos," the old man said. "It tends to get excited when there are Angaraks about." They mounted their horses and followed the ancient highway up a ravine toward the jagged ridgetop. As they rounded a bend, Polgara suddenly reined in her horse with a sharp hiss. "What's the matter, Paul?" Dernick asked her. She did not reply immediately, but her face grew pale. Her eyes flashed, and the white lock on her brow suddenly flamed. "Monstrous!" she said. "What is it, Aunt Paul?" Geryon asked. "Look over there," she answered, pointing with a trembling hand. There were white bones scattered about on the rocky ground several yards from the road. Lying among them was a vacant-eyed human skull. "One of the slaves Sati mentioned last night," Silk suggested. Polgara shook her head. "A part of the arrangement between Saras and Naradas involved several men to escort Zandramas to the Murgo border," she reminded him. "When she got this far, she didn't need them any more." Silk's face grew grim. "That seems to be in character. Every time she finishes with somebody, she kills him." "She did not just kill them," Polgara said with a look of revulsion. "She broke their legs and left them for the lions. They waited all day for nightfall, and then the lions came." Tinedra's face blanched.
"How horrible!"
"Are you sure, Paul?" Dernick asked, his face slightly sick.
"Some things are so dreadful that they leave their traces in the very rocks."
Belgoroth had been staring bleakly at the gnawed bones. "This isn't the first time she's done this. She's not satisfied with just killing people to cover her tracks. She has to commit atrocities."
"She's a monster,"
Tinedra declared.
"She feeds on horror."
"It is a bit more than that," Belgoroth replied. "I think she is trying to leave messages for us."
He jerked his head toward the scattered bones.
"That was not really necessary. I think she is trying to scare us off."
"It won't work," Geryon said quietly. "All she's doing is adding to the final reckoning. When the time finally comes for her to pay for it, I think she's going to find that all of this is more than she can afford." At the top of the ridge, the ancient road they had been following ended abruptly, sharply marking the invisible line where Nyasa ended, and Murgos began. From the ridge-top they looked out over an endless, unbroken expanse of shattered black rock, miles-wide beds of dark brown gravel, all of it shimmering under a broiling sun.
"Which way did Zandramas go from here?"
Dernick asked Geryon. "She turned south," Geryon replied, feeling the orb pulling in a new direction.
"We could gain time if we cut straight out across that there, then, couldn't we?"
"Absolutely out of the question, Goodman Dernick," Sadi declared. "That's the great desert of Araga. It is as big as Algaria. The only water there is in the wells of the Dagashi, and you wouldn't want to get caught dipping into a Dagashi well."
"The Dagashi live out there?"
Dernick asked, shading his eyes with one hand to look out at the fiery wasteland. "They're the only ones who can," Sadi replied. "Perhaps that explains why they are so fearsome. We are going to have to follow this ridgeline south for 100 leagues or so to get around that waste. Then we'll strike out due southeast across Morth,
and on down into the great southern forest in Korut." Belgarath nodded. "Let's get started, then." They rode south, skirting the western edge of the desert of Araga, and staying well up in the hills, which sloped steeply down toward the desert floor. As they rode, Geryon noticed that the trees on this side of the ridge were stunted and sparsely distributed. There was no grass growing in the rock-strewn ground, and the heather had given way to scrubby thorn bushes. The sharp ridge line appeared to be an abrupt demarcation between two entirely different climates. What had been only pleasantly warm on the west side became oppressively hot here on the east. There were almost no streams, and the few springs they found were tiny and seeped their water grudgingly into tepid little puddles hidden among the rust-colored boulders. On the morning of the third day, after they had entered Cthal Murgos, Toth belted his blanket across one shoulder, took up his staff, and walked down to the mouth of the ravine where they had spent the night, to look out over the rocky desert lying below. The sun had not yet risen, and the light from the dawn sky was steely and shadowless, etching each rock and crag of the sun-blasted wasteland in sharp detail. After a moment, the giant returned and touched Dernick's shoulder. "What is it, Toth?" the smith asked. The mute pointed at the mouth of the ravine. "All right," Dernick said, rising from the spot where he had been kindling their morning fire. The two of them went on down the ravine in the pale light and stood looking out. After a few moments, Dernick called back over his shoulder. "Belgarath, I think you'd better come here and have a look at this." The old sorcerer finished pulling on his scuffed and mismatched boots and went on down to join them, his green silk robe flapping about his ankles. He stared out for a while, then muttered a curse. "We've got a problem," he announced without turning. The problem became apparent as soon as the rest of them reached the entrance to the ravine. Some distance out on the desert a large cloud of dust was rising to hang motionless in the still morning air.
"How many men do you think it would take to raise that much dust?" Geryon asked quietly.
"At least several hundred," Silk told him.
"Murgos?"
"Not unless the Murgos have changed their habits,"
Velvet murmured.
"Those men are dressed in red."
Silk peered intently out at the dust cloud. "You've got good eyes," he said finally to the blonde girl.
"One of the advantages of youth,"
she replied sweetly. He gave her a quick, irritable look. "I thought this was Murgo territory," Dernick objected.
"It is," Sadi said. "But the Malloreon send patrols out every so often. Zakath has been trying to find a way to come at Urget from behind for a number of years now."
"How did they find water out there, then?"
"I am sure they brought it with them."
Toth turned toward the south side of the ravine and scrambled up the steep rocky bank, sending long streams of dusty brown gravel slithering down behind him.
"Do you think we can outrun them?"
Silk asked Belgarath. "That probably wouldn't be a very good idea. I think we'd better stay here until they are out of the area." Toth gave a low whistle from the top of the bank he had just climbed. "Go see what he wants, Dernick," Belgarath said. The smith nodded and started up the steep slope.
"Do you think they will find us up here?"
Tinedra asked tensely.
"It's not too likely, Your Majesty. I doubt they are going to take the time to search every ravine and gully in these mountains."
Belgarath squinted out at the dust cloud. "They're moving toward the southwest. If we sit tight for a day or so, they will move on out of the vicinity."
"I hate to lose the time,"
Geryon fretted. "So do I. But I don't think we have got very much choice." Dernick came sliding back down the bank of the ravine. "There's another group of men up ahead," he reported. "Murgos, I think." Belgarath uttered a fairly rancid curse. "I really don't want to get caught in the middle of a skirmish. Go up there and keep an eye on things," he told Silk. "Let's not have any more surprises." Silk started up the steep bank of the ravine. On an impulse, Geryon followed him. When they reached the top, they took cover behind a scrubby thorn bush.
The fiery ball of the sun slid up out of the desert lying to the east, and the obscuring cloud of dust raised by the advancing Malloreon column turned it to an ominous red. The figures of the men below, both the mounted Malloreons and the concealed Murgos, were tiny in the distance, like toy figures on a miniature landscape. As closely as I can tell, they're about evenly matched, Silk noted, looking down at the two parties of troops. Geryon considered it. The Murgos are going to have the advantage, though. They're on higher ground, and they'll have the element of surprise. Silk grinned. Oh, you're turning into quite a tactician. Geryon let that pass. Sadi was right, Silk said. The Malloreons brought water with them. He pointed at 24 or so cumbersome-looking wagons, loaded with large casks, trailing along at the rear of the column, advancing across the desert. The Malloreons reached the first of the shallow ravines, stretching up into the foothills, then halted, while their scouts fanned out to search the rocky terrain. It was only a short time before an alarmed shout announced that at least some of the Murgos had been seen. "But that doesn't make any sense," Geryon said. "They didn't even try to keep from being found." "Oh, Murgos aren't notorious for intelligence," Silk replied. As the red-clad Malloreons massed up for a charge, the concealed Murgos rose from their hiding places and began to shower their foes with arrows. But after only a few volleys, they began to pull back. "Why are they retreating?" Geryon demanded in disgust. "What is the point of setting up an ambush and then turning around and running away from it?" "Nobody's that stupid," Silk muttered his agreement. "They're up to something else." The retreating Murgos kept up a steady rain of arrows, littering the ravines stretching up into the hills with windrows of red-garbed dead, as the Malloreons doggedly charged up into the foothills. Once again, the toy-like quality of all of those men so far below became apparent. At closer range, the carnage at the edge of that vast desert would have sickened Geryon, but from up here he could watch with a little more than curiosity. And then, when the great majority of the charging Malloreons were far up into the ravines and gullies, a force of axe-wielding Murgo cavalry came pounding around the tip of a long rocky ridge that protruded out into the wasteland. "That's what they were up to," Geryon said. "They lured the Malloreons into a charge so they could attack from the rear." "I don't think so," Silk disagreed. "I think they are after the supply wagons." The galloping Murgo cavalry swept across the intervening space, and then thundered along the sides of the poorly guarded Malloreon supply column, their axes rising and falling as they chopped open the water casks. With each stroke, sparkling water gushed out to soak into the arid floor of the desert. The sun, obscured by the dust of the charge, glowed red through the choking clouds to dye the gushing streams of water. From their vantage point, high above the battle, it looked almost to Geryon that the fluid spurting from the ruptured barrels was not water, but blood. With a great outcry of chagrin, the Malloreon charge faltered. Then the red-clad figures far below turned and desperately ran back toward the desert to protect their precious water supply. It was too late. With brutal efficiency, the Murgo cavalry had already axed open every barrel and cask, and was riding back the way they had come with triumphant jeers. The Murgos, whose feigned retreat had drawn the Malloreon troops into their fatal charge, ran back down the ridges to resume their former positions. From their vantage points above the now demoralized Malloreons, they sent great sheets of arrows arcing up into the morning sky to rain down upon their enemies. In the midst of that deadly rain, the Malloreons desperately tried to salvage what little water was left in the bottoms of their shattered barrels. But their losses from the arrow storm grew soon unacceptable. The men in red tunics broke and ran out into the waiting desert, leaving their wagons behind. "That's a brutal way to make war," Silk said. "Well, the battle's pretty much over then, isn't it?" Geryon said, as the black-robed Murgos moved down into the ravines to butcher the wounded. "Oh, yes," Silk replied, sounding almost sick. "The fighting's all done. The dying isn't, though. Maybe the ones who are left can make it back across the desert." "Not a chance." "All right, then," a lean man in a black robe said, stepping out from behind a nearby rocky outcrop with a half-drawn bow in his hands.
"Now that you have seen it all, why don't we go back down to your camp and join the others?"
Chapter 10. Silk rose to his feet slowly, keeping both hands in plain sight. "You're very quiet on your feet, friend," he observed.
"I am trained to be so,"
the man with the bow replied.
"Move. Your friends are waiting."
Silk gave Geryon a quick warning look. "Let's go along until we can size up the situation," his fingers cautioned. "I am sure this one is not alone." They turned and slid down the bank to the floor of the ravine, with the stranger following watchfully behind them, his bow held at the ready. At the upper end of the gully, where they had pitched their tents the previous night, a score of black-robed men armed with bows guarded the others. They all had the scarred cheeks and angular eyes of Murgos, but there were certain subtle differences. The Murgos he had seen before had always been heavy-shouldered, and their stance had been marked by a stiff arrogance. These men were leaner. Their bearing was at once wary and peculiarly relaxed.
"You see, noble Tajak," Sadi said obsequiously to the lean-faced man who seemed to be in charge. "It is exactly as I have told you. I have only these two other servants."
"We know your numbers, slaver,"
the lean-faced man replied in a harshly accented voice.
"We've been watching you since you entered Tol Murgos."
"We have made no effort to hide," Sadi protested mildly. "The only reason we remained concealed here was to avoid becoming involved in that unpleasantness down at the edge of the desert." He paused. "One is curious, however, to know why the noble Dagashi would choose to concern themselves with the activities of a party of Nissen slavers. Surely we are not the first to come this way?"
Tajak ignored that, looking carefully at Geryon and his friends with his slate, hard, black eyes.
"What is your name, slaver?"
he asked Sadi, finally.
"I am Ussa of Stithistor, good master. Duly registered slave trader. I have all the proper documents, if you'd care to examine them."
"How is it that none of your servants are Nissen?"
Sadi spread his hands innocently.
"The war here in the south makes most of my countrymen a bit reluctant to venture into Tol Murgos just now. So I was forced to hire foreign adventurers instead."
"Perhaps,"
the Dagashi said in a flat, unemotional voice. He gave Sadi a penetrating look.
"Are you interested in money, Ussa of Stithistor?"
he asked suddenly. Sadi's dead eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together eagerly.
"Well, now, why don't we talk about that? Just exactly how may I serve you, and how much would you be willing to pay me?"
"You will need to discuss that with my master. My orders were to find a party of slavers and tell them that I could put them in touch with someone who could see that they were well paid for a fairly minor service. Are you interested in such a proposition?"
Sadi hesitated, glancing surreptitiously at Belgarath for some kind of instruction.
"Well,"
Tajak said impatiently,
"are you interested?"
"Of course," Sadi answered carefully. "Who is your master, Tajak? Just who is this benefactor who wants to make me rich?"
"He will tell you his name, and what you must do for him when you meet him. At Kasha."
"Kasha?" Sadi exclaimed. "You didn't say that I'd have to go there."
"There are many things I did not say. Well, do you agree to go with us to Kasha?"
"Do I have any choice?"
"No."
Sadi spread his arms helplessly.
What is Kasha? Gerion's fingers asked Silk.
The headquarters of the Dagashi. It's got an unsavory reputation.
All right,
Tajak said decisively.
let's break down these tents and get ready to leave. It is many hours to Kasha, and mid-afternoon is not a good time to be out in the desert.
The sun was well up when they rode out of the mouth of the ravine, with Tajak's Dagashi formed up watchfully around them. Out in the wasteland, the defeated Malloreons had begun their hopeless trek.
Will they not attempt to use your wells, noble Tajak?
Probably, but they won't be able to find them. We cover our wells with piles of rock, and all piles of rock in the desert look the same.
There were Murgo troops at the base of the foothills, watching the dispirited retreat of the Malloreons. As Tajak approached them, he made a quick, imperious gesture to them, and they grudgingly stood aside. As they rode through a narrow defile that opened out into the desert, Gerion took the opportunity to pull his horse in beside Belgarath's.
Grandfather?
He whispered urgently. What should we do?
We wait, and we see what this is all about, the old man replied. Let's not do anything to give away our disguise. Not yet, anyway.
As they rode out into the furnace heat of the desert, Sadi looked back at the Murgo soldiers lining the tops of the last low line of hills.
Your countrymen are most accommodating, he said to Tajak. I am surprised, though, that they did not stop us to ask one or two questions.
They know who we are,
Tajak said shortly.
and they know better than to interfere with us.
He looked at the already sweating eunuch.
It would be wise of you to keep your mouth closed now, Usa. The sun draws the moisture out of a man's body very quickly in this desert, and an open mouth is the first thing that it attacks. It is quite possible to talk yourself to death out here.
Sadi gave him a startled look and then clamped his lips tightly together. The heat was unbelievable. The desert floor was for the most part a vast flat bed of reddish-brown gravel, broken only by occasional heaps of dark boulders and widely scattered stretches of gleaming white sand. The world seemed to shimmer and undulate as heat waves rose from the blistering gravel. The sun was like a club beating down on Gerion's head and neck. Though he was sweating profusely, the moisture evaporated from his body so quickly that his clothing remained totally dry. They rode into that furnace for an hour, and then Tajak signaled for a halt. With a quick gesture, he sent 5 of his men off across a low rock ridge lying to the northeast. A short while later they returned, carrying lukewarm water and bags made of whole goat skins.
"Water the horses first,"
Tajak said tersely. Then he strode to the base of the ridge, bent and scooped up a handful of what appeared to be white sand. He came back.
"Hold out your right hands,"
he said, then spilled perhaps a spoonful into each outstretched palm.
"Eat it,"
he ordered. Sadi cautiously licked at the white stuff in his palm, and then immediately spat.
"Issa,"
he swore.
"Salt." "Eat it all,"
Tajak told him.
"If you don't, you will die."
Sadi stared at him.
"The sun is baking the salt out of your body. Without salt in your blood, you will die."
They all reluctantly ate the salt. When they had finished, the Dagashi allowed each of them to drink sparingly. Then they remounted and rode on into that inferno. Sinedra began to droop in her saddle like a wilted flower. The heat seemed to crush her. Gerion pulled his horse in beside hers.
"Are you all right?"
he asked through parched lips.
"No talking,"
a Dagashi snapped. The little queen lifted her face and gave Gerion a wan smile, and then rode on. Time lost all of its meaning in that dreadful place, and even thought became impossible. Gerion rode dumbly, his head bent beneath the hammer-like blows of the sun. Hours, or years, later, he raised his head, squinting against the brilliant light around him. He stared stupidly ahead, and only slowly did the realization come to him that he was seeing something utterly impossible. There, looming in the air before them,
floated a vast black island. It hovered above the shimmering, sun-blasted gravel, defying all reason. What manner of sorcery could perform such a feat? How could anyone have that much power? But it was not sorcery. As they rode nearer, the undulating heat waves began to thin, dispelling the mirage and revealing the fact that what they were approaching was not an island in the air, but instead a single rock peak rising precipitously from the desert floor. Encircling it was a narrow trail hacked out of the solid rock and spiraling upward around the mountain.
"Kasha,"
Tajik said shortly.
"Dismount and lead your horses."
The trail was very steep. After the second spiral around the mountain, the shimmering gravel floor of the desert lay far below. Up and up they went, round and round the blisteringly hot peak. And then the trail went directly into the mountain through a large square opening. "More caves?" Silk whispered bitterly. "Why is it always caves?" Geryon, however, moved eagerly. He would gladly have entered a tomb to get away from the intolerable sun.
"Take the horses,"
Tajik instructed some of his men.
"See to them at once. The rest of you come with me."
He led them into a long corridor chopped out of the rock itself. Geryon groped along blindly until his eyes became adjusted to the dimness. Though by no means cold, the air in the corridor was infinitely cooler than it had been outside. He breathed deeply, straightened, and looked around. The brutal amount of physical labor it had taken to hack this long corridor out of solid rock was clearly evident. Tzadi, noticing that as well, looked at the grim-faced man striding beside him.
"I did not know that the Dagashi were such expert stone-cutters."
"We aren't. The corridor was cut by slaves."
"I did not know that the Dagashi kept slaves."
"We don't. Once our fortress was finished, we turned them loose."
"Out there?"
Tzadi's voice was aghast.
"Most of them prefer to jump off the mountain instead."
The corridor ended abruptly in a cavern quite nearly as vast as some Geryon had seen in the land of the Ulgos. Here, however, narrow windows high in the wall admitted light. As he looked up, he saw that this was not a natural cave, but rather was a large hollow that had been roofed over with stone slabs, supported by vaults and buttresses. On the floor of the cave stood a city of low stone houses, and rising in the center of that city stood a bleak, square fortress.
"The house of Jaharb,"
their guide said shortly.
"He waits. We must hurry."
Silk drew in his breath with a sharp hiss. "What's the matter?" Geryon whispered. "We're going to have to be very careful here," Silk murmured. "Jaharb is the chief elder of the Dagashi, and he has a very nasty reputation." The houses in the city of the Dagashi all had flat roofs and narrow windows. Geryon noticed that there was none of the bustle in the streets which one might see in a western city. The black-robed, unsmiling Dagashi went about their business in silence, and each man he saw moving through that vast, strange, half-lit town seemed to carry a kind of vacant space about him, a circle into which none of his fellow townsmen would intrude. The fortress of Jaharb was solidly built of huge basalt blocks, and the guards at the heavy front door were formidably armed. Tajik spoke briefly to them, and the door swung open. The room to which Tajik took them was large and was illuminated by costly oil lamps, swinging on chains from the ceiling. The only furnishings were heaps of yellow cushions scattered on the floor, and a row of stout, iron-bound chests standing along the rear wall. Seated in the midst of one of the heaps of cushions was an ancient man with white hair, and a dark face that was incredibly wrinkled. He wore a yellow robe, and he was eating grapes as they entered, carefully selecting them one by one, then languidly raising them to his lips.
"The Naisan slavers, revered elder,"
Tajik announced in tones of profoundest respect. Jaharb set aside his bowl of grapes and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and looking at them intently, with his smoky, penetrating eyes. There was something infinitely chilling about that steady gaze.
"What are you called?"
he asked Sadi finally. His voice was as cold as his eyes, very quiet, and with a kind of dusty dryness to it.
"I am Ussa, revered one,"
Sadi replied with a sinuous bow.
"So, what is your business in the lands of the Murgos?"
The ancient man spoke slowly, drawing out his words almost as if he were singing them.
"The slave trade, great elder,"
Sadi answered quickly.
"Buying or selling? A bit of each. The present turmoil offers certain opportunities."
"I am sure it does. You are here for gain, then?"
"A reasonable profit is all, revered Jahab."
The elder's expression did not change, but his eyes bored into the face of the suddenly sweating eunuch.
"You seem uncomfortable, Ussa,"
the dusty voice crooned softly.
"Why is that?" "The heat, revered Jahab,"
Sadi said nervously.
"Your desert is very hot."
"Perhaps." The smoky eyes continued their unrelenting gaze.
"Is it your purpose to enter the lands controlled by the Malloreons?"
"Why, yes," Sadi replied.
"As a matter of fact, it is. I am told that many slaves took advantage of the chaos that accompanied the Malloreon invasions to hide themselves in the forest of Korut. They are free for the taking, and the fields and vineyards of Haga and Khatan lie untended for lack of slaves to work them. There is profit in such a situation."
"You will have little time for pursuing runaway slaves, Ussa. You must be in Rakhaga before 2 months have passed."
"But,"
Jahar held up a hand,
"you will proceed from this place to Rakhaga,
where you are expected. A new servant will join you there. His name is Kabach, and you will find him in the temple of Tarak, under the protection of Agachek, the Grolam Hayak of that place.
Agachek and Urgit will place you and your servants on board a ship,
which will take you around the southern end of the Urga Peninsula to Rakhtaka. From there you will go directly overland to Rakhaga. Do you understand all that I have said?"
"Most certainly, revered Shahab. And what is it that you want me to do in Rakhaga?"
"Would you reach Rakhaga, Kabach will leave you, and your task will be complete. Your entire service to me consists of concealing him within your party as you journey to Rakhaga. A small thing, but your reward will be great."
"The ship will certainly save me months of difficult travel on horseback, revered elder. But will I not have difficulty explaining my presence to the Malloreons if I have no slaves to sell in the mart at Rakhaga?"
"You will buy slaves in Taha or Korut. The Malloreons will have no reason to question you."
"Forgive me, revered elder," Sadi said with a slightly embarrassed cough. "But my purse is slender.
That's why my plan was to capture runaway slaves. They cost no more than the effort of running them down."
Jaharb did not reply, and his probing eyes remained flat and emotionless. He turned his gaze to Tajach.
"Open that chest at the end."
Tajach moved quickly to obey. When he lifted the lid of the chest, Geryon heard Senedra gasp involuntarily. The chest was filled to its very brim with bright red gold coins.
"Take what you need, Ussa,"
Jaharb said indifferently. Then a faintly amused look flickered in his smoldering eyes.
"But no more than you can hold in both your hands."
Tzadi gaped at the gold-filled chest. His eyes filled with greed, and his face and shaven scalp sweating profusely. He looked at the red gold again, then down at his own two rather delicately shaped hands. A sudden look of undisguised cunning came over his face.
"Gold is heavy, most revered Jaharb, and my hands are quite weak as a result of a recent illness. Might I have one of my servants gather up your most generous payment?" "That's not an unreasonable request, Ussa,"
Jaharb replied, his eyes openly amused now.
"But mind, no more than he can hold in his two hands." "Naturally. I certainly wouldn't want you to overpay me."
Tzadi turned.
"You there," he said to Toth. "Go to that chest and remove a double handful of coins, and be certain that you take no more."
Impassively, Toth went to the chest and scooped out perhaps half a pailful of the gleaming red coins in his huge hands. Jaharb regarded the nervously sweating eunuch for a long moment, his wrinkled face expressionless. Then quite suddenly he threw back his head and laughed a dusty laugh.
"Excellent, Ussa," he crooned softly. "Your mind is agile. I like that quality in those who serve me. It may be that you'll even live long enough to spend some of the gold you have just so cleverly obtained." "It was merely a demonstration of my intelligence, revered Jaharb," Tzadi answered quickly. "To prove to you that you made no mistake in selecting me, I'll have him put the coins back if you wish. Some of them, anyway." "No, Ussa. Keep them all. You will earn every one of them by the time you reach Rakhaga, I think." "I am much honored to be of service to the Dagashi, even if it were not for your open-handed generosity. I would be no poorer for having befriended you."
He hesitated, glancing quickly at Belgarath.
"I have been told, revered elder, that the Dagashi know many things."
"Few secrets are hidden from us in this part of the world."
"Might I be so bold as to ask a question? A small thing, but one of some interest to me."
"You may ask, Ussa. I will decide whether or not to answer after I hear the question."
"I have an extremely wealthy customer in Tolhanath, revered Jaharb. He has an absolute passion for rare books, and he would pay me a fortune for a copy of the Grolum prophecies of Rachthol. Do you possibly know where I might find such a book?"
Jaharb frowned slightly, rubbing at his wrinkled cheek.
"The Dagashi have little interest in books. The volume you seek would certainly have been in the library of Tuchik at Rachthol. but I am sure it was lost when Belgarath the sorcerer destroyed the city." He thought a moment longer. "You might ask Agachak when you get to Rakhaga, however. The temple library there is most extensive. Since the prophecies deal with religion, Agachak is certain to have a copy, if one still exists." "I am profoundly grateful for the information, revered elder," Sadi said, bowing again. Jaharb straightened. "And now you and your servants will need to rest. You depart for Rakhagar at first light tomorrow morning. A room has been prepared for you." He turned back to his bowl of grapes. The room to which they were taken was quite large. The stone walls had been whitewashed to enhance the dim light which lay over the city of the assassins, but the furnishings were rudimentary at best, consisting only of a low stone table and heaps of cushions. As soon as the black-robed Tajak left them alone, Geryon pulled off his green slaver's robe.
"Grandfather, what are we going to do? We can't go to Rakhaga. If we are ever going to catch Sandramas, we're going to have to get to Verkat as soon as we can."
The old man sprawled in a pile of cushions. "Actually, Geryon, things could not have worked out better for us. Once we have the ship that Agachak and Urgot have waiting for us, we can sail directly on to Verkat. That is going to save us months of difficult travel."
"But won't the Dagashi, this Kabach who's waiting at Rak-Urga, object if we don't land where Jaharb said we are going to?"
Sadi unlatched his leather case.
"Set your mind at ease, Belgarian."
He took out a small vial containing a thick blue liquid and held it up.
2 drops of this in his food, and he'll be so happy he won't care where we are going."
"You are a very versatile fellow, Tzadi," Belgarath said. "How did you know that I was looking for the prophecies of the Western Grolams?"
Sadi shrugged. "It wasn't hard to deduce, Ancient One. A part of the arrangement between Saris and Narodus involved the burning of the only copy of that book in the palace library at Stithis Tor. If Sandramas wanted it destroyed, it was fairly obvious that she did not want you to get your hands on it."
"I'm starting to revise my opinion of you, Tzadi. I still don't entirely trust you, but you certainly can be useful when you set your mind to it."
"Why, thank you, Ancient Belgarath."
The eunuch took out the small earthenware bottle. "Are you going to feed that snake?" Silk asked.
"Well, she does get hungry, Keldar."
"I'll wait outside, then."
"Tell me, Prince Keldar,"
Velvet said curiously,
"what is the source of this peculiar aversion of yours toward reptiles?"
"Most normal people don't like snakes."
"Oh, they aren't that bad."
"Are you trying to be funny?" She opened her brown eyes very wide in an expression of exaggerated innocence.
"Would I do that?"
He went out into the hallway, muttering to himself. Velvet laughed and then went over to join Senedra on the pile of cushions near the window. Geryon had noticed that the two of them had grown quite close during the weeks since they had left Tolhunoth. Because Polgara had always seemed so totally self-sufficient, he had not fully realized the deep-seated need that most women had for the companionship of other women. As Tzadi fed his little green snake, the two of them sat side by side on the cushions and brushed the dust of their journey out of their hair.
"Why do you tease him so much, little?"
Zinedra asked, pulling her brush through her flaming locks.
"I'm getting even with him,"
Velvet replied, with an impish smile.
"When I was a little girl, he used to tease me outrageously. Now, it is my turn. You always seem to know just exactly what to say to offend him the most." "Oh, I know him very well, Zinedra. I've been watching him for years now. I know every single one of his weaknesses, and I know exactly where he is the most sensitive."
The blonde girl's eyes grew soft.
He is a legend in Drasnia, you know. At the academy, whole seminars are devoted to his exploits. We all try to emulate him, but none of us has his outrageous flair.
Tinedra stopped brushing and gave her friend a long, speculative look.
Yes?
Velvet said, returning the look.
Oh, nothing,
Tinedra said, and went back to brushing her hair. The desert night was surprisingly chill. The air was so totally devoid of moisture that each day's heat evaporated almost as soon as the sun went down. As they set out from Kasha in the steely dawn light, Geryon found that he was actually shivering. By mid-morning, however, the burning sun had again turned the barren wastes of Araga into an inferno. It was nearly noon by the time they reached the foothills along the western rim of the desert and began the climb that took them up out of this hideous furnace.
"How long until we get to Rak-Urga, good master?"
Sadi asked Tajak, who once again escorted them. "A week or so."
"Distances are very great in this part of Tol Murgos, aren't they?"
"It is a very large country."
"And very empty."
"Only if you don't look around you."
Sadi looked at him inquiringly.
"Along that ridge, for example."
He pointed toward the ragged stretch of rock outlined against the western sky where a single black-robed Murgo sat astride his horse, watching them.
"How long has he been there?"
"For the past hour. Don't you ever look up?"
"In Nissa we always watch the ground. Snakes, you know."
"That explains it, I suppose."
"What is he doing up there?"
"Watching us. King Urgot likes to keep track of strangers."
"Is he likely to cause trouble?"
"We are Tagashi, Naisen. Other Murgos do not cause us trouble."
"It is a great comfort to have so formidable an escort, good Tajak."
The country through which they rode for the next week was rocky, and only sparsely vegetated. Geryon had some difficulty adjusting to the notion that it was late summer here in the southern latitudes. The turn of the seasons had always been so immutable that emotionally, and perhaps in his very blood, he found that he could not actually accept the idea that they were reversed here at the bottom of the world. At a certain point in their journey southward, he felt the well-covered orb on the pommel of the sword that rode across his back tug strongly off toward the left. He nudged his horse up beside Belgarath's.
Zandramas turned east here,
he reported quietly. The old man nodded.
"Oh, I hate to lose the trail,"
Geryon said.
"If Sadi's wrong about where she's going, it could take months to find it again."
"We wasted a lot of time on the bear cult, Geryon," the old man replied. "We have to make that up, and that means taking a few gambles."
"I suppose you're right, grandfather, but I still don't like it."
"I don't much either, but I don't think we have any choice, do we?"
A series of squalls blew in off of the great western sea as they proceeded down the rocky spine of the Urga Peninsula, an indication that autumn was rapidly approaching. Although the squalls were blustery, they carried only fitful spates of rain, and the journey continued without interruption. They more frequently saw mounted Murgo patrols now, ranging along the ridgetops and outlined against the dirty gray sky. The Murgos, however, prudently gave the Dagashi a wide berth. And then, about noon on a windy day when heavy clouds rolled in off of the vast ocean, they topped a hill and looked down at a large body of water embraced by steep rock cliffs.
"The Gulf of Urga,"
Tajak said tersely, pointing at that leaden sea. A peninsula jutted out from the far shore, sheltering the entrance to the gulf with a rocky headland. Embraced by the curve of that headland was a harbor dotted with black-hulled ships, and rising from that harbor was a fair-sized town.
"Is that it?"
Sadi asked. Tajak nodded.
"Rak-Urga."
A ferry awaited them on the narrow beach, bobbing in the sullen waves rolling in from the open sea. It was large, a wide-beamed barge,
manned by 20 wretched-looking slaves under the watchful eye of a Murgo boatman, armed with a long whip. Tajak and his men led the way down to the gravel strand, then turned without a word, and rode back up the trail. The channel running from the great western sea into the Gulf of Urga was not wide, and Geryon could clearly make out the low stone buildings of Rakhurga, squatting under a murky sky on the far side. Sadi spoke briefly with the Murgo. A few coins changed hands, and then they led their horses aboard. The Murgo barked a short command to his slaves, cracking his whip over their heads by way of emphasis. Desperately, the slaves pushed the barge off of the gravel beach with their oars, casting fearful glances at their cruel-faced master and his whip. Once they were clear of the beach, they quickly took their places and began to row, pulling hard for the city across the narrow channel. The Murgo paced up and down the length of the barge, his face alert, and his eyes intent on his slaves, watching for any hint of flagging effort. Once, when they were about halfway across, he partially raised his whip, apparently for no other reason than out of a desire to use it. "Excuse me, noble ferryman," Silk said, stepping in front of him. "But did you know that your boat is leaking?"
"Leaking?"
the Murgo replied sharply, lowering his whip.
"Where?"
"Oh, I can't really be sure, but there is quite a bit of water down there in the bottom." The Murgo called to his steersman in the stern, and then quickly raised a wooden grating so that the two of them could peer down into the shallow bottom of the boat.
"That is bilge water,"
he said in disgust, motioning his steersman back to his post.
"Don't you know anything about boats?"
"Not much," Silk admitted. "I saw the water and thought you ought to know about it. I'm sorry to have bothered you." He walked forward to rejoin the others.
"What was that all about?"
Belgarath asked. Dernick's face was getting a bit bleak, Silk shrugged. I did not want his passion for justice to get the better of him. Belgarath looked at the smith.
"I'm not going to stand around idly if he starts flogging these poor men," Dernick declared, his face stiff. "The minute he raises that whip, he's going to find himself swimming."
"Don't you see what I mean?" Silk said. Belgarath looked as if he were about to say something, but Polgara stepped in front of him. "Leave him alone, father. It is the way he is, and I would not change him for the world." The harbor of Rakhurga was even more congested with ships than it appeared to be from the other side. The steersman of the barge picked his way carefully through all of those anchored vessels toward the stone quays jutting out into the lead-gray chop of the channel. A dozen or more of the wide-beamed Murgo ships were moored to the quays, bumping against woven rope fenders as gangs of slaves unloaded them. The barge drew in close to the sheltered side of one of the quays, and the horses were carefully led up a slanting stone ramp made slippery by clinging seaweed. Thenedra looked down at the garbage-strewn water sloshing below, and sniffed disdainfully.
"Why do seaports always look and smell the same?" she murmured. "Probably because of the people who live in them and find all that water irresistible,"
Velvet replied. Thenedra looked puzzled.
"It is just too convenient,"
the Drasnian girl explained.
"They always seem to forget that the garbage they throw into the harbor this morning will come back to haunt them with the afternoon tide."
When they reached the top of the ramp, a self-important Murgo stood waiting for them, his heavy black robe flapping in the stiff breeze.
"You there,"
he said arrogantly.
"State your business."
Sadi stepped forward and gave the Murgo an oily bow. "I am Ussa, registered slave trader from Stithistor. I have all of the necessary documents."
"There's no slave market in Rakhurga,"
the Murgo declared suspiciously.
"Hand over your documents."
"Of course." Sadi dipped his hand inside his green robe and brought out a packet of folded parchment.
"If you're not dealing in slaves, what are you doing here?"
the Murgo demanded, taking the packet from him.
"I am merely doing a favor for my good friend Shaharb, chief elder of the Dagashi,"
Sadi told him. The Murgo paused in the very act of opening the packet.
Jahab?
he said a bit apprehensively. Tzadi nodded. Since I was passing this way anyhow, he asked me to stop by and deliver a message to Agachak, the hierarch of Racherga. The Murgo swallowed hard and thrust the documents back into Tzadi's hands, as if they had suddenly grown very hot.
On your way, then,
he said shortly. My thanks, noble sir, Tzadi said with another bow. Excuse me, but could you direct me to the Temple of Torak? This is my first visit to Racherga.
It lies at the head of the street, running up from this quay,
the Murgo answered. Again, my thanks. If you give me your name, I will tell Agachak how helpful you were. The Murgo's face took on a pasty hue.
That won't be necessary,
he said quickly, then turned and walked away. The names Jahab and Agachak appear to have a certain impact here, Silk suggested. Tzadi smiled. I imagine that, if you were to mention them in the same breath, every door in town would open for you, he agreed. Racherga was not an attractive city. The streets were narrow, the buildings were built of roughly squared-off stones, topped by gray slate roofs that overhung the streets, putting the thoroughfares into a perpetually gloomy twilight. It was not merely that gray bleakness, however, that made the city so dreary. There was about it an air of cold unconcern for normal human feelings, coupled with a sense of lingering fear. Grim-faced Murgos in their black robes moved through the streets, neither speaking nor even acknowledging the presence of their fellow townsmen.
Why are all these people all so unfriendly toward each other?
Ariand asked Bulgara.
It is a cultural trait, she told him. Murgos were the aristocracy at Tol Mishrak before Torak ordered them to migrate to this continent. They are absolutely convinced that the Murgos are the supreme creation of the universe, and every one of them is convinced that he is superior to all the rest. It doesn't leave them very much to talk about.
There was a pall of greasy black smoke hanging over the city, bringing with it a sickening stench.
What is that dreadful smell?
Velvet asked, wrinkling her nose. I don't think you really want to know, Silk told her with a bleak look on his face.
Oh, surely they aren't still...
Garion left it hanging. It seems so, the little man replied.
But Torak's dead. What's the sense of it?
Grolums have never really been all that much concerned about the fact that what they do does not make sense, Garion. The source of their power has always been terror, Belgarath said. If they want to keep the power, they have to continue the terror.
They rounded a corner and saw a huge black building ahead of them. A column of dense smoke rose from a large chimney, jutting up from the slate roof, blowing first this way and then that, in the gusty winds coming up from the harbor.
Is that the temple?
Dernick asked. Yes, Polgara replied. She pointed at the two massive nail-studded doors forming the only break in the blank, featureless wall. Directly above those doors were hung the polished steel replicas of the face of Torak. Garion felt the familiar chill in his blood as he looked at the brooding face of his enemy. Even now, after all that had happened in the City of Endless Night, the face of Torak filled him with dread, and he was not particularly surprised to find that he was actually trembling as he approached the entrance to the temple of the maimed god of Angarak. Chapter 11. Tzadi slid down from his saddle, went up to the nail-studded doors, and clanged the rusty iron knocker, sending hollow echoes reverberating back into the temple.
"Who comes to the house of Torak?"
a muffled voice demanded from inside.
"I bear a message from Jahab, chief elder at Mount Kasha, for the ears of Agachak, hierarch of Racherga."
There was a momentary pause inside, and then one of the doors creaked open, and a pock-marked golem,
looked cautiously out at them.
"You are not of the Dagashi?"
he said accusingly to Tzadi.
"No. As a matter of fact, I'm not. There's an arrangement between Shahab and Agashak, and I am part of it."
"I have not heard of such an arrangement."
Tzadi looked pointedly at the unadorned hood of the Grolem's robe, an obvious indication that the priest was of low rank.
"Forgive me, servant of Torak," he said coolly, "but is your hierarch in the habit of confiding in his storeman?"
The Grolem's face darkened as he glared at the eunuch.
"Cover your head, Nayasin,"
he said after a long moment.
"This is a holy place."
"Of course."
Tzadi pulled the hood of his green robe up over his shaven scalp.
"Will you have someone see to our horses?"
"They will be taken care of. Are these your servants?"
The Grolem looked past Tzadi's shoulder at the others, who still sat their horses in the cobbled street.
"They are, noble priest."
"Tell them to come with us. I will take you all to Kavat."
"Excuse me, priest of the dragon god. My message is for Agachak."
"No one sees Agachak without first seeing Kavat. Bring your servants and follow me."
The rest of them dismounted and passed through the grim doors into the torchlit corridor beyond. The sickening odor of burning flesh, which had pervaded the city, was even stronger here in the temple. A sense of dread came over Geryon as he followed the Grolem and Tzadi along the smoky hallway into the temple. The place reeked of an ancient evil, and the hollow-faced priests they passed in the corridor all looked at them with heavy suspicion and undisguised malice. Then there came from somewhere in the building an agonized shriek, followed by a great iron clang. Geryon shuddered, fully aware of the meaning of those sounds.
"Is the ancient rite of sacrifice still performed?"
Tzadi asked the Grolem in some surprise.
"I would have thought that the practice might have fallen into disuse, all things considered."
"Nothing has happened to make us discontinue the performance of our holiest duty, Niesen,"
the Grolem replied coldly.
"Each hour we offer up a human heart to the god Torak."
"But Torak is no more."
The Grolem stopped, his face angry.
"Never speak those words again," he snapped. "It is not the place of a foreigner to utter such blasphemies within the walls of the temple. The spirit of Torak lives on. One day he will be reborn, and will rule the world. He himself will wield the knife when his enemy, Belgarian of Riva, lies screaming on the altar."
"Oh, now there's a cheery thought," Silk murmured to Belgarath. "We get to do it all over again."
"Just shut up, Silk,"
Belgarath muttered. The chamber to which the Grolem underpriest led them was large and dimly lighted by several oil lamps. The walls were lined with black drapes, and the air was thick with incense. A slim, hooded figure sat behind a large table with a guttering black candle at its elbow, and a heavy black-bound book before it. A kind of warning tingle prickled Geryon's scalp as he sensed the power emanating from that figure. He glanced quickly at Polgara, and she nodded gravely.
"Forgive me, Holy Chabat,"
the pock-marked Grolem said in a slightly trembling voice as he genuflected before the table.
"But I bring a messenger from Jahab the assassin."
The figure at the table looked up, and Geryon suppressed a start of surprise. It was a woman. There was about her face a kind of luminous beauty, but it was not that which struck his eye. Cruelly inscribed into each of her pale cheeks were deep red scars that ran down from her temples to her chin in an ornate design, a design which appeared to represent flames. Her eyes were dark and smoldering, and her full-lipped mouth was drawn into a contemptuous sneer. A deep purple piping marked the edge of her black hood.
"So?"
she said in a harshly rasping voice.
"And how is it that the Dagashi now entrust their messages to foreigners?"
"I thought not to ask, Holy Chabat,"
the Grolem faltered.
This one claims to be a friend of Jahab.
And you chose not to question him further?
Her harsh voice sank into a menacing whisper, and her eyes bored into the suddenly trembling under-priest. Then her gaze slowly shifted to Tzadi.
Say your name,
she commanded.
I am Ussa of Stithistor, Holy Priestess, he replied. Jahab instructed me to present myself to your hierarch, and to give him a message.
And what is that message?
Forgive me, Holy Priestess, but I was told that it was for Agachak's ears alone.
I am Agachak's ears,
she told him, her voice getting dreadfully quiet.
Nothing reaches his ears that I have not heard first.
It was the tone of her voice that made Girion suddenly understand. Although this cruelly scarred woman had somehow risen to a position of power here in the temple, she was still uncertain about that power. She bore her uncertainty like an open wound, and the slightest questioning of her authority roused in her an abiding hatred for whomever doubted her. Fervently he hoped that Tzadi realized how extremely dangerous she was.
Ah,
Tzadi said with polished aplomb,
I was not fully aware of the situation here. I was told that Jahab, Agachak, and King Urgot have reason to want one Kabach transported safely to Rachaga. I am the one who is to provide that transportation.
Her eyes narrowed suspiciously.
That is certainly not the entire message,
she accused.
I am afraid it is, noble priestess. I presume that Agachak will understand its meaning?
Jahab said nothing else to you?
Only that this Kabach is here in the temple under Agachak's protection.
Impossible,
she snapped.
I would have known about it if he were. Agachak conceals nothing from me.
Tzadi spread his hands in a mollifying gesture.
I can only repeat what Jahab told me, Holy Priestess.
She gnawed at one knuckle. Her eyes suddenly filled with doubt.
If you are lying to me, Ussa, or trying to conceal something, I will have your heart ripped out,
she threatened.
That is the entire message, Holy Priestess. May I now deliver it to your hierarch?
The hierarch is at the Drosium Palace, consulting with the High King. He is not likely to return until midnight.
Is there then some place where my servants and I could await his return?
I have not finished with you, Ussa of Stithistor. What is it that this Kabach is to do in Rachaga?
Jahab did not think I needed to know that.
I think you are lying to me, Ussa,
she said, her fingernails rapping a nervous staccato on the tabletop.
I have no reason to lie to you, Holy Kabat, he protested.
Agachak ought have told me of this matter. He conceals nothing from me. Nothing.
Perhaps he overlooked it. It may not be anything of much importance.
She looked at each of the others in turn. Then, her eyes hooded beneath her dark brows, she turned a cold gaze on the still trembling Grolem.
Tell me,
she said in a voice scarcely more than a whisper,
how is it that the one over there was permitted to come into my presence bearing a sword?
She pointed at Girion. The priest's face grew stricken.
Forgive me, Kabat. I failed to notice the sword.
Failed? How can one fail to see so large a weapon? Can you possibly explain that to me?
The Grolem began to tremble even more violently.
Is that sword perhaps invisible? Or is it perhaps that my safety is of no concern to you?
Her scarred face grew even more cruel.
Or might it be that you bear me some malice, and hope that this
forerunner might decide to slay me.
The Grolem's face grew ashen.
I think perhaps that I should bring this matter to the attention of Agachak upon his return. He will doubtless wish to speak with you about this invisible sword at some length.
The door to the chamber opened, and an emaciated Grolem, black-robed, but with his green-lined hood pushed back, entered the chamber. His black hair was greasy and hung in lank tangles about his shoulders. He had the bulging eyes of a fanatic, and there was the acrid odor of a long, unwashed body about him.
"It is nearly time, Kabat,"
he announced in a strident voice. Kabat's smoldering eyes softened as she looked at him.
"Thank you, Sachak,"
she replied, lowering her eyelashes in an oddly coquettish fashion. She rose, opened a drawer in the table, and took out a black leather case. She opened the case and lovingly lifted out a long, gleaming knife. Then she looked coldly at the Grolem priest she had just chastised.
"I go now to the sanctum to perform the rite of sacrifice," she told him, absently testing the edge of her heavy-bladed knife. "If one single word of anything that has happened here escapes your lips, you yourself will die at the next sounding of the bell. Now, take these slavers to suitable quarters, where they can await the return of the hierarch."
She turned back to the greasy-haired Sorchak, her eyes alight with a sudden, dreadful eagerness.
"Will you escort me to the sanctum, so that you can witness my performance of the rite?"
"I would be honored, Kabat," he replied with a jerky bow. But as the priestess turned from him, his lip curled into a sneer of contempt.
"I will leave you in the care of this bungler,"
she told Sadi as she passed him.
"You and I have not finished our discussion, but I must go prepare myself for the sacrifice."
With Sorchak at her side, she left the room. When the door closed, the pock-marked underpriest spat on the floor where she had just stood. "I had not known that a priestess could rise to the purple in one of the temples of Torak," Sadi said to him.
"She is the favorite of Agachak,"
the Grolem muttered darkly.
"Her ability at sorcery is very limited. So her elevation came at his insistence. The hierarch has a peculiar preference for ugly things. It is only his power that keeps her from getting her throat cut."
"Ah, politics," Sadi sighed. "It's the same the world over. She seems most zealous about the performance of her religious duties, however."
"Her eagerness to perform the rite of sacrifice has little to do with religion. She delights in blood. I myself have seen her drink it, as it gushes from the chest of the sacrifice, and she bathes her face and arms in it."
The priest glanced around quickly as if afraid of being overheard.
"One day, however, Agachak will discover that she practices witchcraft in the house of Torak, and that she and Sochak celebrate their Black Sabbath with obscene rites when all of the others in the temple have gone to their beds. When our hierarch discovers their corruption, she herself will go screaming under that knife, and every Grolem in the temple will volunteer to slit her open as she lies on the altar."
He straightened.
"Come with me,"
he ordered them. The rooms to which he led them were little more than a series of narrow, dim cells. In each cell stood a low cot, and hanging on a peg protruding from the wall in each was a black Grolem robe. The priest nodded briefly, then silently left. Silk looked around the somewhat larger central room with its single lamp and the rough table and benches in its center.
"Hardly what I would call luxurious," he sniffed. "We can lodge a complaint if you like,"
Velvet suggested.
"What happened to her face?"
Sinedra asked in a horrified voice.
"She was hideous."
"It was a custom in certain Grolem temples in parts of Haka," Polgarov replied. "Priestesses with some ability at sorcery carved their faces in that fashion to seal themselves to Torak forever. The practice has largely been abandoned."
But she could have been so beautiful. Why did she disfigure herself that way?
People sometimes do very strange things in the grip of religious hysteria. "How did that Grolem miss Singerion's sword?" Silk asked Belgarath.
The orb is taking steps to make itself inconspicuous.
Did you tell it to do that?
No. Sometimes it gets certain ideas on its own.
Well, things seem to be going rather well, don't you think? Zadie said, rubbing his hands together in a self-congratulatory manner. I told you I could be very useful down here.
Oh, very useful, Zadie, Silk replied sardonically. So far, you've led us into the middle of a battle, directly into the headquarters of the Dagashi, and now to the very center of the Grolem power in Tol Murgos. What did you have planned for us next? Assuming that the lady with the interesting face doesn't gut you before morning.
We are going to get the ship, Geldar, Zadie assured him. Not even Kawat would dare to counter the wishes of Agachak, no matter how injured her pride may be. And the ship will save us months.
There's something else, Geryon, and I need to attend to, Belgarath said. Darnik, take a look out in that hallway. See if they've posted any guards to watch us.
Where are you going? Silk asked.
I need to find the library. I want to see if Jahar was right about that book being here.
Wouldn't it be better to wait until tonight, after everyone else has gone to bed?
The old man shook his head. It might take us a while to find what we need. Agachak's going to be at the palace until midnight, so this is probably the best time to paw through his library.
He gave the little Trasnian a brief smile.
And besides, although it might upset your notion of order, sometimes you can move around in the daytime more easily than you can by sneaking around corners after midnight.
Oh, that's a terribly unnatural thing to suggest, Belgarath.
Well, the hallway looks clear, Dernik reported from the doorway.
Good. Belgarath stepped back into the cells and emerged with a couple of the Grolem robes.
Here, he said, extending one of them to Geryon. Put this on.
As the two of them pulled off their green robes and replaced them with the black ones, Dernik kept watch at the door.
Oh, it's still clear, Belgarath, but you'd better hurry. I can hear the people moving around down at the far end.
The old man nodded, pulling up the hood of his robe.
Let's go, he said to Geryon.
The corridors were dim, lighted only by smoky torches set in iron rings, protruding from the stone walls. They encountered but few of the black-robed Grolem priests in the hallways. The Grolems walked with an odd, swaying gait, their arms folded in their sleeves, their heads down, and the cowls of their robes covering their faces. Geryon guessed that there was some obscure significance to that stiff-legged walk, and tried to emulate it as he followed his grandfather along the half-lit halls. Belgarath moved with feigned confidence, as if he knew precisely where they were going. They reached a broader corridor, and the old man glanced once toward its far end, where a pair of heavy doors stood open. Beyond those doors lay a room filled with the flickering light of seething flames.
Not that way, he whispered to Geryon.
What is it?
The sanctum. That's where the altar is.
He quickly led the way across the corridor and entered an intersecting hallway.
This could take hours, grandfather,
Geryon said in a low voice. Belgarath shook his head.
Grolem architecture is fairly predictable. We are in the right part of the temple. You check the doors on that side, and I will take these over here.
They moved along the hall, cautiously opening each door as they came to it.
Geryon, the old man whispered. It's over here.
The room they entered was quite large and smelled of old parchment and moldy leather bindings. It was filled with row upon row of tall, cluttered bookshelves. Solitary tables, each with a pair of wooden benches with a single dimly glowing oil lamp hanging over it on a long chain, stood in little alcoves along the walls.
Take a book. Any book, Belgarath said. Sit at that table over there and try to look as if you are studying. Keep your hood up and your eye on that door. I'm going to have to look around. Cough if anybody comes near.
Geryon nodded, took a heavy volume from one of the shelves, and seated himself at the table. The minutes dragged by as he looked unseeing at the pages of his book, with his ears straining for the slightest sound.
Then, shockingly, there came the now familiar shriek, a long drawn-out cry of despairing agony, followed by that sullen iron clang of the huge gong in the sanctum, where the Grolams conducted their unspeakable rites. Unbidden, an image arose in his mind, the image of the scar-faced Chavat gleefully butchering a victim. He clenched his teeth together, forcing himself not to leap to his feet to stop that abomination. Then Belgarath whistled softly to him from a narrow aisle leading back between the two high-standing bookshelves. "I've got it. Keep watch on that door. I'll be back here." Geryon sat nervously at the table, his eyes and ears alert. He was not good at this sort of thing. His nerves seemed to wind tighter and tighter as he waited, listening and watching for someone to open the door. What would he do if some black-robed priest entered? Should he speak, or just remain silent with his head down over his book? What was customary here? He formulated a half-dozen different strategies, but when the latch of the door clicked loudly, he followed one that he had not even considered. He bolted. He swung his legs over the bench upon which he sat and noiselessly dodged back among the high, dark shelves, looking for Belgarath.
"Is it safe to talk in here?"
he heard someone say. Another man grunted.
"Nobody comes in here anymore. What was it you wanted to talk about? Have you endured enough of her yet? Are you ready to do something about her? Keep your voice down, you fool. If someone hears you and carries your words back to her, your heart will fry in the coals at the next sounding of the bell." "I loathe that scar-faced wench,"
the first Grolam spat.
"Yes, we all do. But our lives depend on not letting her know that. As long as she is Agachak's favorite, her power is absolute. She won't be his favorite if he finds out that she's been practicing magic here in this temple." "How will he find out? Will you denounce her?" "She would deny it. And then Agachak would let her have you to do with as she chooses."
There was a long, fearful silence.
"Besides,"
the second Grolam continued,
"I don't think Agachak would even care about her petty amusements. The only thing that concerns him at the moment is his search for Trag-Zardius. He and the other hierarchs are bending all of their thought to locating it. If she wants to dally with Sorchak and try to raise demons in the middle of the night, that is her affair and no business of ours." "It is an abomination."
The first priest's voice was choked with outrage.
"She defiles our temple." "I won't listen to such talk. I want to keep my heart inside my chest." "Very well."
The first Grolam's tone grew sly.
"It may be as you say. You and I are both of the green, however, and our elevation to the purple will be more genuine than hers was. If we came upon her when no one else was around, you could use your power to lock her muscles, and I could sink my knife into her heart. Then she could stand before Torak and listen to his judgment upon her for violating his commandment forbidding magic. I refuse to listen to this anymore."
There was the sound of rapid footsteps and the door slammed.
"Coward!"
the first priest muttered. Then he too went out and closed the door behind him.
"Grandfather,"
Geryon whispered hoarsely,
"where are you?"
"Back here. Did they leave?"
"They're gone."
Interesting conversation, wasn't it? Geryon joined the old man at the back of the library.
"Do you think that Kabak could really be trying to raise demons the way the Merindum do?"
A fair number of Grolams here seem to think so. If she is walking on very dangerous ground. Torak absolutely forbade the practice of magic. Favorite or no, Agachak would have to condemn her if he found out about it.
"Did you find anything?"
Geryon looked at the book the old man had on the table in front of him. "I think this might help. Listen. The path that has been lost will be found again on the southern isle."
"Verkat?"
"It almost has to be. Verkat is the only island of any size in southern Xol Murgos. It confirms what Sadi told us, and I always like to get confirmation whenever I can."
But it still means that we are only trailing after Xandromos. Did you find anything that tells us how to get ahead of her?
Not yet, Belgarath admitted.
He turned a page.
What's this? He said in a startled voice.
What is it?
Listen.
The old man lifted the book so that the lamplight fell upon the page.
Behold, he read, in the days which follow the ascension of the dark god into the heavens, shall the king of the east and the king of the south do war upon each other. And this shall be a sign unto ye, that the day of the meeting is at hand. Hasten therefore unto the place which is no more, when battles do rage upon the plains of the south. Take with thee the chosen sacrifice, and a king of Angarak to bear witness to what shall come to pass. For lo, whichever of ye cometh into the presence of Thrag-Sarius with the sacrifice and an Angarak king, shall be exalted above all of the rest, and shall have dominion over them. And know further, that in the moment of the sacrifice shall the dark god be reborn, and he shall triumph over the child of light in the instant of his rebirth.
Geryon stared at him, feeling the blood draining from his face. "Sacrifice?" he exclaimed. "Is that what Xandromos plans to do with my son?"
So it would seem, Belgarath grunted.
He thought about it for a moment.
Well, this explains a few things, but I still don't quite follow this business about needing an Angarak king present at the meeting. Zaratus did not say anything about that. Neither did the prophecy.
That's a Grolem book you have got there, grandfather. Maybe it's wrong.
Well, that's possible, too. But it does help to explain why Xandromos is moving around so stealthily. If Irvan knows about this, the way Ankachak obviously does, they'll both be doing everything in their power to get your son away from her. Whichever one of them gets to the Sardian with Geryon, and one of the kings of Angarak, is going to gain absolute control of the Grolem Church.
"Why my son?"
Geryon demanded.
"Why would he be the one chosen for the sacrifice?"
I'm not sure, Geryon. We have not found an explanation for that yet.
"I don't think we had better tell Tenedra about this," Geryon said. "She has problems enough as it is." The door opened again, and Geryon spun, his hand going over his shoulder to the hilt of the sword.
"Belgarath,
are you in here?" It was Silk's voice.
"Back here," Belgarath answered. "Keep your voice down."
"We've got trouble," the little man said, coming to the back of the library to join them. "Ariond is missing." "What?" Geryon exclaimed. "He slipped out when none of us was watching." Belgarath slammed his fist down on the table and swore.
"What is the matter with that boy?"
Silk pushed back the hood of the Grolem robe he wore. "Polgara was going to go looking for him, but Durek and I talked her out of it. I said I would come and find you instead."
"We had better find him,"
the old man said, rising to his feet.
"Paul will only wait for so long before she starts acting on her own. We had better split up. We can cover more ground that way."
He led them to the door of the library, glanced out quickly, and then went out into the hall.
"Don't do anything unusual,"
he cautioned Geryon in a whisper.
"There are Grolems in this place with enough talent to hear you, if you start making any noise."
Geryon nodded.
"And check back with the others from time to time. We won't accomplish much if one of us finds Ariond, and then has to go looking for the other two. Now let's go."
He moved quickly off down the dimly lighted hallway. "How did he manage to slip past Aunt Paul?" Geryon whispered to Silk as the two of them went side by side back the way they had come. "Tenedra had a bout of hysterics," Silk replied. "The sacrifices upset her. Polgara had her in one of the cells trying to calm her down. That's when Ariond slipped out." "Is she all right?" Geryon demanded. The sinking fear that had been with him since Prolru returned with sudden force. "I think so. Polgara gave her something, and she's sleeping." Silk carefully looked around a corner. "I'll go this way," he whispered.
Be careful." He moved off on silent feet. Geryon stood waiting for his friend to get well out of sight, then cautiously stepped out into the next corridor, folding his hands on his chest and lowering his cowled head in an imitation of Grolem piety. What could Arion possibly be thinking of? The sheer irresponsibility of the boy's act made Geryon want to pound his fists against the wall. He moved down the corridor, trying his best not to do anything that might look suspicious, and carefully cracking open each door as he came to it.
"What is it?"
a harshly accented voice demanded from inside a dark room when he opened the door.
"Sorry, brother,"
Geryon muttered, trying to imitate the thickly accented Angarak's speech.
"Wrong door."
He quickly closed it again, and went on down the corridor, moving as fast as he dared. The door behind him was suddenly yanked open, and a half-dressed Grolem stepped out, his face angry.
"You there!"
he shouted after Geryon.
"Stop!"
Geryon threw a quick look over his shoulder and was around the corner into the broad central corridor of the temple in 2 steps.
"Come back here!"
the Grolem shouted, and Geryon heard his bare feet slapping on the flagstone floor as he ran in pursuit. Geryon swore, then took a gamble. He yanked open the first door that presented itself and darted inside. A quick glance told him that the room was empty, and he closed the door and set his ear against it to listen.
"What's the trouble?"
he heard someone demand from the corridor outside.
"Someone just tried to come into my cell."
Geryon recognized the outraged voice of the Grolem upon whom he had just intruded. There was a sly chuckle.
"Perhaps you should have waited to see what she wanted."
"It was a man."
There was a pause. "Well?" the first voice said.
Well, well, well. What is that supposed to mean?"
Nothing at all. You'd better go put on some clothes. If Kabat catches you in the hall in your undergarments, she might get some peculiar ideas."
"I'm going to look for this intruder. There's something strange going on here. Will you help me?"
"Why not? I haven't got anything else to do."
From far up the corridor, Geryon heard a slow, groaning chant, and the sound of many shuffling feet.
"Quick,"
one of the voices outside the door warned.
"Back down this side passage. If they see us, they will insist that we join them."
Geryon heard their scurrying feet as they dodged back out of sight. Carefully, he opened the door a crack and peered out. The slow, shuffling march and the deep-toned chanting came nearer. A line of Grolems, the cowls of their hoods raised, with their hands clasped in front of them, came into view, moving at a ceremonial pace along the torchlit corridor toward the very heart of the temple. He waited in the dark room for them to pass, and then, on a sudden impulse so strong that he moved without even thinking, he boldly opened the door, stepped out into the corridor, and fell in at the end of the column. The slow, rhythmic march continued on down the broad hallway, and the reek of burning flesh grew stronger in Geryon's nostrils as the file which he had joined approached the sanctum. Then, chanting even louder, they passed through the arched doorway into the vaulted sanctum itself. The ceiling was very high, lost in smoky shadow. On the wall facing the door hung that polished steel mask. The calm, unblemished face of the god Torak. Under that uncaring mask stood the black altar with bright rivulets of fresh blood streaking its sides. There stood the glowing brazier, awaiting the next quivering heart to be offered up to the long-dead god, and there the fire pit yawned for the body of the next butchered victim. Shaking himself, Geryon dodged quickly out of sight behind a column standing to one side of the doorway. He stood sweating and trembling for several moments, struggling to control his emotions. Better perhaps than any man alive, he knew the full meaning of this awful place. Torak was dead. He himself had felt the faltering beat of the stricken god's heart thrilling down the blazing length of iron-gripped sword, sunk deep in his enemy's chest. The slaughter that had been drenching this foul place with blood in the years since that awful night was a senseless thing, empty, an homage paid to a maimed and demented god who had died weeping fire and crying piteously to the indifferent stars. A slow, burning rage began to build up in his chest, filling his mouth with a fiery taste as bitter as gall. Unbidden, his will began to clench itself as he envisioned the shattering of the mask, and the altar, and the sudden destruction of this filthy place. "That's not why you're here, Belgarian," the voice in his mind cracked. Slowly, as if, were he to release it all at once, it might destroy the entire city, Garion relaxed his will. Time enough to crush this horror later. Right now he had to find Ariond. Cautiously he poked his head around the column which concealed him. A priest with the purple-lined hood of his robe pushed back had just entered from the far side of the sanctum. In his hands he carried a dark red cushion, and gleaming on that cushion lay a long, cruel knife. He faced the image of his dead god, and reverently lifted the cushion and the knife in supplication.
"Behold the instrument of thy will, dragon god of Engarak," he intoned, "and behold him whose heart is to be offered unto thee." 4 Grolums dragged a naked, screaming slave into the sanctum, ignoring his helpless struggles and panic-stricken pleas for mercy. Without thinking, Garion reached over his shoulder for his sword. "Stop that," the voice commanded. "No, I'm not going to let it happen." "It won't happen. Now get your hand off your sword." "No chance," Garion said aloud, drawing his blade and lunging around the pillar. And then, as if he had suddenly been turned to stone, he found that he could not move so much as an eyelash. "Let go of me," he grated. "No. You are here to watch this time, not to act. Now stand there and keep your eyes open." Garion stared in sudden disbelief as Ariond, his pale blonde curls gleaming in the cruel light of the temple, entered by way of the same door through which the slave had just been dragged. The young man's face bore an expression of almost regretful determination as he entered and walked directly toward the astonished priest. "I'm sorry," he said quite firmly, "but you can't do this any more." "Seize this desecrator," the priest at the altar shouted. "It shall be his heart which shall sizzle in the coals."
A dozen Grolums leaped to their feet, but suddenly froze, caught in that same stasis which locked Garion's muscles.
"This can't continue,"
Ariond said, in that same determined voice.
"I know how much it means to all of you, but it just can't go on. Someday, very soon I think, you will all understand."
There was no sound, no rushing surge, such as Garion had come to expect. But the yawning fire pit before the altar suddenly roared to a furnace note, sending leaping flames and glowing sparks shooting upward to lick at the very vaults of the ceiling. The suffocatingly hot sanctum suddenly cooled, as if a cleansing breeze had just swept through it. Then the seething fire guttered briefly like a dying candle, and went out. The glowing brazier at the side of the altar also flared into blinding incandescence, and its steel body grew suddenly soft, drooping and sagging as it began to collapse under its own weight. With a flicker, it also went out. The priest dropped his knife in horror and leaped to the still glowing brazier. Irrationally, he put forth his hands as if he would force the softened metal back into its original shape. But he howled in pain as the red-hot steel seared deeply into his flesh. Ariond regarded the dread fires with a look of satisfaction, then turned to the stunned Grolums still holding the naked slave.
"Let that man go,"
he told them. They stared at him.
"You might as well,"
Ariond said almost conversationally.
"You can't sacrifice him without the fires, and the fires won't burn any more. No matter what you do, you won't ever be able to start them again."
"Done," the voice in Garion's mind said in a tone of such exultation that it buckled him to his knees. The burned priest, still moaning and cradling his charred hands at his chest, raised his ashen face.
"Seize him,"
he shrieked, pointing at Ariond with a blackened hand.
"Seize him! Take him to Kabat!"
Chapter 12. There was no longer any need for stealth. Alarm bells rang in every quarter of the temple, and frightened Grolums scurried this way and that, shouting contradictory orders to each other. Geryon ran among them, desperately looking for Belgarath and Silk. As he rounded a corner, a wild-faced Grolem caught him by the arm.
"Were you in the sanctum when it happened?"
he demanded. "No," Geryon lied, trying to free his arm.
"They say that he was 10 feet tall, and that he blasted a dozen priests into nothingness before he extinguished the fires."
"Oh?" Geryon said, still trying to free himself from the Grolem's grasp.
"Some people say it was Belgarath the sorcerer himself."
"I find that hard to believe."
"Who else would have that much power?"
The Grolem stopped suddenly, his eyes going very wide.
"You know what this means, don't you?"
he asked, his voice beginning to tremble. "What?"
"The sanctum will have to be rededicated, and that requires Grolem blood. Dozens of us will have to die before the sanctum is purified."
"I really have to go," Geryon told him, tugging at the arm the man held fast in both hands.
"Kavat will wade to the hips in our blood,"
the priest moaned hysterically, ignoring Geryon's words. There was really no choice. Things were much too urgent for diplomacy. Geryon feigned a frightened expression as he looked past the babbling Grolem's shoulder.
"Is that her coming?"
he whispered hoarsely. The Grolem turned his head to look in fright back over his shoulder. Geryon carefully measured him, then smashed his fist into the unprotected side of the terrified man's face. The Grolem slammed back against the wall, his eyes glazed and vacant. Then he collapsed in a heap on the floor. "Neat," Silk said from a dark doorway a few yards up the hall. "But the reason for it escapes me."
"I couldn't get loose from him,"
Geryon explained, bending to take hold of the unconscious man. He dragged him into a shadowy alcove and propped him up in a sitting position.
"Have you got any idea where Grandfather is?"
"He's in here," Silk replied, jerking his thumb over his shoulder at the door behind him. "What happened?"
"I'll tell you in a minute. Let's get in out of sight."
They went through the doorway to find Belgarath seated on the edge of a table. "What's going on out there?" he demanded.
"I found Ariond."
"Good."
"No, not really. He went into the sanctum just as the Grolems were about to sacrifice a slave and put out the fires."
"He did what?"
"I think it was him. I was there, and I know that it wasn't me. He just walked in and told them that they couldn't sacrifice people anymore, and then the fires went out." "Grandfather, he didn't make a sound when he did it. No surge, no noise, nothing."
"Are you sure it was him? I mean, it wasn't something natural?"
Geryon shook his head. "No. The fires flared up and then went out like blown-out candles. Well, there were other things going on, too. The voice talked to me, and I couldn't even move a muscle. The Grolems who were dragging the slave to the altar just let him go when Ariond told them to, and then he told them all that they won't ever be able to relight the fires."
"Where's that boy now?"
"They're taking him to Kavat."
"Couldn't you stop them?"
"I was told not to."
Geryon tapped his forehead. "Oh, I should have expected that," Belgarath said irritably. "We had better go and warn Paul and the others. We may have to free Ariond, and then fight our way out of here."
He opened the door, looked out into the hallway, and motioned Geryon and Silk to follow him.
Polgara's face was deathly pale when the three of them re-entered the room, where she and the others were waiting.
"You didn't find him,"
she said. It was not exactly a question. "Geryon did," Belgarath replied. She turned to Geryon.
"Why isn't he with you, then?" "I'm afraid the Grolems have him, Aunt Paul."
"We've got a problem here, Paul," Belgarath said gravely. "From what Geryon says, Ariond went into the sanctum and put out the fires."
"What?"
Geryon spread his hands helplessly.
"He just walked in and made the fires go out. The Grolems seized him, and they're taking him to Kavat."
"This is very serious, Belgarath," Teddy said. "Those fires are supposed to burn perpetually." If the Grolums believe that the boy was responsible, then he is in very great danger.
I know, the old man agreed. All right, then, Dernick said quietly. We'll just have to go and take him away from them. He stood up, and Toth silently joined him.
But our ship is almost ready, Teddy protested. We could be out of here with no one to wise, sir.
There's nothing we can do about that now.
Belgarath's face was grimly determined. Let me see if I can salvage something out of this mess before any of you do anything irreversible, Teddy pleaded. There will always be time for more direct action if I can't talk our way out of this.
Geryon looked around.
Where is Tenedra?
She's asleep,
Bulgara replied.
Lizelle is with her. Is she all right? Silk said that she was upset. She isn't sick again, is she? No, Geryon. It was the sounds coming from the sanctum. She couldn't tolerate them.
A heavy fist suddenly pounded on the bolted door. Geryon jumped, and instinctively reached for his sword.
Open up in there,
a harsh voice commanded from outside.
Quickly, Teddy hissed. All of you get back into your cells, and try to look as if you have been sleeping when you come out.
They hurried back into the cells and waited breathlessly while the thin eunuch went to the door and unbolted it.
What's the matter, revered sirs?
He asked mildly as the Grolums burst into the room with drawn weapons.
You have been summoned to an audience with the hierarch, slaver. You and all of your servants.
Oh, we are honored, Teddy murmured.
You are not being honored. You are to be interrogated. I would advise you to speak the truth, because Agachak has power to pull you very slowly out of your skin if you lie to him.
What an unpleasant notion. Was the hierarch returned from the Drojum Palace, then?
Word has been sent to him of the monstrous crime one of your servants has committed.
Crime? What crime?
The Grolum ignored him.
On Kabat's orders, you are all to be confined until Agachak returns to this temple.
Geryon and the others were roughly shaken out of their feigned sleep, and marched through the smoky corridors and down a narrow flight of stone steps toward the basement. Unlike the rooms above, these cells were barred with iron doors, and the narrow halls had about them that peculiar sour odor that permeates prisons and dungeons the world over. One of the Grolums opened a barred door and gestured for them to enter.
Is this really necessary, good priest?
Teddy protested. The Grolum put his hand threateningly on his sword hilt.
Calm yourself, sir, Teddy said. I was merely asking.
Inside, now.
They all filed into the cell, and the black-robed priest slammed it behind them. The sound of the key grating in the lock seemed a very loud sound for some reason.
Geryon?
Tenedra said, in a frightened little voice.
What is happening? Why are they doing this?
He put his arm comfortingly about her shoulders.
Ariond got into trouble, he explained. Zadi is going to try to talk us all out of it.
And what if he can't?
Well, then we'll do it the other way.
Sulk looked around at the dimly lit cell with a disdainful sniff.
Dungeons always show such a lack of imagination,
he remarked, scuffing at the moldy straw littering the floor with his foot.
Have you had such a wide experience with dungeons, Geldar?
Velvet asked him. I've been in a few from time to time, he shrugged.
I've never found it convenient to stay for more than a few hours.
He raised up on his tiptoes to peer out through the small barred window in the door.
Good. No guards.
He looked at Belgarath.
Do you want me to open this?
He asked, tapping on the door with one knuckle.
I don't think we can accomplish very much from in here.
Please be patient, Prince Geldar, Zadi said. If we break out of this cell, I'll never be able to smooth this over.
I have got to find out what they have done with Ariond,
Polgara told the eunuch firmly.
Go ahead and open it, Silk.
Polgara?
A light, familiar voice came from the next cell.